Well, hello there. What, dare I ask, are all of you doing in my dungeon? If I were you, I'd go back to the other side. What if I could, that's for certain. In this last 100 years, things have become incredibly boring. Then what am I still doing here, then? Now, that is a tale to be sure, and perhaps if you stick around, I'll tell. But for now, all you need to know is this. That my rage for this world and what is it shaped to be since my time allows me to sustain my presence on this plane. You sought me out? You remember my work? Excuse me, sorry. Forgive me, it's been an age since I've laughed last. Why didn't you say so? You made a fine choice coming back, finding me. I can't believe that after all this time, I have an audience again. A small one, to be sure, but something tells me that'll change in time. As it so happens, I was visited recently by a few long-dead friends of mine. Their spirits seemed to be as equally restless as mine. My essence mourned their disquiet, though at the time I had no tangible way to console them. However, as Providence would have it, I may have found both a way to remedy them and entertain you.
I do say, as I can see stone, chains, smell of rot. This is not where I was before I drifted to sleep. I'm curious. Perhaps I need to put this in my dream journal and consult my professional psychiatric counsel.
I do say, the sign at the front door stated in plain but rather antiquated form of English, that this particular establishment offered free tax evaluations. According to my internal clock, it's been at least 12 hours, and I still have not received my eval. Another 2 and I will be required by law to issue a formal complaint.
As you can see, the people in the year of 2223 have become devoid of thought and feeling or any creative action. When I also discovered that these lagoons have forgotten the fictional works of one grim esquire. I was a lawyer in college. I couldn't help myself. Truth be told, I had not a clue what I was going to do once I caught some of these lemmings in my dungeon, but with the arrival of fair spirits such as yourself, I think I have a ghoulish idea.
Excuse me, creature. When you go to wash my car, as stated in the advertisement in the Bizalad Journal, the March edition, please make sure to use low-impact wash solution. I just got a wax coat to protect it from the leaves falling this autumnal season, and that would be a wasted expense if you buffed it out.
For all that is decayed and rotten.
Sir, I am assuming you get your autumn wax done at Protect and Seal on 49th? Or do you receive yours at the house care facilities over on Broadway? I hear they only service those in their lot, but anyone of merit can apply.
Oh, I haven't laughed that much in a long time. I receive my autumnal wax firsthand from an artisanal waxer out of New Rose in the North End. His technique varies from make and model and car, and after seeing the markup that big wax applies on their already subpar services, I said, "Be gone, you protecting seals. I'm a home service man now."
Home service?
That's quite curious. For I myself happen to be Big Wax CEO.
Oh.
And I can assure you that our services are top quality. Our markup is already razor thin. Now, I don't know quite where you got your information from, but that is borderline scandalous. If it was in print, my goodness. But I would say in my younger days, perhaps my more radical years, I would be strongly urged to make quite the letter to your address.
I find that taking a public transportation allows for you to forego such unnecessary expenditures. Just last year, I bought a multi-use express pass for the buses and the metro, though there are homeless individuals there. You can simply cover up their forms with a thermal blanket easily stored in, let's say, a satchel or a breast pocket, a much smaller express than an autumn wax.
I, too, am known to trade public expressways, though my second aunt claimed that,
Okay! Alright, don't you bland lackwits understand anything that is happening here? I lied! There will be no car washes, there will be no tax evaluations, or anything of the like! I lured you here so I could use your mortal coils in terrible, dark, demented rituals unseen by man since 2020! Did that not to occur to any of you since the 5 of you bodies are chained to your chairs? I will use them as vessels for my long-dead friends, and with the spirits here as witness, you shall dance to their tune as we put on a show that no dead one has seen in the last 100 years.
I expect a refund.
Okay, alright, enough! Spirits of the other side, hear my chant. Repel the souls of these 5 boring mortals. Shove them into the deepest recesses of their big toe. Allow my friends to resurface once more, and in these new bodies create frivolity to the depressed dead, yearning for one of Grimm's stories. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Grimm's Dungeon. I'm your host, Grimm. Thank you for, I guess, letting us entertain you with that pretty poorly written script. Thank you.
hey, I don't know what you're talking about.
Anyways, welcome. This is Grimm's Dungeon. Like I said, my name is Grimm. I will be your GM, director, and showrunner for the evening. Meeting up with me on this ghoulish night are my 5 friends here that will be playing this particular campaign alongside of me. Let's quickly introduce them, shall we? Starting with Paige.
Hello, I am Paige, Paige Eber. I am an actor, aerial artist, all things performance and creative. I love to do it. So I'm happy to be here to storytell with all of you guys.
I'm Morgan. I am an editor by trade. I've been playing TTRPG games for 5 years, somewhere around there, and I cannot wait for anything that may happen brought on by our lovely GM.
Okay.
Look at those locks.
Awesome.
Lay it on thick now.
Hi, guys.
It won't save you.
I'm aware.
Hi, I'm Christian Dashel. I am the only one of us from Alabama, so obviously don't call my sister.
Tide.
Oh! Hey-o.
Anyway, I am a home inspector by trade. I'm also an actor, and so I've done some professional film here in the Nashville area, which is very exciting. Looking forward to more work being published. On top of that, this is my first time playing Pathfinder, as some of us at the table have never played Pathfinder before.
Yeah.
But I love role-playing games. I didn't realize it was a thing, but here we are, and I like doing creepy, weird voices, so...
Yep.
Hello, everybody. My name is Brandon Ross. I am probably sometimes I'll say this, don't want to say anything else, I feel outclassed a lot because there's a lot of great talent at this table. You're in for a great show. I'll make it very fast from my end. I've been playing TTRPGs for probably 10 to 12 years. I've been GMing them for that amount of time. So hopefully my knowledge can be lent here to have a ton of fun, and then I'll pass it to this great guy.
And I am Matthew Robinson. I outclass no one. I do dance in the Nashville area. I do choreograph in the Nashville area. Sometimes I act, and I like, most importantly of all, to roll dice.
Yes.
Don't we all? And with that, let's introduce the game, why don't we? So first and foremost, I want to say thank you so much to whoever's out there for watching the show. And yes, I say to whoever's out there, none of us know what's happening. We don't know how many viewers there are. We don't know who's speaking in chat. That's on purpose. So if you're yelling at us to do something, we're not going to see it. And at no point will we ever see it, including myself. We'll get a little bit more into that, but I just wanted to say thank you so much for watching. I sincerely appreciate it. This is our first session, so woot woot. I know we're all excited. This has been, my God, a lot of months in preparation, a lot of technical work, and look at that, still no drop frame. So
That's a win already.
Yeah, exactly. So, and no messages from my mods saying that the balance is off or that the music's too loud or something. So I think we hit the nail. Regardless, though, I want to say thank you so much for joining us tonight. Hopefully we put on a good game for you. This is our campaign. We'll be introducing the title of which during our spiel. And this is the very first session, so thank you very much. I do want to go over some things real quick, kind of giving you guys a soft opening into this particular show and what makes us different from other live action in-person shows you might see. First and foremost, though, I do actually have to thank some of the people that have contributed to making this thing a reality. First and foremost, I want to thank Patrick. I'm not going to say his last name because I don't think you would appreciate that. He was sort of the game master that showed me the way, how to actually go about doing it the right way with miniatures and music and stuff. Before then, it was just, I don't know, YouTube videos with music and pawns. And I couldn't believe how much more effective the storytelling was with those elements. So thank you for Patrick. He's also, a lot of the miniatures we'll see today, especially a lot of the stuff that's populating our dungeon sets on the actual miniature side of things were provided by him temporarily, of course. And he's just this massive hoarder of D&D stuff. So thank you very much, Patrick. I also want to thank Savannah. She gave us these wonderful overlays that you'll be seeing throughout our show tonight. So thank you, Savannah. Round of applause for Savannah. Thank you, Savannah. And I also want to thank Emma. Emma Groves, one of our local set designers who does a lot of local plays. I told her to basically give me 80s haunted house. Like you went through and it's made out of foam and like the weird stuff, like, and that's what I was received. And by the way, this stuff's real. Like I was told that it looks like a green screen. It's not. Like here, I'll prove it. See, it's real. All the sets you see today are real. I don't have the technical skill to do.
I thought this was just like how it was normally here.
Yeah, it's not where you live.
This is your normal house.
Guys, we're all friends here. So
we are?
Since when?
Well, probably not after today. But we will be.
All right, guys, gotta go.
Yeah, me. Okay, so I also want to go through real quickly what makes this particular show different. This show has a level of, that's right, chat interaction. And I know what you're asking. Well, if it has chat interaction, then how can that work if none of us here can see the viewers or the chat? Well, here's how it works. It'll change once we reach affiliacy, which we'll talk about in a second. But for now, every hour, and also, by the way, the rules are for about all this are in the disclaimer panel in the About Me section of our channel. If you want to read it physically. But basically the way our show works is you, our influential spirits, as it were, can submit suggestions using the ! suggestion space and then whatever your suggestion is command. And our moderators are looking for those. They have a bot that's collecting them. And at the end of every hour, our moderators will collect the best suggestions they feel fit the best for the scenario we're in right now. And they'll create a poll with 3 to 5 suggestions usually. And you guys no matter if you're a subscriber or what have you, we'll be able to vote on those. We don't like the idea, even if we were subscribers, that you have like a limited capability of suggesting or voting a poll. So that's never going to happen. There are some benefits for subscribers when we do achieve that, if you want to look down below. But for now, just put in suggestions and vote. It's what you're going to be able to do even when we are affiliates. So
I
go
want
ahead and
their
take a look.
characters to die.
No. So that's a good point. Your suggestions aren't going to be necessarily done, okay? The moderators are going to make sure, like if you say like, make a fart joke, it's not going to go through.
Oh, please
in the
do
vote.
those.
Yeah,
Please do.
Please don't. But things like
At
a
least
noise
one.
plays, like a crack in the of a stick cracking in the woods while they're trying to rest. Things like that are suggestions they're more likely going to be taking on. So if you have any suggestions like that, please put them forward. And that goes into our goals with affiliate. We are, I think we're so close. I'm crazy. We're already at like 40 something followers. To get affiliates, you need to be 50 followers and you need to have streamed an X number of hours. I personally will be streaming throughout the week, just kind of doing Game Master chat stuff, just to get the numbers, because this is a once every 2 week show. Otherwise, it would take us months to get affiliate. But please, if you want to do anything to assist us, follow. And please, if you think the show is well produced and still no drop frames, okay, if it's well produced and you like the cast and you like the game, we're telling the story, we're all kind of cultivating. Good thing the camera's not on for you. I saw that.
Yeah.
We're going to essentially be, hopefully, hitting that affiliacy mark very shortly. And with your help, by just going through and looking at our socials, which can be found in the About Me section, go follow, go retweet our stuff, please. That helps us more than anything, because the way a lot of algorithms work is when you like stuff and you're a person who likes tabletop RPGs, it'll point our content to other people who watch what you like. So please, that's the best thing you could do for us, is follow, is to find us on Instagram, find us on Twitter, do whatever. I'll show, because we put a lot of energy into this, and I definitely want this to get more eyes on it, because the more people that give us fuel, the more this will become a professional looking thing, and hopefully it already does. What?
There's a rough.
What? You hearing things already?
Yeah. Okay. Homebrew rules and house rules.
It's the spirits.
It's the
Clearing
damn
it up.
spirits. Homebrew rules and house rules. We are using Pathfinder 2nd Edition. We want to use it, so we are. Okay, it's a game that I'm very familiar with. But it's a game that most of us are still learning. More than likely, we're gonna mess up rules. Okay, it's gonna happen.
Don't add us.
Do what?
Do not add us, please.
Yeah, don't add us. Though we want to know if we don't catch it. Let us know, not through the chat. Probably the worst way you can let us know. Go to our Grimm's Dungeon Discord channel. It's a great community page. There's nobody in it right now. We just made it. It's our first stream. But please go there, and there's a rules section where you can tell us, like, hey, by the way, it actually says this, not this, and we'll read it and we'll correct it. Because it goes into the major point with rules. We are rule sticklers here. We love rules. There'll be times where people will be, our own players will be like, is that how it, like, is it supposed to be like this or this? And that happens a lot because we want to be as accurate as possible. We believe that rules create drama, tension, and storytelling. And the often trend is that maybe, but wouldn't it be cool if we bent the rules just a little bit for this cool thing? I like the restrictions. I think all of our players like those restrictions as well. So we're not going to be breaking any rules intentionally. But if we do, let us know through our Discord. There is a homebrew rule sheet down below. You can check it out. It says homebrew rules. It's basically a Google document that I'll update periodically and has all of our homebrew rules we'll be using. There will be a few of them dealing with chaos corruption and the removal of said chaos corruption, and some rules, special feats I've designed for each of our player characters given the nature of this campaign. So my hope is that you get to take a look at that in a bit. And you're welcome to go look at any point, I guess. Runtime, so what's going on now? Like, how does this show work? Essentially, we're going to be playing for about 4 to 5 hours. Probably going to run a little bit longer because it's our first session, and we have a lot of things we want to cover and get to. If they don't screw up everything that I predicted they might do, which might happen. But we're going to be playing for about 4 to 5 hours tonight. We'll have a 15-minute break around the 2-hour mark where we'll go get some drinks, all take a dump or something. And then we'll come back. After which there will be a 30-minute Q&A session. So for those of you that are players and game masters, if you have fan comments and you're interested in that stuff, that's fine as well. But you're more than willing or welcome to come in those 30 minutes, ask us questions like technical stuff. How did we do this or that? What was your thoughts when this occurred to your character? Where do you see this going in the future? Are you excited about this? Like, what are tips and tricks? Whatever you want to ask. We'll all be here to ask those questions. If you find any bugs or issues with this stream, by the way, also let us know. Best way to do that is by adding a moderator. And the moderator, let's check. The moderator saying anything? No messages from our moderators yet. So I think everything's going well, or at least nobody's saying that things are going bad. But please let us know as soon as you humanly can. Okay. That's it. The stalling before starting the actual game has concluded. So I guess we have to actually play. So I'm going to take a massive swig of water and center myself.
Go,
Water.
let's go.
Water, he says.
Water.
That's water.
Sure.
Yep.
No, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Where are you going? Throw me my chocolate.
Oh.
That's
Sorry.
We planned this and everything. It's on the floor.
It's gone.
All right.
Okay.
Just try
Oh,
another
I
chocolate.
got it. I got it this time. I got it. Yeah.
And
Oh,
there we go.
Nice.
That's better. That's better.
Ayo.
Alley-oop.
Wait, are these peanuts?
Sorry about the
Yeah.
Oh God, no.
I'm the DM.
sorry to anybody that's peanut allergy.
I have
Okay.
an EpiPen.
Oh, nice. Really? Nice.
Yes.
That's you.
Right in the throat. I got you.
Okay, great. All right. I favor my left jugular.
He'll also throw.
Okay, also throw up. Okay, let me take a swig of water.
We already did that bit.
Please, nobody talk while I'm drinking water. It's not uncomfortable or anything. It
Got it.
To
We will
watch.
just stare
Well,
at
I mean,
you.
it screens
Okay.
on you anyway. So.
is on me.
Yeah.
Okay.
His voice is in his head.
I guess it's time to get started. You sit in a small inn, deep in the lower ring of an ancient fiefdom far, far from home. Before you is a halfling, sitting with his back to the fire, arms crossed. He is disheveled, wind-whipped. His eyes are sullen. He's seen much. He looks up at you, leans back, and squints. Staring deep into your eyes, a silence falls, then breaks. So, you all are a part of that mercenary fighting force flying under that ridiculous phoenix banner. Do you even know what a phoenix is? I thought not. Otherwise, you'd see the irony. How about a story to pass the time before you leave to accomplish our Baron's wishes? How about I recount the tale of Gatrise? Very well, but be warned. I feel time has eroded the truth of this tale, and everything I've heard is nothing more than hearsay. All right then. Let's see. Where to start? Yes. Death. This is the fate of all throughout the mortal plane. There are some who spend their short lives avoiding it, some who try to stop it, others who accept it. But regardless, death comes. There was a time where the worst thing one could fear was death. On our lone planet of Solus, there was this continent, one in which we just so happen to be on, called Mourne. Do you know why Mourne is called Mourne? Did you know this? I thought not. It was named for the suffering half-elves, halflings, and humans suffered while traveling from their home to this place. But that is a story for another time. At the end of the Fourth Era, Mourne was home to various races, each refugees from one place or another. They fought, as is in the nature of mortals, for resources, for land, for their differences. But that was all in the past. And for the first time in history, there was a lack of war. Mortalkind still had its share of problems. Corruption, political scandals, rogue incursions, but all were preferable compared to the wars of yesteryear. Time passed, and with it was lost an important truth, one which should define the lives of all forever after. There are far worse things than death. Sometime in the last decade of the 4th Seed, a massive obsidian gate rose from the oceans in the west. For decades, it remained dormant. Into the chagrin of scientists, engineers, and scholars, none could discern its origin or meaning. 30 years later, a single heavily armored entity walked through. He called himself Grug, and claimed that a massive horde of demons, evil creatures from the abyss, awaited his command to invade. The only way to prevent the total collapse of civilization as they knew it was for the rulers of all the known world to challenge him in single combat. If they succeed, this fate would not come to pass. Hubris caused the suggestion to be mostly ignored, though the spiritual leader of the elves, called Malisad, chose to investigate this individual for himself. He traveled with a large caravan to the gate. He greeted Grug at its threshold. Those who were there claimed to have seen Grug, without a word, point to a puddle of seawater on the obsidian ground. Malisad is said to have peered into it, shouted in fear, and ordered his entire caravan home. Reports came pouring out that the elvish lords were planning to permanently leave Solus. Many brash kings and lords then rode out to officially challenge Grug. Each time, he would point at the portal, and the challenging monarch would stare at it. When they did, they would either flee or fly into a mad fury. Those who fled often never returned home. Those who fought were destroyed. As the leaders of Mourne perished one by one, panic erupted. Civilians would demand their lords defend them, to send out an army and destroy this Grug and his gate along with it. Those who refused faced riots. The leader of Ebenheim, which was the largest of the human kingdoms, and whose name I won't grace by giving it voice, claimed to have greater knowledge of the situation and a solution to save all those who remained safely behind his kingdom's borders. Many horrified families of all over the place sought refuge there, but they were all betrayed. The scum had fallen in league with the abyss, and had traded his own people for power. I know not what happened to those poor families, but I will give you a spot of advice. Never go to Ebonheim. Outside of that Cretan, many of the remaining leadership gathered a sizable joint force and headed for the gate. There, as always, stood Grug. Upon facing the joint army, he shouted in a mighty voice, "Is this all? This drop in the ocean? This speck in an endless void? This is the best that Mourne can summon?" Then, in a flash of gold, the goddess Iomade appeared, the god of humankind. She shouted back, "Indeed, creature of the abyss, bear witness and despair, for you shall be ground against the raw strength of mankind, and serve as a warning for all of your ilk who dare trespass in this plain forevermore." A quiet fell. Thousands held their breaths to see a goddess in the flesh. It must have been a sight, as fleeting as it was. Without a word, Grug stepped from the center to the side of the gate and knelt down. a violent red light shot down from the sky, igniting the portal. Then, from the deep, a massive hand. Then head. Then the body of the arch-demon lord known as Ustar. It is said that Iomade and Ustar fought a vicious battle, the scars of which, if you know where to look, can still be seen today. In its wake, thousands died. Much of the northern continent was decimated. At the battle's end, Iomade is said to have drove herself into the neck of Ustar, severing its head and sending it spiraling hundreds of miles into the east. Its body collapsed, falling into the sea. Iomade's breastplate is said to have been found, charred and melted, still bearing the light of the sword, her holy symbol. Iomade herself was never seen again. It was at this moment when our connection to the gods was severed. Clerics, warlocks, all who could summon divine or occult powers from every plane lost their ability. The influence of the outer planes had all ceased, except for one. Shortly after, countless demons swarmed and devoured what remained of the joint force, and began their slow conquest of our home. But that was 30 years ago, and many questions remain from that time. And all those who can answer are long dead. Nowadays, mortal kind is either hiding behind ground or wall. Those who do not are cultists or slaves to demon kind, or worse. We learned soon after Iomade's fall that demons actually can't stay here for very long without consuming what we have donned mortal materia. And also, they can't hold their form without corrupting the very land we step on with the abyss. Plants, animals, people, places, they're all hunted, devoured, and corrupted. Though we have evolved to meet the challenges, there are safe places such as this fief of price we find ourselves in and whose baron you serve. Though in my travels, I have witnessed just as many horrors inside kingdom walls as outside. Traveling between them is where things get tricky. Chaos, corruption has tainted the land. Merely walking it is enough to infect the mind of the most disciplined warrior. I know friends, people I love and care about, that have completely lost themselves by stepping simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. The creatures causing all of this corruption are the demon lords. As far as I know, and from rumor, there are at least 7 that have been named that have claimed our home as theirs. The fall of the archdemon Lord Ustar paved the road for less powerful creatures to stake their claim here. They all hate one another, as is in the nature, but some are worse than others from a certain point of view. There are those who have made it their business to get on their good side, but the prospects of doing so, in my not so humble opinion, far outweigh the risks. I know what you're thinking by that look in your eyes. Can't things get much worse? I wish I could say no, but I've got a feeling that something is on the horizon. So horrible that we can scarcely imagine. There is a change in the wind, and it smells sour. If you think things are bad now, mark my words, they can always get worse. What I've heard is that the demons have been in a frenzy. So far, they have failed to breach our region, known humbly as the Ashlands. You can thank the elves for that, by the way. But more and more demons have been seen venturing inward. Underground trade routes have also been talking about this new type of mortal, roaming the chaos wastes. A certain type of person that has shall we say, a spirit about them. They have no name, nor group. They keep to themselves, from what I hear anyways. But they do things, acts that haven't been seen since the gate rose. Some say they've been touched somehow by the other planes, granted power from beyond. Many have been getting their hopes up. But I don't think it's true. That these supposed saviors of mortal kind, God's chosen warriors, are here. Oh, it sounds good, no? But I ask you this. Even if it were true, when does the enemy raise an army? When the enemy is threatened. We are safe behind these walls in the Ashlands for now, but their arrival marks only the rapid descent of our kind. Besides, only a fool puts their faith in a story. I should know. That's all I am. And emboldened by this lie, this fable, many will die horrible deaths. Mark my words. And if they do by some chance exist, then they're just a shade, a pitiful reminder of what once was. When demons start to find out about them, they will regret their lot. I weep for them. Our story takes place in the fallen continent of Mourne, a wasteland of demonic corruption and mortals too stubborn to die. It's a figurative Wild West, where upstart demon lords have staked their claim to grow in power and challenge those residing within their home plane. Mortals have been reduced in quantity and power by a significant margin. Knowledge of the continent, its peoples, histories, geography, has reduced significantly. Severed from the other planes, those on Mourne lack access to magic, or any form of divine, occult, or arcane intervention. However, 5 years ago, rumors began to circulate that a special sort of mortal has appeared. Those who, aware or unaware, had been touched by the outer planes. These entities are commonly known as the Bound. For 30 years, the demon hordes have slowly invaded, corrupting the very land with chaos. They are unable to travel where their plane's infection is not present. This is the only reason mortal kind still survives. Demons can be found all over Mourne, but still struggle to find a foothold in the burned forest of the elves, now called the Ashlands. This place is a never-ending forest of scorched wood, and at its heart is what is known as the ichor tree, a burned husk still sporting massive branches, a monument to the demise of the elves. Scattered throughout the Ashlands are various fiefs, walled cities where many mortal refugees take shelter. The ruling classes rarely leave, opting to call upon mercenary banners to complete tasks outside of their realms. It is in one of these fiefs, and in one of these bands, where our adventurers find themselves. Many living have no understanding of Mourne's landscape, barring few who can still read and draft maps. These cartographers are often the leaders of these bands and are given the honorary title of scribe. Each of you are a part of the Band of the Phoenix, a faction made up of many smaller bands who sell their swords to rich warlords and barons, kings, often to fight and obtain resources from other fiefs in exchange for food, weapons, and most importantly, divine relics. Being one of the bound, you use your powers, mostly in secret, to your advantage, granting higher shares in rank amongst your colleagues. 2 weeks ago, your band, 200 strong, arrived at the Fief of Price, a western kingdom owned by the Baron Prysic, a large man known for his protective nature and predisposition for the sword. He has promised land, wealth, and many relics for the destruction of an opposing fief in the eastern part of the Ashlands called Del Ruth. He claims their lord, a man by the name of Hoth, is attempting to abscond with his last surviving daughter. The leader and scribe of your band, a woman by the name of Aethel, claims that both the journey and its resolution will be the easiest assignment in months. According to her, Prysic and Hoth are both cowards, and when push comes to shove, they will easily cease hostilities by simply involving your band in the feud. This would not come to pass. Shortly after exiting the bounds of Price, the Band of the Phoenix was ambushed by a massive horde of demons. Swords clashed for only a few moments. The band, ultimately, destroyed. For reasons you either suspect or are oblivious to, you 5 have been rendered unconscious and have been drugged into a deep, dark location. I'm going to have to ask everyone but Annabelle to stay put.
First sacrifice.
Don't leave me.
There it is.
Sacrifice.
Goodbye. Sacrifice. Sacrifice.
Scooching over.
While I'm preparing, why don't you, to the audience, briefly introduce Annabelle Greenshire?
Yes, hello. Annabelle is a halfling woman, standing just about 3'1" tall. She has dark red hair that's typically in a loose braid down her back, pretty long, pretty unkempt. She wears patchwork leather and mismatched clothing in whatever she could find that fits her. But it all tends to be a little bit faded. And she adorns herself with multiple belts around her thighs and waist, and like even one along her arm, that have different little trinkets attached to them all over. She always has her crescent crossbow strapped to her arm, ready to go. And she picked up a witch's hat, a very pointy witch's hat with a symbol on the front that she would be tough to part with. She's attached to the hat.
Uh-oh. No, I'm just kidding.
I'll fight you.
Was that it?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Are you ready?
Oh, and she has bright green eyes.
She is bright. That's very important now. Okay.
Very important. Because they look pretty.
You find yourself in a field. You're leaning up against what feels like to be a tree. In tall, blue-green grass, there's a pleasant breeze. It smells of citrus. Before you is a town, covered in running children and people smiling, people playing games. And in the distance, you see it, a mountain, overbearing the landscape, piercing the very heavens, cascaded in clouds, It is peaceful. This is where you're supposed to be. You can feel it. As you lay there, you try to move, but you're unable. This is your place, at this tree, under these branches, amongst the happy people in this quaint village, in the shadow of this glorious mountain. This is where you belong. And then you see it. In the distance, a visage staring back at you, eyes piercing.
Can I move? Can I just move my hand just a little bit?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I can move.
Yeah.
Do I have my crossbow?
No. You are in what seems to be civilian clothes. They're a fine linen, perfectly white, but your weapons, armor, your precious hat are not present at the moment.
She turns and runs. She gets up and runs.
She starts to run.
She just bolts
What direction are you running towards, or away?
away from
the village.
away from the creature.
Okay. You stand, and as you do, you feel almost this weight, this unnatural weight, pressing not on your body like gravity, but on your chest, like somebody is sitting on your chest. And suddenly, a gust of wind. The weather is turning. It's starting to turn sour. And as you turn to run, and people are surrounding you on all sides, everybody is staring up at the peak of the mountain. And that's where you are. You're standing there preparing to run away as people stare, and the wind is whipping around you as you're preparing to leave.
Yeah, she's gonna... Could I go around the town and run?
So turn around towards the mountain.
Yeah, running towards the mountain, but try to evade this.
Okay. So you evade the visage.
Evade the visage.
So you turn and you start to run. After seeing the faces of the people staring up, you realize that maybe that direction's not the best place to go. And you turn around and you start sprinting towards, and almost supernaturally, a thunderstorm. As the rain starts to pile and thunder and people are starting to get wet, they start to cry, and children are starting to get sadder and more distraught. And they start to run assume their parents back to their house. You quicken your pace, I assume, and you're running still towards the village.
If I slow down, does that affect the rain? I think she slows down. I slow down.
Slow down. Okay. So it is irrelevant. The rain continues. In fact, it is growing perpetually.
Okay, then yeah, I want to get to the mountain.
You're getting to the mountain. So you start to run towards the mountain, around, as you said, from the village. No one is paying attention to you as you sprint. It seems like you're the only one that's panicked. Everyone else is concerned, but I wouldn't say that they're scared or terrified. And as they go into their houses and you run to the mountain, you feel something behind you.
I don't want to look back.
You keep running.
Yeah.
As you keep running towards the mountain, you know in your heart that before you is the visage.
Is there somewhere else to go? Is there a building I could get into?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sure.
Just the first door.
Go to the first door. So as you're running behind the houses, and again, it's a very idyllic place. It's a gravel road with a series of houses lining either side. So it's almost unnatural in the way that it's framed against the cobble street leading to the mountain. You run into the street and you go and try to open the door, but it is locked.
I think she'll try a few more as she keeps running towards... Is the visage in front of me?
It is currently at the mountain, facing the mountain. You can, at all times, when you look back or forward, you can see it in the distance, about 100 feet or so away.
What do you want?
You talk to it.
What do you want?
It starts to walk towards you.
Ah, fuck! She's running the other way.
As you turn, it is where it was before, but in front of you again.
Nope.
So you turn back over.
Yep.
It's, again, equidistant, but now it's in front of you. And as you're standing there, paralyzed, every step, it's a leisurely walk. It gets closer and closer and closer. Do you remain standing?
I think she's looking for something
Anything?
that might turn it. Oh, she doesn't have her.
Mm-mm.
Yep, she's frozen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, every time you turn, like I said, closer and closer until the visage finally arrives to you. Its image is difficult to perceive. It is shaky in the same way if you were to put pressure on your eyes and squeeze your eyes, how everything blurs. It almost looks like that. It's almost hard to look at. But you can tell it's humanoid in some regard. And it walks closer and closer and closer until it stops about 2 feet in front of you.
I want to say she doesn't take her eyes off it, but she does. She looks to see if there's anything around that can be used as a weapon.
Okay. In the street, it's a gravel street. You see gravel, you see houses, and that's it. It is almost unnaturally empty of any objects. Plows, rakes, shovels, nothing is present. Flower boxes, nothing. No plants outside of the tree you were leaning up against.
I'm going to slowly crouch down,
Okay.
and I'm going to grab a handful of dirt
Okay.
and chuck it at this thing
Okay.
and run.
All right. I want you to make an athletics check.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and do that for me.
First roll with
First roll.
Annabelle's die. Hi. That's a 9
Oof. Okay. Total?
total.
Okay. So you throw the gravel and it again, the key word here is, I guess, unnatural. It unnaturally phases through this entity. But I will say, as it passes through, a ripple, a sheen can be seen on the surface. And at its face, you can see, without a shadow of a doubt, that it is smiling at you. Before you can do anything further, it simply extends its hand out towards you. And that is when the dream ends.
Ah!
And you awake to find yourself in a particularly hellish place. You awake to the smell of blood, of death. The air itself is stale, as if it hasn't been recycled in hundreds of years. There are sounds, a cacophony of screeches, screams, cries, laughter, all throughout, echoing. You are currently locked inside of a small cage, barely enough to fit your body, but the bars are big enough for your limbs to stick through.
Do I see anyone else?
Okay. I will say that with just being awake now and having your eyes open, you notice to your left, Fredrick.
Fredrick!
Welcome to the table, Fredrick.
Thank you so much.
So now that you're here, why don't you tell the nice people at home about your character?
How much do you want me to?
So just a little bit of spoil the backstory, but just give his predisposition and sort of what his sort of perspective of life is.
Okay, so I'll be playing Fredrick. He is going to be the tanky boy of the party. He's about 6 foot, and because of the way stats went, he's a beefy boy. Will definitely be interesting to see how it goes with this world, because his mentality is not so great towards the powers that be. He's not a huge fan of them by any means. It's not like he's not like that asshole that kicks puppies and hates clerics, but he definitely has a particular disposition about the powers beyond.
Yeah.
He feels he's a human, he's got a shield, he's got his bastard sword, that's all he needs.
So you notice that Fredrick is to your, if you're facing forward, if you see the glorious dungeon cam, facing forward, you see him to your left. He is breathing, but pseudo-unconscious. While you are in this cage, you hear, beyond the shadow of a doubt, again, you're sort of 50-50, you're in and out. You can hear, clear as day, the laughter of what seems to be a woman of some sort. One that feels both familiar and unfamiliar. But you're currently pseudo-unconscious.
I have my crossbow, I have my hat, I have my lantern.
No.
Fuck!
You have been stripped. Both of you have been stripped outside of the bare essentials. There is none of your gear is on you.
I'm gonna squeeze my tiny hand through the bars. Fredrick, you got to wake the fuck up! Freddy, it's a bad time.
That's not the name I like to hear from you.
It's worth it. I don't have my fucking lantern.
Am I chained?
Are you chained? Good question. Currently, you are simply in a cage. There's no chains.
How large is my cage?
The cage is about 5 or so feet across. So again, hers is relatively smaller. Yours is, I would say, if you've ever seen sort of the iron cages they would put pirates in, like their legs are sticking out and their arms are sticking out, like, oh, please. It's about 5 feet tall and like 1 to 2 feet wide. So you're kind of crunched, but it's on the ground currently. It's resting on the ground.
Right. Did they take everything? I checked my boot dagger and.
Yeah, you don't have any boots right now. You're barefooted.
We were ambushed.
Yeah.
Why did we survive? Another day. Is anybody else here?
Is there anybody else here? So you notice in the room it's very unnaturally dark right now. There is again, it's not a perceivable with even dark vision or low light vision room that you can. There's an entity in here that is clouding vision, so you can only see about 1 foot outside of your cage.
I mean, when you said, this is just for player clarification, when you said entity, did you mean we see a creature, or just we know something?
There is something unnatural causing this. Entity meaning it can be a cursed object doing it. Could be a creature. It could be anything. There's an entity causing this.
Would there be a way to discern what that is?
You can. I would like you to give me a recall knowledge check using religion. Wait, hold on, wait. Recall knowledge is a secret roll, if I'm not mistaken. It is a secret roll, which means we get to break out the first use of the Pipe of Mystery.
The Pipe of Mystery.
So we here at Grimm's Dungeon don't like the fact that a lot of secret rolls are done by the GM. I feel like it takes away from the player's perspective of being able to physically roll the dice. So we have a PVC pipe that I will point, and you're going to take hold of here, Fredrick.
Come on.
And you're going to, let me get prepped here for a second. So lift it up as high as you possibly can. Yeah, it's better. And all right, you're good. Let's see what you get. And you're just going to give me your modifier, and we're going to see what happens. Yeah, get it in there.
Modifier is religion?
Yeah.
Dos.
Okay.
Come on, baby.
Okay, I see what it is now.
Okay.
So it's a what? Again, your modifier?
2.
2. Okay. So with that, you are unfortunately unable to really discern. There is no real. There's just no way that you're going to be able to perceive it. It's just too dark, and you are also partially, I would say, discombobulated, having been knocked unconscious.
Right. Annie, let's test the strength of these bars.
Oh god, this is metal. I'm not gonna try this.
Yeah, maybe not.
I'm not gonna try.
Maybe not. Not with the metal die.
Let's test the strength of these bars. Is
I
it
like
all bars
that.
or bars in wood?
Right. So I would say that I would actually go for a. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, I would actually just, I'm going to tell you right now that you can feel it. It's right in front of you.
Yep.
It is rusted old bars. These are obviously fiend-made. Some demon found scraps and bolted them roughly together to make cages. It wasn't designed for somebody who is maybe alive or conscious.
All right, we're breaking out.
Breaking out. You're trying to break out.
I
Okay.
will focus on the hinges, and
So you
Breaking
do notice that yours is a little bit more sturdy. However, there is a lock.
do I have my thieves tools? Do I have my esoterica?
No, but
Fuck!
I would
That's
say
not good. I spent so long.
it's
collecting
all
the
gone. You're useless. You're a nobody.
Ah!
No, just kidding. Okay.
That's nothing.
So go ahead and roll just a perception check for me.
Sure. 23.
Okay. Yeah.
Huge.
To your right,
There it is.
lucky you actually.
God, there it is.
To your right is a dead person. It's a skeleton. They have been far eroded and probably eaten. There's still bits of vitrea or whatever on their arms and other bony parts. But you notice that one of the femurs, the femur of their left leg, which is just in reach, has been cleaved into, and it leads into a really fine point. Right.
Let's take that. Let's maybe try to use that as a
Try to
lockpick.
use it. Okay. Yeah, go for it. Yeah. You're gonna try to pick the lock?
Yes, I will.
That is, I believe.
Come on, get it.
Go for it.
Okay. I don't know what I'm rolling.
You got this.
Ah ha ha!
It's an action.
Yes.
So if you look at your action
Yep.
cheat sheet.
I found it.
Okay, good.
Ah! Ooh. That's an 18 on the die.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's an 18.
Okay. So with an 18, you don't know?
I don't know what I add to that.
Okay, so what is your I believe if I'm not
Is
mistaken, it is a thievery action.
Okay, so that's a 25 then.
Because you have so that's that action is one that is only granted to you if you have thieves tools. The lock is crudely made, so you easily pop it open. And I would like you to make I would say, what would you think? What would you like to try to do?
So it's not very deep, right?
No, you can. I mean, your
Back's
arms are
going
there.
against-
You could punch it.
Back's going against the
kick
wall. Let Spartan kick.
it. Spartan kick it. Okay, so go ahead, and I believe that would be a force open action.
Okay.
Right. So go ahead and give me a force open action. And again, you have the cheat sheet there, so no worries there. Give me a force open action to see if you open the gate, the cage. By the way, for those at home, let's see. Can I zoom in a little bit? Oh no, I'm fully zoomed in. Okay.
Well.
Where was that force open?
Force open is an athletics skill.
Oh my gosh, it was right there. in
Yeah,
front
there
of
you go.
me.
You got it. Okay, go for it.
Yes. Oh. Oh. 25.
Yeah.
Get it! Hey,
So right as you're about to wind up,
Yeah.
we will cut to Witton. Witton.
Witton.
Here it comes. Hey!
Hey. Get on in.
Come on in and quickly describe
Yes.
your character to the audience at home.
Yes, so he is an elven man. Is like almost grayish, kind of gaunt skin, longer, like pitch black hair just about. He's wearing these faded blue robes, and he's not really got too much on him really. He's got one pendant on his around his neck in the shape of a butterfly. And on his back, the only visible weapon that he has is what is known as a star knife.
Yep.
Just think, grab a handle in the middle and 4 daggers basically going out each side. And the most prominent thing about him that most people would notice, of course, is the eyes.
Yes.
He has very It's almost like he doesn't have a pupil or sclera, but it is filled with yellow.
Okay. So, you... He's jaundiced.
Yes.
You find yourself on your back.
Oh, God.
You are, unfortunately, laying prone on a table. Your ankles and wrists are bound. And you sense, very quickly, there is something to your left.
Turn and look if I can. Can I move my head at all?
Yeah.
Is there someone there? Damn it.
You see.
What does it see? What do I see?
Yeah, you see it. You haven't got to roll for nothing. You see it. It is this entity, basically consisting of cascading shadows rippling off of its person. It has no perceivable corporeal form. It is, it is not good. It is.
That's what we call bad.
I would like you to. Would you like to try to determine what it is? You don't have to.
I would love to.
Okay, if you'd like to try to determine what it is.
Get it.
Get it!
The mystery tube. Yep.
Hold on.
Wait,
Let me
wait,
get the.
Oh, get the tray ready. Get the tray ready.
Get the
Might have to
backstop.
stay in.
No, it's
All right,
okay.
here we go. Here we go.
Oh.
No, not in the dungeon.
different die.
Yeah. There's
Hey.
no just a die.
Stayed in the tray.
So
this
what's
time.
your religion?
That would be 7.
Okay. So this
I
is
love that thing.
So
this is a shadow fiend, a shadow demon. This is probably one of the worst things you could have seen standing above you.
Uh-huh.
You would know from your whatever dealings in the past that these things can inhabit bodies. They can possess. In fact, they love to do so. And he is currently standing there motionless over your bound form.
Remind me, are my hands bound?
Yeah.
Damn it. Okay. Is there a way I can just try and
You wanna
break
try?
free? Yeah.
Okay, yes, you can.
Get
I
it.
want you to
Get it.
roll. Let's see. What would that be? It's definitely it's an athletics-based action. I would
Yeah.
probably maybe a force open would work. Like a force open.
Yeah.
Yeah. So go ahead and take a look at your sheet and roll for me a force open.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Okay. I don't get to add anything to it.
Oh,
That's a
come on.
16.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's probably still not good enough. But
So you start to pull on the chains, and you do notice that as you pull and pull and pull, it begins to give. You can feel a piece of metal. Again, it's almost like you know, really, like on the edge of your capabilities.
Yeah.
It is barely moving. But it's giving a little bit before you're able to make another action. The Shadow Fiend speaks.
Oh,
And I'm gonna throw you back your die.
thank you.
Nice.
It speaks. It
It speaks. The fiend speaks.
If the fiend speaks.
What are you laughing at?
You and I will be one. And he starts to raise what looks to be like an arm towards your chest, your heart. You have the opportunity. I'm going to say right now.
Okay.
You have the opportunity to make one more
Attempt.
action.
One more action.
In
Okay.
general, you have one more chance.
Would I know that if my hands are bound, I can't cast any spell?
No, you can't.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to be sure.
I'm pretty sure. Check. Somebody check.
Ah!
I know.
One of the
Manipulating
components of
your
what you want to
hands.
do.
Yeah.
If they have.
Yeah, if
yeah,
it doesn't
take a
have the
look.
manipulate.
I think
Thanks.
somatic components is manipulate. If it's just verbal, then yeah.
So you have one more chance to do something.
Yeah. Damn. You don't have to become one of one with me.
Okay, so you're
I
gonna
can
try.
help.
You're gonna try. So his hand is still like a shadow. It's moving slowly. I would say you get the unnatural sense that this thing's enjoying this.
Yeah.
It's perhaps waited for you to wake up, and it is reaching towards, and then it slowly stops and says, "What do you know of fiends' wants and desires, elf?" And he proceeds to start. So that wasn't a check. So are you going to try to convince, or what were you trying to do?
I was going to try and
I
convince
think
him.
Manipulate may not actually mean.
Is it? Hang on.
Because the spell tags still have somatic within them, not manipulate. So you need to see.
I thought about that, but there was something that I saw.
I'll keep looking.
Yeah.
You keep rolling. You keep
But-
rolling. I'll keep
For now,
looking.
for now, let's pretend we can't for now.
Yeah.
And then we'll move on.
That's fine.
Because again, yeah. And one more.
I
thing
know.
you can do.
I was just gonna try and lie and say that I would help him. Well, I can help you get others. I'm not the strongest.
Okay, I want you to roll me. What is it?
Deception lie.
Probably has to be deceiving a chaotic evil fiend demon.
Yeah.
Interesting. Screw it. Let's try it out and see what happens.
All right.
I'm curious too to figure out what's about to happen here.
Each manipulate
So
has
you're
its
trying-
own subsection. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut
Oh
you
no,
off.
go for it.
Each manipulate has its own subsection, so it will say manipulate, somatic, or it'll say material manipulate, somatic manipulate, verbal manipulate.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh.
Oh, I don't like that.
Cheese old Pete's on a
I
cracker.
don't like that reaction at all.
Yeah, that's not great.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna be
figured not.
honest.
I figured not.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That
was a little-
Right in the cup when I
There is.
that would have been
It's
good.
dead. It's gone.
Anyways,
It's gone.
so
Down-
yeah,
down
it's
to
on
die.
the other side.
I'm
Yeah.
down to die.
Do you want me to get it?
No,
Oh,
it's
it's on
okay.
the, okay.
The other one's on the
I'll
table.
quickly. So I'm going to say it really loud so people can hear me. As you die one, and the
Thank
other
you.
one came in here.
Yep, it's down there
Yeah.
somewhere.
As you,
Thank you.
As you try to, so you say,
I can help you find others. I'm not the strongest, and it wouldn't be useful for you.
I can find others using you, and then it dives its hands deep into your chest, and before you know it, it has exploded in a fiery chasm of purple, spraying bits of ghost and shadow and dust all over the place. It has erupted as soon as it touches your chest. It's out of here. So he gets wiped off the face of
Oh my god!
and is dead. So really nice of you to try to save a demon. I'm really like you tried your best, but unfortunately it's dead. It is dead. Okay. So we'll stop there and go to the Goblin and Torin, our final two contestants. Come on down.
The final two.
Final two contestants.
Oh, hey.
Thank you for waiting.
I know
Big
you guys have been
appreciate.
waiting for us.
Big appreciate. Now, if I'm not mistaken, okay.
This music sounds ominous.
No,
It
we're fine.
is.
We're actually at a carnival.
Moderators, do we have the poll going now? I'm assuming.
Oh, shit.
15 minutes have passed. Let me know if that has failed. Anyways, we are going to proceed to you two. We'll start with Goblin. You both awake simultaneously, but I'm going to describe each of your scenarios one after the other, and then I'll allow you guys to do whatever you want to. You, Torin, actually I'm going to start with him. I changed my mind in the millisecond, in the last second. Torin, you are, fortunately for you, unbound. You're laying flat on your back on just what seems to be a normal kitchen table. And I'll actually...
Allegedly.
Oh!
Normal.
The dice hit Torin off the table.
Oh no!
Oh!
Torin.
Oh,
That's what that.
There you go. All right, now you're on the table, Torin. No
I thought you
worries.
like rolled something and you were like, you're off the table now. You're off the table.
You're out of here. You're out.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, and
goodbye.
that, Christian, everybody, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You are laying with your back on the table. For the most part, again, you have been stripped of your arms and armor as well as everybody else has. But you don't feel any particular signs of injury. It is almost as if almost like a bad hangover, which you haven't had in, I would say, quite some time. It's just not really in your composition. But you're starkly reminded of what it feels like in this moment. It feels like a hangover. But other than that, physically, you feel pretty all right. You, on the other hand, are in a little bit more precarious of a position. Bound by your feet. Yeah, that's it.
I was wondering who's upside down.
That's you.
That's amazing.
Bound by your feet, you're upside down, probably 6 to 7 to 8 feet off the ground.
Like twice my height.
About twice your height.
Whoa!
Whoa! Whoa!
Do you want us to kind of like describe our characters, what we look
Yeah,
like?
exactly.
So think of the most handsome individual, so tall,
Oh, yeah.
bulky,
Oh, yeah.
just, oh my god, a lady's charmer. No, he's actually fairly short. He's got a nice dwarven huge beard. He's literally got these giant, jagged scars running across the left side of his face. If you didn't know his disposition, he'd probably be a little scary looking. And I'm just gonna sit up. And I kind of I look down at myself. Am I stark naked? I'm just in my jimmies. I kind of say that out loud.
Torin!
Who called me? Who called me? Oh god, I've got a headache from hell.
You notice, Torin, you do notice by the shouts from your goblin friend. Do what? Oh, sorry. You notice from the shouts from your goblin friend, he is just feet first. He's hanging foot down, right below you, like at your bed, almost what would be the foot into your bedside, almost.
Oh my god, what are you doing? You like that normally? Is that how you sleep? Did we party?
Torin, why are you on the ceiling?
You're on the ceiling.
I'm on the ceiling!
You're hanging down.
Whoa!
Do you need some help?
Yes! I think so!
I kind of look around the room. Is there
Are my
anything?
hands free?
Your hands are free.
Okay, I'm gonna sit up and everyone can see a long, lanky goblin, also incredibly not handsome, covered in scars. This goblin looks like he went through the ringer. He's got a scraggly gray beard and some big old crow's feet.
Oh.
And if we're stripped of all clothes, you can see a short little mohawk just down the strip of his head. But I'm gonna try to lean up and untie my feet.
I always knew you had great core strength. Jeez.
I say I can do 50 sit-ups in 10 minutes.
In 10
In
minutes?
10 minutes.
That beats my record. At least 15. I kind of look at you. I just kind of see you struggling. I just want to stay underneath you and just I'm right here if you need me.
Do I roll to untie?
Don't you have claws or
Yeah,
something?
I would say it's like you've been. This is a very morbid description, but it would be akin to a cattle being hogtied and put up for slaughter. It's a rope. It's not any chain or metal.
Torin, I'm gonna fall.
Yeah, you're gonna fall into my arms. Hopefully.
Okay.
That's so far. He's a
6,
dwarf.
7,
He's
8
a goblin.
And how tall are you?
I'm about 5 feet.
Okay, I knew that.
So we're gonna touch hands, and then you kick
Okay.
off my hands, and
I'm
do
sorry.
one of those stool
May I,
stands.
if I could clarify, it's 6 to 7 feet from his head.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's still 3 or 4 feet between you, because you have a pretty long.
I'm long.
You're pretty long. So I'd
tall
say
guy.
2 to 3 feet is what it is between you and him.
Oh, well then I'm just gonna get to my tiptoes. Try to help you.
All right.
I'm very up
I'm
here.
gonna sit up and just push the rope off
and
Yeah?
curl into a ball.
Okay, you're gonna.
Here we go, Torin.
All right, so
Cannonball.
you know what?
Just like
I'm not gonna require you to roll.
That's how you know it's
Want to catch me?
No, very gently.
Are you trying to catch him, or you haven't decided?
I'm gonna hold him at least. He's my friend.
You're too far away to hold him, but you are within the vicinity of reasonably trying to catch your friend. Is that-
Absolutely, I'm gonna catch him.
All right, I want you to make. What do I want to force you to do?
This went off the rails so fast. And I love it.
So go ahead and find. I'm actually. You guys need to start actually thinking of which action you want to present to
Yeah.
me for you to do. It shouldn't come from me. So that keep in mind, it's like if I want to accomplish this, and you would ask would that be I would like to try this action out. In that case, then I'm like, okay, yeah, this action says you can do X, Y, or Z at this moment. That's appropriate.
Cool.
Go for it, roll for it, and we'll do what the rule says.
I'm going to take the fall action.
Yeah, let's take the fall action, baby. All right. So, go ahead. 15?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And what are you trying to do?
I want to catch him.
You want to catch him? What action are you trying to catch him with?
Which
Maybe I'm going to use my basic action of grab an edge.
Okay.
Just want to grab the edge of him.
Grabs it. I'll allow. Why not? Okay.
You're edging him?
So you successfully fall. Good job.
Yeah.
Man,
I didn't even have to roll.
2 gold stars.
I rolled a
And-
16.
Okay, it was a close call. You grab him, but the shirt or the pant, unfortunately,
As long as
gets
it's not a
pants a little
stinger.
bit. He does get pants, and he does slide down, but his head stops about 2 inches from the ground, and you're in one of these these kind of positions. But you've got him by the legs. You've successfully gotten him down.
Torin, this reminds me of the first time we met.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't remember grabbing you like this.
And that is
Well,
when
oh
Oh no.
you guys can continue. You all see each other. So you burst through the cage, and you easily pick the lock. And I would say you spend another action simply
Yeah.
to pull the chains, and you're successfully free. You guys are all in the room now, present. So you guys continue roleplay. I'll just let you
You
know you're all
literally
together.
just see a stark naked black dwarf holding a goblin 69 style. We're just having a conversation. Really, this does remind you about our first time.
Well, yeah.
As
we're out in
everyone
the
walks in.
wasteland. Whoa! And then I'm gonna freak out and try to stand up.
I definitely hold my crotch.
Wow.
I pull up my pants.
Yeah, pull up your pants. Good.
How
So I need you to
modest.
roll. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so after pulling up your pants, you all, again, relatively know each other in various ways. You guys have at least all heard of each other at the bare minimum through work you've done from the Band of the Phoenix. For those who know Witton personally, you know Witton personally. For those who do not, which is I think everybody,
Yeah.
Witton you would know is an actual cleric. This is very rare. Many people, most people aren't clerics anymore, but Witton is in fact a cleric. So he's your guy. This is somebody when you see him, you're like, oh
That's the
God,
guy.
thank
That's
God.
the guy.
He's a guy you would say thank God for being here at this moment.
You just hear the
You
deepest, just, oh shit.
No, this is good. This is very, very good.
I'm looking
Why
for our
everybody?
gear.
It's, fucking yes.
I start looking for our
I do,
stuff.
I wanna
Hers and
see-
our stuff.
I'm looking for my shit or anything else that is a weapon.
So you look around the room. It is not currently in this place. There is, however, a single exit forward down a dark hallway that those with low light or dark vision can't see to the end. It has a curve going to the right for those who have that.
Is there any others with us?
Does this room look the way we see exactly?
It looks exactly the way you see it. That's
think
the
And
point.
you're off, and
That
you're-
is the
and
goal.
you're off that table, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Start naked.
Fredrick's gonna walk over and tip that table over, break a leg off.
Could you get me one of those actually?
So when
2 legs.
you do that, you hear down the hallway a noise.
Perhaps we should try to be a little
Be a little quieter.
quiet.
You know it, Fredrick, as abyssal.
I'd speak that.
You do speak it. You also speak it. I would say it is at a level of auditory hearing that those who aren't impaired in hearing would be able to hear. Maybe you are having a problem if you continue to bash the table. Are you doing
Yeah.
that right now? You're continuing to bash the table?
Well, if I hear that first, he would pause, because that's gonna switch his mentality.
Okay, so There, I'll allow. There's a brief moment before you continue to destroy the table.
So, what gear is taken off of us?
So
for
essentially,
clarity?
everything in your equipment slots, all of it,
Okay.
except like your undergarments, like
Gotcha.
your t-shirt,
Except
and,
for me.
and short shorts,
Including pendant?
including. I don't know. You tell me.
I mean, he would try and keep it.
What is
Where
there
would you keep
consequences
it?
for removing it? Just yes or no.
I don't think so, no.
Then no, it's gone.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's gone.
Just like
It's
spread
not
your
there.
cheeks and it falls out.
Yeah.
At least I have
At least
my
I
amulet.
At least I have it.
Suckers.
Okay, so you hear abyssal, but it is, you would discern it as a gurgled form of abyssal. It's not, again, fiend speak is in general quite chaotic. They talk in varied tones and they often have subversive meanings and kind of convoluted ways of speaking. But in this case, it sounds, ooh, what's a good word? I would say broken. Almost, it's not right. Even as far as fiends go and demons go, it's not talking right. It's talking in almost in a pain tone, like quivering, like.
Guys, I think that we were captured.
You know what?
Fredrick, what do you hear?
Hear a broken demon.
Get some more.
I heard of you.
Oh, you've heard of me?
Yes.
The dwarf and the goblin.
Shut up, come here.
I kind of like walk over there.
I
like,
also walk
happily.
over.
He noticed me.
I also
Now
walk
I'm gonna
over.
Hey.
continue to break off a
Okay.
leg as a weapon.
So when you do that, the demons that you presume are speaking go silent.
I think they heard you.
Find a weapon.
Did you guys come alone?
Okay, and that's all that happens. Nothing else is going on. There's nothing other, no other sounds or anything
iron
like
bars.
that.
Well,
The iron bars. So you're looking to scrounge for weapons right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure, you can try to break the iron bars. It would be like I would say another force open check.
Okay.
IMO.
I would also like to just scrounge for weapons.
Scrounge for any- This room is designed for some level of. It's hard to say. It's like a torture chamber. But these are demons, which is very peculiar. 11. Though you try, the bars are, again, you kind of use almost all of your brute strength with forcing the door open. You bend it a little ways, but are unsuccessful with breaking it off, despite the rust.
Wooden or iron?
Probably iron, yeah. I mean, I like wood, don't get me wrong.
Give me your hand.
Okay.
Can I keep an eye on the way that we're hearing all of the noise from?
Yes.
Keeping an eye, make sure.
We can go
So-
kind of flank the hallway, and I'll stand on one side with the femur. I have a femur in my hand, and it's pointy, so that's.
Do I see you going to like,
I'm
a
gonna
scouting
flank the hallway.
position?
You come with me.
So
Do I see-
you guys are going down.
No,
no,
but
staying at the
guard
entrance of
at
the hallway.
entrance
To
of
guard
the
it.
hallway.
As you approach, you see around the bend, there's actually a door. So it's blocking whatever room is coming up next. So there is nothing necessarily in the hallway that you perceive that would kill you, that you are able to perceive.
Whew. That's good.
I don't know. I just want my fucking shit. Can we just?
Yeah, by looking around the room, is there anything loose, not a table leg?
No, it's just tables and other. There's a set of like really rusty tools, like scissors, like almost like it was like a carpentry set, but it must have been left over from whatever this place used to be or something.
I grab a
'Cause
shiv.
you grab. So it is heavily rusted. I'm talking the kind of rust you would see by something you pull out of a shipwreck. It's like a cylinder now. And everything else. So maybe more. If you were to attack with it, it would most likely do bludgeoning damage or blunt damage.
I'm Torin, by the way. Nice to meet ya.
Help me with this.
Alright. You seem like a big fella.
It was hard to pick out of the box.
Oh, well. Do you use any like different kinds of weapons? What kind of weapons do you use?
Typically large-bladed ones.
No shields or anything?
Which is why we should
Sometimes a
move so we can fucking find our shit.
Go
I'm gonna-
scout.
Fine.
While we've got this moment,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna look at the wood that he broke from the table.
Mm.
I'm gonna look at the rope,
Okay.
and I'd like to try to craft a really weird shield for the big boy.
Now, question: is crafting capable without supply, like your crafting tools?
I would assume so.
I would definitely check. There's crafting actions that you can
It's
pull in.
downtime activities.
Yeah, there's crafting actions,
Create items from raw materials is all
and
that
it also
says,
takes
but-
time, if I'm
Yeah.
not
But
mistaken.
downtime takes hours.
Yeah.
Oh, it does. Okay, yeah. Then I would have to say you're better off. For the
I do
sake
have a
for
quick-
the sake of life and death and things we care about.
Unless he's gonna-
It would be better off for you all to most likely find your gear rather than try to scrounge.
Okay.
You just encounter you guys
I
wouldn't
mean, if I can't do
necessarily
it quickly, I
know
don't
this.
do
Annabelle
it.
is-
Yeah.
But
Annabelle is
Witton, you have just encountered a shadow demon, which is bad news bears, and you got luck or otherwise with that encounter. So
He definitely didn't see that.
a rusted shiv is going to be useless against something like
I
that.
found a weapon.
Oh, great.
Okay.
I was just gonna use the board and then. And
Yeah,
the
I mean,
rope, but that's
you're
fine.
welcome to do that. You're sure. No, I'm saying like sitting there and crafting may not be a good use of your time.
Oh no, it'd be shite.
Yeah, it would be really bad, and it would
Maybe
probably
one
it would probably
plus
have
one.
like the shield would have like 2 health points.
I would say
it
then,
would just,
yeah,
like,
Fredrick
just
would definitely
explode.
like take like a few more seconds of like trying to get an iron rod out, then be like, I'll just punch it.
Yeah.
and then just go catch up.
I
with
do
Annabelle.
think we
So you
need
guys
to move.
approach
Annabelle,
the threshold. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we all follow.
Yes.
Goblin is no longer upside down.
Wowie.
I'm just
So you all approach as I scream, and this table's been busted.
Yup.
Nice.
Approach the threshold of the hallway.
Annabelle's
You see who's leading.
Annabelle's gonna lead the way and sneak forward and
You're sneaking. Okay, good to know.
sneaking.
All right.
And try to listen at the door to see if
Okay.
there's creatures behind it.
Okay. So originally, when you were at the precipice, the door itself you saw a corner of, and nothing more. But as you sneak, you notice a couple of things. First, a blood trail is streaming either one direction or another. You're not sure as to which direction it's streaming, but it's streaming right below you. You're stepping in it. And to the left of you, you see a skeletal figure. It's been cleaved in two, and a blood trail leads to its final resting place. As you go towards the door, you hear a noise, like a stone rolling, and it's a closed stone door. That's what you see.
Annabelle. And we would know. We both speak Abyssal.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
We've had that years. Okay. The demon speak. Wasn't right.
No, it was.
Just be careful.
I'm always careful.
So
Is the door-
did you turn around to talk to him
Over her shoulder,
over his
just
shoulder?
a little bit.
So were you? Where were you looking exactly?
Yeah, probably looking over her shoulder, eyes to the back.
Eyes to the back. When you do that, I want actually for you to roll. Let's give it just a baseline, good old fashioned perception check.
You got this.
Get it.
You got it. You
Get
got
it.
it. You got it. You got it.
I was gonna pull out the secret.
Oh.
Oh, I'll roll again. It's a total of 9.
Okay, a total of 9.
9.
Okay.
9? No.
You notice nothing of importance.
Did any of us see anything beyond her?
How close are you to Annabelle?
I was probably trying to stick to the middle,
Right.
so it would probably.
you're
I would
about-
assume Fredrick would be next up.
So about 5,
Oh, yeah,
10,
second.
15, 20,
I mean,
about 20
it'd be-
feet away. I would say nothing of interest
Okay.
has occurred to you.
Got it.
You haven't heard.
Fredrick
seen
would
it.
know to give Annabelle her space, but he'd only give her like 15.
A little
20
bit of the
feet.
space. Just a
15.
hair of the space.
No, he'd give her about 15, 20 feet, enough that he can move in a reasonable quick dash.
Right. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Is this door locked?
So you're approaching
if
the door.
I test the door, without trying to open it, testing.
It has no features. No lock. No door handle. No window. It is like stone. You do notice though, above on the seal. Again, this stuff is very easily seen. It's right in your face. Is some sort of symbol. It looks vaguely like art, though I would say a trained eye or artisan like Torin would say otherwise. It looks like somebody attempted to cleave or make a statue out of stone of a face. And to know any more, you'd have to peruse.
Well, that's pretty high up.
It is.
Okay, guys, I don't know. There's not a handle.
Oh, there's not a handle.
So again, for this particular space, where are you looking when you say that? Like at the door? You're just talking.
She looks back to the party. Yeah.
When you look back to the party, I want you to roll another perception check.
Do you want the tube this time?
No, the tube's fine. We're good.
Oh. 11.
Slightly better.
Okay.
A little bit better.
This time, since you're in front of the door, you hear it opening.
And I look back.
It's closed.
Fredrick, come here.
Walk to my friend.
You walk to your friend. Okay.
Okay.
Pop, pop, pop. Imagine I'm moving. The
Imagine the mini is
Imagine
moving.
miniatures have moved.
I just say, I'm going to try something. Close your eyes.
Always trying things.
And I grab your hand and I reach out and try to pass through the door without looking at it.
So you both close your eyes. Upon doing so, you're walking through. You're walking. You're trying to walk
My hand
forward.
goes through?
Your hand goes through.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep walking.
I get drug.
Okay.
I want to find my shit.
So
Dwarves have a lot of
walking
tricks
through.
like this.
So you're
Goddamn
closing.
hat.
You both have your eyes closed and you're walking forward.
Yeah, I'm trying to get us through the door and then I'm opening my eyes.
Okay. So you walk through open air. And you keep walking and you keep walking and then you stumble into a wall and crash into a little pile of rubble.
Where did they go?
Open my eyes.
So you guys open your eyes.
We did it.
So we'll stop with you guys.
Yeah.
What are you three doing when this is occurring?
Do we see them walk through solid stone?
I don't know. Were you?
I was trying to.
angle?
Yeah,
I was
we're
trying
all-
to see at least like.
Yeah,
I wasn't looking at the door. I was looking at them. Really?
Okay, so you were not looking at the door. Then you would not have perceived. You saw them walk through.
Okay.
I was definitely looking at the door.
You were definitely looking at the
I'm
door.
for sure. Like I'm thinking,
No.
Torin's probably just thinking to himself.
What kind of stone is that? They just walked right through it.
I don't know. It could be a nice limestone cricket, maybe.
Yeah, it seemed really
It
soft.
could be made of granite.
I don't think
Yeah.
it matters right now.
I don't know. It
Okay.
really, the carving
We-
at the top is
We
terrible.
really need to get our things.
Yes, that's true. I just have shorts and a shiv.
Where'd the other two go?
That's what I'd like to find out. And Witton's gonna move forward towards the door and try and just. He doesn't know what they did, so he's gonna try and just walk to it.
Okay, so you walk up to the door, and yet again, it is a stone door with no features.
Yep.
Maybe they have some tricks.
touch-
It's probably
Can they hear
tricksy.
Hey, don't look at it. Close your eyes and just walk.
Can we hear her? Oh,
Yeah, you guys hear it.
all right. I'll do it.
I cover my eyes and I walk straight forward.
Watching him do it first, or like,
Okay, so you three close your eyes
yeah.
and walk into a solid stone wall.
God fucking. We will also close our eyes this time. We will try that.
Fredrick does not close his eyes yet.
Annabelle
I'm
does.
joking.
It's
Close
not
his eyes.
working. It's
He
not
closes his
I'm
working.
trying again. I'm sorry.
Okay. Fredrick and you both close your eyes. And yes, the door now is going through and you walk through the
The
door.
bump
I'd
on
like to
his
say
forehead.
that I've taken the rope at some point and made a nice little hamper. That way I'm not stark naked.
Oh God. Okay, so you walk through the door and you find yourself in an elongated room. The elongated room has a variety of things of interest, all of which are quite overt. Honestly, the demons aren't great at subtlety, so there's not a lot for you guys to roll to see. But it is a variety of very weird imagery. Again, the walls look like, and I failed to describe this earlier, like cleaved stone. Like somebody took a claw and was like clawing at it. And this room is the same. There is, if you're walking into your right, a blood trail that leads to a pedestal. On top of the pedestal is what seems to be a crown of some sort. It looks quite simple. The type of crown you would see a standard soldier wear, but it's been gilded, which is very peculiar. And to your left, I would say only you notice the gilding. Okay. To the left, you see a series of what look to be, at first glance, headstones. And at the opposite end, being shown on by a crack in the ceiling with light, is your stuff.
Yes!
It's your stuff.
Okay.
Witton is letting everyone else get.
Annabelle is
their
the
stuff
first to her shit.
I grab her.
Okay, so you're diving for your stuff? Or do you
Annabelle was
try to-
diving for her stuff.
Okay.
I grab her.
Then we are going to do a challenge roll.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, so I would say that it would be something in line with dex against your something in line with strength.
Acrobatics?
So I would say grapple would be probably appropriate in this regard. Attempting a grapple.
And for her?
And for her,
She suggested acrobatics.
acrobatics, of some caliber, I think
Oh,
that
it
makes sense.
Well, if he's trying to grapple me, it says athletics
Maybe
against
tumble
fortitude DC.
Yeah. The grapple is a.
So we're doing a chat like I'm doing.
But
a challenge.
okay.
Like you guys are gonna roll
Tumble
stats
through?
and we're gonna see.
Tumble through's good. Tumble through's good.
Alright.
I'm coming up with this on the fly.
I love
We're
it.
just gonna
Yeah.
go for it.
Go
So
athletics.
There it is.
So I would say it would be an athletics for grapple and then an acrobatics for your tumble through.
Oh,
Nope,
that's out of the tray.
Nope. Gotta be in the tray.
Okay.
23.
Do we have our heroic points?
Are you gonna use it on that?
You have one, yeah.
You're using it on that?
Away from getting her
Honestly,
stuff.
respect. This is a horrible idea.
Oh my gosh.
No, it's what Annabelle would do though.
And it's
Yeah, it is.
it's absolutely what I'm gonna do.
24.
Oh my god. Okay.
Wow.
Like goes out of your reach, you go a little bit further.
So, man, Annabelle, she goes for it. I'm talking the most expertly and planned tumble that you've ever seen. I would even say the thought crosses your mind that she knew you were going to try to stop her, giving you guys some experience in the past with traveling for the past how many years? 4 or 5 years. I think, and you just know her slightly better than she can react. And you manage to grab her by the scruff of her linen shirt and pull her right back.
What the fuck?
Fredrick and bear hugs her.
What the fuck?
She's so
It's
fast.
too easy. Use brain.
Shit.
Use brain. Too easy.
You think it would be...
Look for trap.
Yeah, remember the
And
door was
once I
fixed.
know she's calmed down, then only then.
Okay. Place it down. I'm gonna say you cannot try another tumble through.
No.
That was it.
She's not going to.
You gave it your shot and you.
She's not
failed.
going to.
There's a rule of thumbs that I learned to use in the wastelands, which is that you don't touch anything until you know what it is.
I know what it
And
is.
Also,
It is my fucking lantern and my shit.
to learn what something is, sometimes you have to touch it.
Easy path.
1 second.
Don't exist.
Pause, you guys. Real quick, for those supplying suggestions, a rule, I should probably have mentioned this, I cannot force them to do something.
Oh no.
Keeping my shorts on.
I've tried to manipulate your suggestion in a way that isn't wrenching control from them, but for the future, any suggestions you make have to be something I, as the GM, can do outside of controlling their characters for them. But I will attempt. It's all right. It was the first one. But
There you go.
I tried.
Thank you for interacting influential
But thank you for
spirits.
interacting influential spirits.
go.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Well
I'll speak
said,
to that.
Matthew.
Working
yeah,
as
yeah,
intended.
But unfortunately, that's not gonna. I can't force them to do that. However, if you can find like another way, if you guys in the chat can come to a consensus about how you can manipulate that in a way that I can do as a GM, I will extend the timer and do it around the next half hour or so. Okay, let's continue that. Sorry. Continue your roleplay. I apologize.
If I may,
You may.
can Witton carefully investigate around our stuff to see if it is trapped?
So you want to
Or like if there's like strings or anything around.
So in the miniature space, the stuff is on the opposite end of the room, past this row of rock-like headstone-looking things, and it's right on the end of the room. It's in a refuse pile.
I mean, if it's past like headstone-looking things, is it? What is it? There's a. I'm trying to figure out what it is. Oh wait, search. Seek meticulously for hidden features at half speed.
Okay, so you want to take a look and figure out.
Search.
And search
like,
what's going on.
just move
for the
through.
headstones, or
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
It doesn't say there's an action based on that.
Oh, so
It's
you're just gonna do
just
it.
do it.
Is that a combat action?
It is.
Or is it
hang on.
just like
Exploring.
Exploration.
Oh, it is an exploration action. Okay, so you're looking at the headstones. I would say that they are they're
Seek. Seek check.
Oh.
okay. I was like, what? There's no roll.
Sorry.
What
That's
is
my bad.
happening? Okay, great. The Flight of Destiny.
Yup.
Bring it.
Little closer, please.
We've done a lot of these so far.
Yep. Hit the light.
Yeah, it's okay. We got it. We're good.
Oh, I see it now. Damn. There it is.
Okay.
And it's using perception.
Yeah. So what's your modifier?
Where is it? Oh, there it is. 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you. What a
You-
heavy.
Oh, you're getting that
Nice.
Wow.
Hand-eye
These
coordination.
headstones contain religious markings of some type, like almost like a. You don't know from your experience if this is a curse or what type, but it is a form of what seems to be an abyssal rite, or it is attempting to do something. Upon approach, it doesn't react to you whatsoever, but it is drawn in a way in the pattern of the symbols, which again is these interesting kind of cloven symbols that you don't personally recognize, in a circular pattern that is indicative of something almost ritualistic about it. There's something ritualistic about it.
And there's no way for me to be able to tell if there's like a range based on this or anything.
A range?
Like if, because my initial thought is, oh, if somebody gets, well, but I'm not triggering anything.
It's not doing anything to your presence
yeah.
as far as you can tell. And I mean, yeah, there it is.
At the very least, I don't think these tombstones do much, so we can pass by these, possibly.
Okay.
So looking around at this space, does it seem very poorly man-made? Because you said that the stones around us on the walls almost look like they're cleaved out.
Right. Make a recall knowledge religion check.
Witton is
Can I-
also gonna keep going.
And that's a
if
secret
possible.
check.
Oh.
Man,
You gotta
it's
say
a
it before
lot of
you-
secret check.
You gotta
Yeah,
say
you
it
gotta-
before.
And which one did you say?
Religion. Just make a religion check for me.
You can. Oh, wow. Okay. 17.
These are made by claw. I would say your experience in stonework would indicate to you that this was not made by mortal hands. This is cleaved almost like a dog digging in dirt, but instead it's claws digging in stone. So this has obviously been cleaved by something extra.
Like the entirety structure
The
of this.
entirety, every room you have been in looks like this. Like almost like an ant farm, but something large, most likely large, given the gouges in the wall, and something grotesque, given the red residue that is remaining by. There's like a fluid that remains in these claw marks, has created these tunnels.
And Grim, they're flush to the wall.
They are flush to the wall. Oh, the stones?
Headstones.
Yeah, they are flush to the wall.
And our stuff's at the very end.
Stuff's at the very end, with a bright shining light
But
gleaming on
the
it.
crown is on our end.
The crown is on your end. That is correct.
So as I said,
I forgot about the crown.
never touch anything unless you know what it is. But sometimes to figure that out, you have to touch it.
Guys,
Okay.
this
Are
is
we
a
going to
really,
touch the crown?
really weird
I would like
place.
to inspect the pedestal and crown 1st.
Okay. I want you
It's right there.
I approach it.
to give me a, let's say, yeah, that's right.
You know, the fact that this place isn't coming down on us is an absolute miracle.
I know. We're not being quiet.
Again, I want you to make a religion check for this particular one.
25.
Yes!
Nice.
There we go.
They call him the Goblin.
So,
I'm the Goblin.
is this just you perceiving it, or are you reaching for it?
I'm not touching it.
You're not
This is
touching
just
it.
me looking at it. Do I recognize markings? Does it seem magical? That kind of stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't say magical is the right word,
Arcane.
but it is. There is definitely something going on here, and you get the sense innately, given the nature of the symbology at the base, which there are again these strange cleaved symbols. And I'm assuming that maybe you have seen from the side of your eye the tombstones with their symbols as well. It does reflect that symbology, the way it's structured. And the crown itself feels more like a tool, but at the same time, it is definitely something that I think it's going to, if you go for it, test you. And that is all you can divine almost innately from inspecting it. It's coming from something you've encountered before in the past. So you can't quite recall what scenario. It does indicate those features.
So this has a lot going on around it.
I mean, it's pretty simple.
I think possibly it's used to activate or control something perhaps around here.
Is there anything written on it?
Yes. There
Can you
are
read it?
No.
I go.
It's right there. If you just look at the base of the pedestal.
Can Fredrick read it?
One here.
Yes.
One
What's it
over
say?
there.
It says... Sorry, were you continuing? Honestly, dude, what's crazy is your vocal tone is like in a register that like my brain just
Tunes out.
starts to just it's because it's quiet. No, it's
Yeah.
it's not
You
in
are
a way.
background
It's
noise.
quiet.
Yeah.
And I'm used to, my family is so loud. I'm used to bombastic people. It's like,
I am but a noisemaker. Put me on
yeah,
at
get
night
a.
to sleep.
Can we get a
so
mic
soundly.
boost over here, please?
Hey
No.
Google, play rain noises.
So
Is this on?
go ahead and continue. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
I was speaking until you started. There's word over there.
Okay. It says, "Ye who is stronger may control that which is not." Is all it says.
And Fredrick will start looking over everybody.
What are you looking at me like that? I tried to put on a rope.
So what's it say?
It says, "He who is stronger shall control that which is not." The issue is, does it refer to the physical strength or the strength of mind?
You know, you're quite introspective even though you're so big. I really like that. Well, you should try it. You're the biggest.
Annabelle,
Yes, could I try a...
do you remember how you found me?
Yes.
Good, I grab it.
God fucking...
Fantastic. Okay.
Whoa! Starts going into
I
this
want
big
you-
backstory.
I want you to make a secret will check.
Fucking damn it.
Should I get a non-metal
First
dice
time
for
I've
you?
seen it.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Non-metal.
Non-metal.
Set.
You can use one of mine.
Mine are only metal.
Oh, it's got some...
Can't wait to have like
Don't worry, I
permanent
have plenty.
fixtures in here for this.
Let's just pivot.
This will work.
Yeah.
That
Sure.
is insane.
That's crazy.
Ready?
Yep, go for it.
I just love the
What
sound
kind-
of it
what's
swiping.
modifier?
Will.
6.
Ooh.
6.
Now I gotta look at the DCs I applied for this. Give me a second.
Find out. We need a resting place for the tube.
Yeah, the tube is a problem. I predicted as such. Okay.
Yeah.
It's cool though.
Math. Yeah. Okay. So-
I got it.
Okay. You
far as I can tell.
remove the crown with no problems. It comes off the pedestal, and there it is.
Sick.
It's in your hands.
Are you feeling all right?
Oh,
Put it on.
Fredrick!
It looks quite good on him.
Could you?
I want you to make
Annabelle.
I just want you to make some type of athletics check for
I
me.
thought we were
Athletics
saying names.
check?
Sorry.
I thought that.
Non-secret, just give me the.
16.
Okay. You successfully wear it. Congratulations. It plops on your head, and you start to hear something. Underneath each of the marked tombstones,
Yeah.
you hear something along the lines of, it's in garbled abyssal at first, and then it starts to harmonize into, it is unintelligible. It is abyssal, but you cannot determine what the words are. But you can tell there's at least 5 distinct voices under each of these markings
Can I
that
tell
is
which ones
harmoniously talking in unison.
Can I tell which ones have voices?
You can. It is probably going to be the
Would it be
furthest
able
ones.
to navigate a path avoiding those?
I would say probably not. They're interspersed in between. Like it's not something that's necessarily going to be avoidable. But they are talking, and I will also state, you feel a level of interconnectivity with these entities that are speaking.
How heavy is that
God, that was me.
coffin there?
I've got a raging
How
headache.
heavy is the un?
Yeah.
Oh, it's how heavy is a coffin?
Is it dragon?
It's like 20, 30 pounds of wood, maybe.
sure.
Stay here, and I'll drag it to our gear.
Shoddy cock.
Okay, so you drag it through. So as you drag it through, nothing happens. You're dragging it through.
I load all of our shit into that,
Okay.
and then I take it back.
Careful with the.
So upon
He
touching
knows how precious these things
the
are.
gear,
Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
There it is.
oompa loompa doopity doo. So upon
Here's what happens to you.
touching the gear. First, I should state, as you're walking down, you notice a door of familiar make
Yeah.
as to the other one. And your hand goes and touches the gear as you start to rake it into the coffin. It does work, but the crown starts to glow. And I would say it's not hurting you yet, but it is almost like a searing, starting to boil into a searing, sort of a heat pain or emanating from the rim of the
I
hat.
step away.
You step away. Nothing is changing. The temperature is starting to increase and it's staying the same. I want you to make another will check for me.
That thing's glowing.
Ooh.
That
Uh-oh.
doesn't look good.
15.
Okay.
I want to go join him.
So you
Well,
have
hang on.
now entered, and you know this for certain,
Uh-oh.
a battle of wills.
Oh,
With
no.
something underneath these stones,
Okay.
you freeze in place as you almost instinctively start to concentrate on battling whatever these things are. At first, you feel like you have the upper hand. These entities are being suppressed, but as time, and what seconds feel like an eternity, as time ticks, you realize shortly that you're not going to be able to withhold whatever is happening for much longer. They're
Fredrick,
dominating
talk
you.
to us.
Fredrick, I
I'm
know we
running
haven't.
over to
You are
him.
completely unable to speak. Well, you,
Okay.
you can speak, actually, but I would say that
Something is fighting back.
Are
There
we
are
able to
things
get closer?
beneath the stonework.
I would say this is
Dangerous
extremely
things.
strenuous. Like, you know, have you ever been constipated? Like, that's what's going on right now.
Yeah.
There are things beneath
That was
the
it. That's all I
stonework.
needed.
I sprint for my stuff
You start to
as
sprint.
soon as I see him
Annabelle is
freeze.
sprinting
You-
to Fredrick.
Or as soon as he said there's fighting.
As you reach Fredrick,
Okay.
3 of the stones erupt. Roll initiative.
I'm the closest to my stuff.
That's cocked.
And none of you were sneaking or anything, right?
Yeah,
So
no.
it's just going to be
No.
standard
Just
As soon
perception.
as he said
Perception.
something's fighting him, I was like, whoa.
Holy shit balls.
I will state for the metagaming
Not good
folks
enough.
around us, you did manage, you dominated a couple, but just
Yeah.
not enough. You see arising from these coffins You see arising from these coffins, and I'm gonna swap. Please don't let me forget to swap this back. Oh God.
We'll try and remember.
You see what look like normal little rats.
Oh.
Look how cute they are.
Always the rats. Take our
I
food.
will allow one of you
Any food?
to make a secret recall knowledge check using, again, a lot of religion in this dungeon. Religion.
Can I?
I'll do religion.
Well, whose character would make it the most sense?
I
Probably you. You're the cleric.
Hi.
Okay, entities.
Not this guy.
Not that
Okay.
guy.
So you
Not that guy.
go ahead, take the pipe of destiny.
I spec for that.
Yeah, just get it in there, and I'll like.
Yeah, it's in.
I'll
Yeah, baby.
My gosh.
We're gonna do this.
So very precarious.
Okay,
You rolled.
awesome. It rolled before. Like,
Yeah, I trust you. I trust
I got
you.
it before it rolled.
I
Okay.
trust the GM.
And
Wow.
what's your?
Nat one again.
And
Crazy.
what is your
Religion,
Yes.
7.
Fantastic.
I love hearing that from the GM. It makes me happy.
Whoa!
Got it.
Fantastic.
I have a
So
heart attack every time
you,
this dice rolls.
you,
Yeah.
unfortunately, know what this
I do.
is.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is. Well, I'll first describe what you see. I guess I'll sit for this first, because I'm in dungeon.
Yeah.
You see a growth on the back of these rats' necks. It's quite unsettling. This is what you would know to be the demon's equivalent of waste. Not necessarily the kind of waste you're
Like
thinking
bodily,
about.
not that.
As demons in the world stop eating mortal materia and are going too long without it, they start to dissolve. And as they dissolve, their essence is prone, almost like an immunocompromised individual, to all sorts of abyssal things. One of which is a certain type of infection prevalent amongst a very, well, you would not know necessarily the name of them, but you would know what people call them. They are called...
Could it be waste rats by chance?
Do what?
I said, could it be waste rats?
Wait, they're called waste rats. No, you would know that people know this infection as synth-nigot-itis. Okay.
Oh,
You got that.
So,
Yeah.
but people call them the synth-nigots. Okay.
got it.
This infection is very deadly to demons, and this is, you automatically know, their disposal. They have a particularly nasty trait, which is they can spread this disease to others. You know all this from your roll. It's a very
Yeah.
good roll, by the way.
Yay, critical success.
So yeah, for that, yeah, it was. Usually you're not supposed to inform, but okay. Yeah, so,
I kind of assumed by all the knowledge that I was getting.
It is bad news bears. Now,
Yeah.
so first off, I want everybody to tell me what their rolls were. Paige, starting with you.
13.
18.
Actually.
Ah, yay.
Poor rats.
Only 2 left.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
And you're still naked.
None of us
Hit him
have
with your
shit.
hammer.
I have
None
a
of you
hammer.
Stop staring.
I remind you.
It's cold.
No one
None
has
of you
armor.
have
It's
armor.
out of concern.
I
Oh.
will also remind you.
So what's your AC with your armor?
I will also remind you that some of you are in the back end of the room and some of you are in the front end.
Yeah.
Yep.
How'd you know?
It's me and you, buddy.
Because I don't know.
Well,
He says frozen in
So-
place background.
We were looking
Froze
at
like this?
you and
I'll
you
leave you hanging, sorry.
I think
over
just 10
here.
plus dex. No. Couldn't be.
with the
Your
coffin.
AC.
We left you hanging
I'll say the
Without
coffins.
armor.
And you guys were at the opposite end of the room. I guess you would be looking at this headstone here.
Does the coffin block any of them
And-
from coming up?
No.
It's worth a shot.
Worth a
Was.
shot, guys. We gave it a shot. Out from the spring comes.
How much and whose gear did I get out?
How much of you got like a handful? You got like scraped half, like a quarter, or like a third, or
All right.
that's too much. What am I saying? You get barely any. You get like a helmet and a sword, and that's
Okay.
it.
Did I get my sword?
Not great. Okay, so there we are. We're having bad news.
Bad news bears.
Bad news bears going on right now. Okay, so with that, we'll now go through initiative. Sorry about that.
All good.
All right.
So
We had Paige with 13, Witton with 10,
18.
I just
I was about to say
wrote a really bad
10.
8. I wrote a really bad 8.
17.
24.
Jesus.
Okay. All right.
12.
Okay,
Take
now.
care of yourself. Yeah. I guess.
Okay.
That's either really good or really bad.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Okay. Place it next to the stuff.
Where are you?
I'm medicated.
No,
Unless you have
maybe
to-
not.
Did I hear the word metagaming?
Yeah. I
I
said
think
not
it's just
medicated.
dex.
Okay.
Hyphen.
Oh, in
So 10 plus
Unless
dex.
you have to
Okay.
use an action to do that combat. So the other I feel like fighting fewer enemies is always better than fighting more enemies.
Plus proficiency.
Okay, great. So we've got Fredrick. We've got.
I see it. I'm just like sprinting. You said, what did you say? You were like, there's
Creatures underground.
creatures underground, and I start sprinting, and they like burst up like right as I grab your shoulder, and I'm reaching for my bow. And it's like freeze in place.
The slow down Hollywood move. You got the bullet time camera around you.
See Torin in the background just
that.
jumping. Only the
got-
cleric
That
knows
was your
what they are.
trained in defense.
Such a small room.
Yeah.
Target rich environment.
By reaching for my bow, I meant reaching for my dog slicer.
That makes sense.
Anything I say serious.
I'm not sweating, you're sweating.
Got some deodorant out in the car.
So do I.
I think while this is happening, Witton, knowing this about the rats, will just say, "I wouldn't let them touch you if I were you. Just do your best."
Yeah. I'll let you.
Oh, the wats?
Yes, the rats.
Yeah, that's what I call waste rats.
Okie dokie. We are set. All right. So first up is Fredrick. What do you do?
First, the player has a question.
Yep.
Crown.
Crown.
Still burning?
I would say that it is the magic of it has been dispelled. It is no longer doing what it used to do.
Okay.
You successfully high five.
It's within my reach. Is my sword there?
Ooh. I think you'll have to use an action to
Absolutely.
To
I was planning to do it already. I just want to see if I had to move first.
Yeah, no, you're next to all your stuff, so I will let you.
I will
I'll let
spend
you.
one action wrapping my sword.
Well, first you have to
Search
find
for
it.
it.
Find it. You have to
Oh,
search for it.
I will search for my sword.
Okay. So how are you gonna search for it?
I'm gonna.
Seek?
Well, if I didn't see it in the first handful going into the coffin, I already know 50-50 where it's not. So I'll turn to the pile
Yeah.
and I'll just start shoving things over. I mean, it's a bastard sword. It's pretty long. It should be
You find
decently.
it.
There you go.
I take it. I turn back to the enemies that came up.
And make sure you face them.
Yeah.
I face my enemies.
Face your enemies.
Is there?
Oh my
It'll tough to see because I am blind.
Page 7.
Is there one next to me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna two-hand the bastard sword.
Okay.
I'm going to make a I'm gonna spend 2 action points to make a power attack.
Yeah, do it. All right, go for it. Let's see it. Swing that sword. Just
So it's a plus 10.
I love that you have a tray and you're rolling it on
25.
Trays for holding dice.
What?
Yeah, cheers for holding the dice.
okay.
Don't judge me. I'm sensitive.
That does hit.
Okay, so I 2-handed it, so that's the 12.
Oof.
You got it, big beefy.
So that's a 6, and then power attack, so another 12.
Another D12.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Plus your strength.
Stupid fighters.
Plus my strength and all my stuff now. So it's a plus 4 to everything. So 6, 12, 16 points of slashing damage.
How do you want to do it?
I look over, like, don't touch it.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have the first death. Give a round of applause. So you pivot, and your bastard sword makes it's like cutting through cheese or something. It cleaves it clear in 2. Now, what you don't expect.
Oh.
It explodes.
No.
Thank God.
When you cleave it, the remains start to bubble and fizz and start to subtly expand.
Oh, I don't like it.
He can't back away
Well,
from
it's
it.
over. Yeah, you're done. Your turn's out of here, right? That's 3 actions.
That's 3
Yikes.
actions. I would like to complete my turn.
Well, with that, this rat has died.
That specific rat.
All right, Witton, go for it.
Just with the knowledge that I got about the rats before, would I know if they are living or undead?
They are okay. You would know that the rat is simply the anchor for the demon that has dissolved. Demons don't die. You would know this. They don't die. They just dissipate.
Yeah.
And they cling on to whatever they can find. And in that way, this particular group of demons that have starved, more or less, have clinged onto these rats and have been infected with the synagogue. So with that in mind, you definitely. What was the question? ADHD.
Living or undead?
No, I would say that it is living.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I will use 2 actions. And I'm right beside one of them, I believe, correct?
What?
I am right beside one of them, correct?
We were right beside. Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Let's see.
I
You are.
believe-
You know what? Actually, you are. You are
Yeah.
able to match. Yeah.
So then I will reach down to the rat, and I would like to cast Chill Touch on it.
You just said not to touch it.
I said don't let it touch you.
Oh, this man.
There you go.
And I need it to make a Fortitude saving throw.
Okay. Let's make a fort.
Fortnite. Fort.
Wait.
Cramps.
Come on, please.
28.
Oh.
Okay.
What cool thing happened?
You okay?
So
God,
nothing
it's just like-
happens.
Fantastic. So you go to reach for the rat with chilling
With
touch.
chill, yeah.
Now there is this sort of protrusion on the top of its head. It almost looks like a Venus flytrap, and it bashes your hand away before you can make contact.
This is why you do not trust the gods.
Are you Dane? Are you a Dane? I'm okay with it. I just want to know.
Then
that-
I
Are
will.
you a Dane, like a Viking? No.
Let's see. Then I'm going to try and.
I've been
what
watching
is
The Last Kingdom.
Oh.
What is the
It's a good show.
It's a good show. I've already seen it, but I want to rewatch
the D? It's the thing where I'm trying to like make them flat-footed. There's an action I can't remember what it is.
Right.
Demoralize?
Demoralize. Thank you.
Okay,
So
try to.
I don't remember what demoralize is.
Intimidation check, but
Intimidation.
it has to be verbal unless you have a feat, and I
Yeah.
think they have to understand your language.
Oh.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, if
You
the
might
target
be
is
able to
not,
scare
you're not
them.
speaking language, can't hear you. -4 circumstance penalty.
Okay. You can still try.
No, never mind. I'm knowing that I'm gonna try and aid who is beside me. The goblin's beside me. I'm gonna try and aid him. No?
I'm up by Fredrick.
Oh, that's right. So
Me
then,
and Torin.
yes. Torin's up next, or beside me though. I'm gonna try and aid him. So DC 20 check. I don't know what roll. It's just DC 20 check to give a +1 circumstance to assisted skill check or attack roll.
Okay.
So is it just a flat D20 roll? Because it doesn't really say.
Crit success is +2, plus
Hang
skill
on.
task, +4.
I think typically you roll whatever they're.
Whatever.
Okay.
Whatever you're helping them with, probably.
So I know that you're martial, so I'll just, I guess, strength check then.
Is that a reaction? Or
It's
an action?
An aid
It's
is
an action.
Okay, I didn't know.
well,
if
it's oh wait,
something
8. It
that's
says
happening.
8, or it says action plus reaction.
So it's basically barred.
Oh, you can probably hold it.
Oh,
D&D
yeah,
bards.
you don't roll until
It's like
they're
the help
taking an
action.
action.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
So I don't roll
Kind of like a
until.
held action.
Okay, I was about to say, like,
Yeah,
what
I
are
was
you helping
confused.
them with? I don't know what you're helping
Yeah,
them with.
I'm just readying to
Ready,
help
you're
him.
going to do that. So, all right.
I
Anything
think that
else?
makes sense because then you'll know what he's going to do.
Exactly. Yeah, that's my turn then.
Okay, fantastic.
This game.
Because chill touch was
makes
2 actions and it
sense.
did nothing.
So how much room is in the hallway to get to our stuff?
You're looking at 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 feet.
25 feet. Okay, alright. Because I've only got 20 feet of movement.
And you don't know if these things have
Opportunity
Opportunity.
attack.
opportunity.
Yeah, and all he said was like, you
Because
just
we
don't
don't
let
let
him
it
touch
get-
you. Just don't let him touch you.
The
So
big
I'm
one.
gonna run in, and then from there, I'd like to use my first action to stride up to the first one next to us.
Okay.
I've got this weird stick in my hand. I'd say it's probably ready because I'm just holding it. So like a
Yeah.
bonk.
You're gonna bonk it.
I'm gonna
Bonk.
absolutely try to bonk.
Big bonk.
Okay, so you rush past Annabelle screaming, "Out of my way!" I'm just kidding. And you go up.
Get out of
to-
my way! No, I'm just kidding. I would never say that.
Don't
I
you
would never
fucking
take
dare.
control over your character.
So he very politely, oh, excuse me.
And you're gonna try to bonk it. All right. I would say with this stat spread of this random club you have, let's go with. Is there a wooden club item?
Yes.
Okay, let's use that.
So like a D4 or something?
That's probably a T4 if I had to guess. I don't actually. No, I don't have the entirety of the.
It's actually the weapon of my god.
Oh, is it?
It now goes up one step. My deific weapon.
No.
There is a club. Hang on.
No, my god likes rapiers.
It's a oh, D6.
1d6.
That's just as good as my regular shield.
Simple melee. And also,
It's awesome as bludgeoning.
the aid thing, it says the ability check is determined by you, and the DC check is, or the DC is normally 20, but you can decide if it changes.
Okay, no, that I think is fine.
Yeah.
Well, then I'll use my second action to try to bonk on one of them right on the the weird little fuse on their head.
Okay. The fuse. I don't even need to aid him.
Buddy.
Nope, don't even need it.
So, would I add my proficiency?
Are you proficient with
Are you proficient with
simple?
clubs?
Yes, I am
Simple weapon.
proficient with
Then
simple
you would have
weapons.
proficiency.
So that would be a 27.
All right, with a 27.
Might that be a crit?
It is indeed a
traitorous
crit.
I think I'm just trained.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trained.
Yeah.
Most of us are.
Yeah, it is a critical success.
So do I do it twice or just double it?
God, what the heck? You guys are naked.
So I just
You've not
I
seen
bring
Dark
it over my
Souls?
head like my
Naked
dice,
Bill.
yeah.
and then I'm just gonna take both hands and just.
Yeah!
And so that would be. I probably don't add anything.
So that plus whatever the modifier would be, if there is a modifier for yours, and you double that after your
Strength.
proficiency
to. Oh, okay. Well then that would be 12 bludgeoning damage in total.
in total. Okay, so you go up to it, and with the strength of a fiery rage, you try to bonk it. How
I
do you
mean, it's
wanna
not
do it?
very. I just want to put it out of its misery.
Yes.
How do you want to do this?
Yes.
Yeah!
They're half dead demons and rats
Yeah.
that have possessed
Yeah.
rat bodies.
You know, I
Just demoralizing me.
But
I
they're
don't
scary
necessarily
looking.
like.
Bet you
Torin
wanna
doesn't
try that
necessarily
table
like to
play
kill
now.
things, but he definitely sees a wounded animal that appears to be suffering. So he's just, it's what you do as a child. You'd have to put it out. You just take a big club.
You're gonna old yeller it?
He's used to it. Old Yeller the rat. He looks at it. They make eye contact for 1 second, and he knows that's the last thing this rat ever sees. And he just closes his eyes at the very last minute.
And you end with the swing of your club. Its head blows up. It explodes.
And then from
Now, I will say the same thing occurs with this rat. It starts to bubble and it starts to expand by like just a little bit at first, but it starts to expand.
is there any room over there by you?
Nope.
See, there looks like there's room. I think I might have a little bit of movement left.
I think you would if you have another. So you
That's
move.
my second action.
What's
I
your
moved.
second action?
Struck.
Move stride. Yeah, you can stride again.
I'd like to get within 5 feet
Okay,
of
so
the stuff.
you travel within 5 feet of this stuff. Okay, great.
Get in here.
The rat does nothing as you pass.
Okay.
Next up is. Are they not even gonna be able to attack?
I don't think they will.
I was like, man, I gotta keep it chill. 'Cause they're naked.
But there's still 2 more.
I mean,
No,
compared.
Annabelle
No,
is
they
equipped-
have
Annabelle
been
is equipped
successfully
with a
dominated
femur,
by yours truly, Fredrick.
I mean, compared to what happened
fair.
during the mock
look
section
at
where
this.
we almost died
Yeah, that was funny.
immediately.
That was your fault.
Freaking
You blew
Paige
yourself up.
almost
I
got.
think it was
Yeah,
You
and
blew
my
yourself
hair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
your precious hair. Different story for a different time.
When I
So
was
you
Philo,
go.
yeah.
Okay. So next up, we're looking at Annabelle. What would you like?
Hello,
to do?
hello. Can I look at the bubbling mounds and attempt recall knowledge with
Yeah.
my first action to see if there is. I think I'm specifically like, is there a better way to kill these things that won't then threaten us, or is these remnants threatening? Like that's
Yeah.
kind
What's going on?
what's going on with that?
I like to personally
What's
think
up?
that your character is just
What's
like,
up?
Oh, this one's kind of big. Hold on, let me-
touch this
Take a
part
what's up
really
check.
This one's smaller. We'll do this. Ready?
Yep.
It seems like it, yeah.
Like the rat was
Okay.
more
What's
than
the
willing.
modifier?
Would this be religion?
It would be religion.
Okay, +5.
Okay.
Not bad.
As you watch the bubbling amorphous goop expand across the floor for both of where the dead rats have been slain. Ooh!
Eye contact. Eye contact.
Like you and
Anyway,
the
as you witness the bubbling
Yeah.
of this mass, you understand that this is again, you guys both have spent a lot of time on the road, about 5 years. You've encountered something similar, not in this circumstance, but something similar before. This is going to keep bubbling and growing until the room it's in is so compressed that it will collapse and vanish.
Nice.
Okay.
Huh.
Okay. Okay. Well,
That's why they have rough and ready rooms. They have to keep remaking
how
them.
big has it grown?
Not very big, but
Not. It's not like.
every battle round or every
They-
turn
they're
it
growing.
grows. I would say probably by like a half foot to a foot.
Okay. So then Annabelle will.
You can move to the one that I failed to
Yeah,
hurt.
she's going to stride.
Everyone else one-shotting
Is
you.
the rat just no?
Hey, that's not nice. Laugh. That was very funny.
She's going to stride to that
My chin's
rat.
hurt.
Don't kill
I don't know if there's really a path.
You can step between me.
You
Well,
can
Torin's
move-
not there anymore.
You can
remember?
move through.
Oh,
Yeah,
ally
you can
spaces.
work.
Yeah.
You can get there.
Okay, and
Yeah.
she will take her final action to try and stab it with the femur.
With the femur.
She kept the femur.
We'll
That's
kept
count
it,
that
yeah.
as a knife, I think. As
Cool,
a
like
weapon,
dagger?
like a dagger, a knife of some caliber.
Yeah.
So roll for that for me.
okay.
And these poor sons of. Oh yeah, this one's
Get
dead.
it, get it, get it, get it.
Last
Big roll,
one.
big roll, big
Heyo,
roll, big roll.
dirty 20 to hit.
Heyo.
Yeah, that is.
Heyo.
God,
It's okay, her hits don't do
when was the last time I take it easy on you guys?
Don't. No.
6
How about-
damage.
How about no?
Yeah.
6 damage.
6 damage.
Okay, so you walk up to it and bonk, and it does reel back a little bit, and its poor rat's head is sort of concave now, and its teeth have like I don't know if you've seen the old cartoon.
Yeah. It went out.
Jut out, and its synthagot is like that, screaming at the top of its lungs in pain.
Can you split your movement in Pathfinder?
I don't think so.
You're not the first person to ask me that. Who asked me that? Split
Or-
movement. No, I was talking about it with somebody else. I think it's a no.
No.
I'm pretty sure
Okay.
it's no. It's a stride
Yeah.
action to move.
Because
Yeah.
like you can do it
But maybe
3
not
times.
all.
So it's
Right,
like, bro, why would
right.
you split a movement? So no,
Cool.
you
Okay,
cannot.
then that's all she can do.
All right, we're moving on
She
with.
is gonna yell to Fredrick, "Get all of our shit in there, and we have to move.
Yeah. Fredrick's too busy
Fredrick!
commiserating with the goblin.
Get our shit in the coffin, and we have to move." Be careful
So
with my land.
the goblin, it is your turn.
It's my turn.
So aggressive until the
They're
last.
smashing people behind me, and I'm just going through all of our stuff. Be like, I saw him here somewhere, and I'm looking for my weapon, specifically my melee weapon.
Okay. You're spinning an action to see.
Yes.
Okay, you do find
Nah.
the whip.
Oh, okay. Not the one I
I
was
don't
looking
like how he
for.
said the whip.
The
The whip.
I think you find the whip.
He didn't say a whip. He said the whip.
The whip.
Is it my whip?
Yeah, it's your whip.
It's his
Well,
whip.
hold on.
Are you gonna nay?
No, I'm right. Yeah, you find the whip.
I find my,
You find the whip. Yeah.
I find
You're welcome.
It's the last
My
time I dealt
whip.
myself.
Okay.
one action. I got it.
You got the whip.
I got the whip. I'm gonna turn around, and I see the 2 rats have exploded since I ran across, and I go, "Whoa!"
Witton still has his hand out like, come on.
I didn't know it's gonna explode.
Come on, like a lighter.
Come on! I see the bubbling liquid, and I'm not gonna do a check. I just
chill.
like that doesn't look great. So I want to just hop up onto the coffin within 10 feet of the rat. So I'll stride, hop up if I can do that as one movement, or one stride action, and then third action.
Okay. Let's see. Show me the money. Show me the money.
Come on, Trevor.
Come on.
It's
Oh!
a nat 20.
Yes!
These rats weren't ready.
Nice.
Bro,
hey,
I'm just gonna go ahead and
Just know that this isn't
Well,
gonna
before you do that,
Bodied.
if we want to go by the rules,
Never.
whip has the non-lethal trait, so I actually take a penalty to my roll to try to kill something.
Well,
with
nat
it.
20's plus 1 to the success type.
Yeah.
So,
Not to the
Yeah.
just to the roll itself, but yeah.
yeah, like it's gonna go.
As long as it hits, it's still good.
be. Yeah.
Let me get my D4.
This is probably the sickest death of all of them. Like the
2
Grossest.
it's just
To
puffs.
what?
But
points
it's
of damage.
but it's doubled.
In total?
2, and then I get.
Did you
double.
tell me your total hit score?
Oh no.
Yeah, you
I
did
just
not.
assumed that I hit. I'm sorry. My total hit score would be a 28 minus the penalty for non-lethal, which is like 2 or something. So
That
like
is still a crit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still a crit.
I rolled a 2 for damage, so 4.
Okay.
Plus.
Don't you add your
Do you
proficiency?
add?
Or not proficiency,
No.
but
No.
dex. What, really?
You don't add it.
Oh, maybe.
Should state.
I do think that there are weapons
Oh,
that you
I-
just do the die and that's... Or,
It's just because I'm using it as an agile weapon, so I'm using my dex, and I have 0 strength
Yeah.
modifier, so I just
Gotcha.
Yeah,
How do you want to do
gotcha.
it?
Gotcha.
It's not my main attacking weapon. It's just what I grabbed today.
How do you want to do it?
Oh!
That's the second time I've said that and no one's reacted.
Oh, sorry.
How? Like slower. Like
Jeez.
how?
Well, I guess it's time to punish you guys.
I hop up onto the coffin,
And the dragon comes out, and
and I unfurl the whip, and I think it wraps around the neck, and it's probably decayed so much that as I like crack it, it just kind of like snaps the neck.
Oh.
So, as a skilled whip enthusiast, you wrap it around its neck, and with an agile, almost like a, one of those like very, you
Yeah,
just
oh, yeah.
like a Billy badass. and the head of the rat spins a few times before popping right off. And like the others, the refuse has started to boil and grow. And with that, combat has
Helpfulness.
ended, but time and pressure has not. You are still in
begin
initiative order.
shoving
and
things.
things.
Oh, sorry.
You're still in initiative order, and those things are growing now. It's growing by about, I would say, how many 1, 2, 3, 4, about like 5 feet by now.
It's
starting
like
to
filling
fill.
their squares, basically.
It's filling the whole square now.
Uh-huh.
You guys got a boom.
Hey, Fredrick, do you think you could break the door?
We need to get to the door first.
Come over here.
I'm on my...
Fredrick, get the shit!
So here's how we'll do this. I don't think we need to go through the procession. I basically want you guys to all talk in order about what's your action. And every action, this thing is going to grow another foot.
Fredrick will spend everything it takes loading the coffin.
Okay. So action, load the coffin.
I'm assisting with loading.
Assisting with loading the coffin. Okay, that's 2
I'm
loading the
gonna check
coffin.
out the door.
I'll
Checking the
also
door.
help check out the door.
Checking the door.
Not looking at the door.
Not looking at the door. No, you guys aren't looking at the door.
I'm looking at the stuff.
I'm with them, with those two, but looking the other direction just in case, seeing
Okay,
if...
so you're assisting them in loading the...
Yeah, like I use part of my action economy to help them, part of it to like just look in the other direction to see like the progression of the rats, to see if it's...
So the way we'll do this is every turn we go about, you guys can do one general action rather than 3. That's just to make things a little bit easier. So you guys are cleaving in the loot. You have accomplished in dragging in at least, I would say, a fifth of it. You being a little bit more, about 2/5, and you again 1/5.
Okay.
You guys approach the door. No one's looking at it. What do you guys do?
I'm investigating it. I'm trying to figure out how to open it.
Okay. So
Does it seem the same?
If it seems the same, if it's...
it looks physically the same. No discernible locks. The edifice on the top. That's about all you know.
Do you want to try to open it first, or should I?
Closing eyes. Everyone look away.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
So you
ow.
close your
Works the
eyes,
same way?
and when the door is not looked upon, you hear a and then a over and over and over and over and over again.
Oh, fuck.
But when you reach forward, you feel the stone like moving rapidly up and down. Yeah,
Trying.
it's trying. It's trying.
You're doing your best, door.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'll give you guys one physical action. What do you guys want to try to accomplish?
So you just tried to push through, right? With your eyes closed, and told us to close our eyes.
I told you to, I said close our eyes. I tried to push through the door the same way. I imagine I need my thieves' tools, so...
This
There's
time,
nothing to pick.
so for me, what I'm gonna do, I'm going to turn around, following your example from the first time, and just try to walk backwards into the door.
Okay.
Shite! It's not working!
Is there any
something
space at
is
the bottom?
mechanically wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there any...
So with that,
Yeah.
Yeah.
the space has grown another foot. Right now, I would say where you guys all are again in the camera, it's not going to be perfect. Sorry, everybody, but it's basically going to be covering that second row. It's starting to cover it. You guys are all on the other end, and it's starting to cover. So your way forward has been blocked. I would say in about 2 turns, it's going to swallow you.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have 2 more, I would say,
I-
2 more actions to go.
Fredrick would like to leave loading the coffin
Yes.
to
Yes.
everybody else. He's going to dash back to the pedestal to put the crown back on it.
Oh.
There we go.
Okay.
I thought it had something to do with the crown, but it's so fast. It's like...
I'm not gonna lie, I forgot about the crown.
I did.
Yeah, this is good to know. You guys are gonna have a great time in the future.
Ah.
Okay, so you're
Or
trying to
the
dash
is
back.
bad.
I
Yes.
want you to make a 1 level, like an action will be an athletics check, and I'll let you get to the area.
No.
Athletics?
Yep.
24.
Okay. Without any sort of blocker, you
Terminator.
somersault, double back, and rush, and boom, place the crown onto the pedestal.
I thought,
Try it
no,
now.
it's not working! I
And-
still have my back
Looking,
against
not
it.
looking.
And what happens is the monstrous fiends that weren't.
God.
Son of a...
God damn.
Wait! Oh, snap.
late
Oh,
now.
no, the goblin said it. I guess we're. No. Begin to bust and bubble out as
Yeah.
well.
Yep.
So
Are they blocked by their bubbling?
Good try. Good try. Sorry.
It might still open. We don't know.
Yeah. So, what are you guys doing? The door is obviously there's some mechanical incorrect, like something imperfection going on.
Trying to break through it.
I'm not strong. I'm fucking tiny.
So
Neither
after
am
he
I.
put the crown back, like my back is still against the door. It's still.
And I was also
It's-
not looking at.
I would say, being so close, it sounds like it's hitting something and then coming back down, hitting something, coming back down, hitting something, coming back down. The enchantment is fighting some physical problem.
Physical barrier.
Okay. I will use my turn this round to literally inspect around the door.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it to you because of your affinity with stonework.
Okay.
I'm not going to have you have to roll in this particular case. There is a human bone, a femur, jammed up in the top right-hand corner. That is just stuck.
Annabelle, you left your femur.
I look towards you. Can you grab that?
Hoist me!
I'm fucking hoist you. I don't give a shit. We're gonna get out of this.
In the meantime, we finished putting.
Just step on me. Just step on me.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I would say you guys successfully get. So you go up. And I want you to do instead of I want you to do some sort of acrobatics for me.
Yeah.
Yes!
Acrobatics. We got
Get a
it.
girl. Get a
Come on,
girl.
come on,
Big
come on,
roll,
Get it,
big
get
roll,
it.
big roll,
One,
big roll,
one.
big roll,
Fuck
big
you.
roll,
One,
big roll,
one.
big roll.
It's a natural 20.
Okay, I'll celebrate.
27.
Yeah.
27.
Nice.
You
Huge.
like you've done. You probably have done this routine with Fredrick. God knows how many
Oh yeah.
times.
That's what I
You go, and she jumps into the flip and lands pinky toe, and then jumps up, and with just her like very gracefully her thumb and index or thumb and pointer finger, and then drops back down and lands with a bow.
My
Yeah,
God.
Look away from the fucking door.
That was beautiful.
the door.
Go backwards. Go backwards. Go backwards.
I don't think
So
it's
you
open.
run and try to get back in.
I run back past the creatures, grab the coffin, and drag
Stiff
it backwards.
arms.
Right.
This is football.
Okay.
Stiff arms.
So you all made it.
Chandler's like, just look at the door. Just look at the door. Just look at the door. Just look at the door.
Inspect the door.
We touched it. We touched
How
it.
did that get there?
I did nothing.
wasn't
Oh,
mine.
I stepped on peanuts. I was like, what was that?
Oh, the
Oh, the
peanut.
chocolate.
The
That's
peanut
why
that
I
was
threw it.
thrown.
Chocolate. missed.
You missed.
Yeah, that got stressful.
Fredrick,
Like, it wasn't even the rat. It
Fredrick
wasn't even the rat.
Fucking natural 20.
immediately begin getting his gear on.
Oh my god.
Oh,
You enter-
yeah.
You enter a room, and before you is a open chest. The chest has who's looking at it?
I guess everyone.
Fight.
I mean-
One person. I want one person who's looking at it. Fight. I don't care.
I'll do
Take
it.
it.
Do it now.
You see
Start to put armor on.
your amulet.
Okay.
You see your amulet.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. What? What? You see your amulet? I don't know what the deal is.
Do you see
my
anything
Okay.
else in there?
God.
Your name
Is there
Graham.
anything else in the chest? Witton's gonna move
No,
up
no,
to it.
it's just an amulet. You were the first to look
Bruh.
at it. It's just the amulet. You guys are able again that the door's open. The room is essentially a carved room, but other than the table and the chest, there's nothing in here.
And nothing seems to be spilling out.
Nothing spilling out. That you hear disastrous noises coming from there, wailing. You especially still hear like it's starting to fade, but from the crown experience, you are starting to hear. You still hear vaguely shrieks of like just in the most grotesque suffering you've ever heard going on. But over the course of about 30 seconds, it fades to nothing.
Oh.
The door, by the way, even when you don't look at it, is not opening. It is. It's stuck.
Yeah.
Stuck. But you have your stuff.
I put my
We have all
clothes
my-
on.
Put your clothes. Okay.
Have
That's about
all of my
It's gonna
things?
take about 10 minutes. So go ahead and do that. Yeah.
Could
Held
I?
everything?
I'm Witton's cautious. Can I seek around and make sure that nothing around the chest where the amulet is
No, I matched my token.
like
Yeah.
trapped or anything around there?
Yeah. Go for it.
amazing.
So how many hero points did we get for that?
Oh my
I would
God.
say Joe.
Negative
Okay.
zero.
Joe.
I would
So
say Joe.
the seek uses perception. So total of 25. 5.
Nothing of consequence or interest.
Okay.
Just your necklace in a chest.
Yeah. He's gonna reach for it and just hold it in his hand for a moment.
Okay.
Looking at it. And I'll put it on.
Put it on.
I want to go look
You
at the chest.
feel a surge of something familiar as your eyes adjust from their usual vibrant yellow to a crisp.
Crisp.
I'm going with it.
Yeah, go for it.
Crisp amethyst.
Oh.
Okay.
I heard about
Okay.
That's
And they
where
stay
got
that
the
way?
guy.
I mean, I can't see it, but like.
Yeah, they're amethyst right now.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
I heard
Sorry,
about
that's
you. You're the guy. With the eyes and everything.
You're gonna have to be a
Witton.
little more specific.
You have the cool eyes.
Witton. That's his name.
Witton. I'm Torin, by the way.
Nice to finally meet you.
Nice to meet
I
you.
know you guys. We haven't worked closely a whole lot. But
And you're the Goblin.
I'm the Goblin,
Everyone
Claire
calls me
Rick.
Yes.
First name Claire, second first name Rick. K for both the cuz.
Claire and I go way back.
Yeah, we met outside this place.
Oh,
Did you guys really never know?
Everyone always just called him the Goblin.
no one watching understands.
I don't care. We get it. It's funny.
And we
No.
all pull out our Goblin Claire character
Characters.
sheets.
As Fredrick
five.
is getting all of his armor and his stuff
Yeah.
on, he hears the conversation. Like, yes, he's the divine follower.
The
What the
vine.
great did you there for us, didn't
Wow.
you, in that room?
So does your god talk to you?
Not directly.
Hey, are you guys like us?
No.
What?
What? Like you?
Aye. What were they?
Does your god talk to you?
I
believe he's
have
talking
conversations with them all the time.
I believe he's talking about being bound.
Yeah, you were bound earlier, but we're bound together.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of all of you because of the whole bound thing. Which is just.
Horrible rumors.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you're like me. You're not bound.
When it comes to our equipment,
Oh, okay.
do I see my drinking mug? Sweet, just put it right back there. I don't say anything about it.
It's dormant.
Oh, it's dormant.
It's dormant.
Okay.
Annabelle, can
What?
strength
Yeah,
in
a
his
fucking. God.
So you're
or
not
should I
bound.
say empty of drink?
Nope.
So,
Alright.
how did
Just
you
with this
guys
guy.
meet? Yeah, we met in the wastes.
Yeah.
I mean-
Outside.
We've been traveling together 6 years. 5 years
5
now.
years.
She found me
Yeah.
in the waste.
Mercenary work.
You were out in the wastes too? You wouldn't believe it, but that guy right there. He points
Yeah.
right to
Years.
Claire.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I look like this.
I don't quite look like that, but it was spending time hunting demons. It's a specialty.
Oh, no wonder you're so tough. I go over and like pinch your like bicep.
I did a lot of running away from them.
Put my hand on his forehead. One on his
I kind of like, as soon as you put your hand like on my forehead, I start like inspecting some of your gear. Wow, this is very intricate work.
Do all of us have
His other hand.
things that are markings for the Band of the Phoenix? No? Okay.
So mercenary bands don't have sigils on,
Okay.
on their armor. So armor, I mean, if you guys know anything about historically, armor is passed down generation to generation. The same can be said for all of you, whatever ways you got yours.
Mine
Comes
would probably
from-
be scratched off.
Interesting.
So, as far as context goes for our characters, we were ambushed. We were all together as this traveling horde of the Band of the Phoenix.
Band of the Phoenix and your 200 strong group was ambushed.
200 strong?
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
now 5.
Ambushed.
All are, you would have witnessed them being
Slaughtered?
slaughtered in front of you.
Wow.
Devoured.
What would be like one of the last things that we remembered? Like just being knocked out?
Yeah, so you all were to fight. Imagine you were walking in a straight line through woods, ashen woods. Suddenly, thousands of these creatures pop up from the ash line that's in the, like, instead of grass, it's a thin layer of ash, pop out and rush the long caravan line. How long would it take, being pincered on both sides, for that caravan to be wiped out? It would take minutes, at least. Like, and that's historical.
Right,
That's
right.
how that works. So you guys, for reasons you either know or don't, have been abducted rather than slain.
You remember the last thing we saw? Poor Nathan.
I remember Jacob. He was the best little squire I ever saw.
They were so nice.
He was
Did I
handsome.
see Aethel in this ambush?
You lost Aethel in the ambush.
What about Jeremy?
I saw her.
You were close. I would say you're closer to the front, but you lost her in the scuffle. And now,
Okay,
yeah.
I don't know
But
where
you
she
don't.
went.
You don't know her fate. No.
I don't know where she went.
Out of all of us,
What? Susan?
Susan's dead.
What about Kyle? What about Kyle? He's a great cook.
Fredrick,
Kyle had met an especially interesting
we have
fate.
to find Aethel.
In his
yeah.
desperation, he ran away with his frying pan and started striking demons. But unfortunately,
He was a halfling, right?
Was he?
Yeah, no, Kyle's a halfling. He has his
And
frying pan. He goes on adventures with the other halflings.
They were many good friends.
Something about
Yeah.
a ring.
So
But
the
we
demons
must
found it
get
funny
out.
him carrying all this food, and he shoved a
If
bunch
they
of
knew
potatoes
we
down
were
his throat,
coming,
suffocating him. I'm sorry.
What else do they know? We must get this knowledge back.
Do you think there's anyone
Back
else?
to who?
That was a joke. Okay.
was
No, it's canon.
Oh shoot! It's not a joke.
Said it.
So, do you think there's others like us?
We find them.
We
when
can try.
Find a way out.
We get out first.
Yeah.
which is important.
I'm
My
gonna
question
say,
is, how did they know?
And
I think
why
those are
us
questions
five?
for later.
well, I spent a lot of time tracking things, finding my way around outside. I'm gonna say that I think that we should go through the other door.
That's a pretty wise observation.
Logic
Yeah.
would
Is the other
deduce
door-
Insightful one.
What-
Okay.
how does the other door look?
about the same.
It's the same.
It's the same.
Okay.
Exact same.
By the way, we don't know anything about this place, where we are, what this is. This is not
No,
a man-made
well,
structure.
You're not wrong. I have a plan. Annabelle, come.
Ah,
Would you like to share
I
such
go.
plan?
No. And I'll go to the door.
This is honest.
He said no.
For
And,
now.
The way that she taught me many years ago, I'm going to put my hands on the door and I'm going to use read psychometric resonance.
Okay. Before you do that, you find amongst the gear in this pile something that is not any of yours.
Is it Kyle's?
Is Kyle's. No.
Hello.
Do it.
Susan's?
Unfortunately, it's hard to say if it was
I
Susan's. or not.
miss her already.
You find a scrap of banner. It is made of cloth dyed in a crimson dye, and a part of the tip is this I would say a stripe of orange. You all would know this as the Holy Divine Relic Phoenix banner. It's a part of it. It is what allowed your troop to go unseen or repel demon forces while walking, but it has been destroyed and it's been ripped to shreds. This is only one piece of it.
There's
Does
only one piece.
Does it have any remnants of the arcane power?
I would say it would take somebody a full rest in prep, or like in taking like an hour long during a rest to sort of deduce whether or not that's the case.
Okay.
I'll keep
It's
this
very fragile.
safe unless you want it. You seem to have a lot of stuff.
I would like that. Yes, could I?
Absolutely, Annabelle.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So you take the shred of the banner. Okay, fantastic. So you put that in your backpack,
Okay.
and it right now, just by touching it, the presence you once felt near it, which was very warm, very, very, almost like you were being showered in gold light or something, is not there at the moment. But it does have sentimental value. So maybe there's something that remains there. Maybe it can be repaired. Who's to say? So you pocket it. All right, you guys are all in this room. And what are you gonna do?
I believe Fredrick, you had a
Fredrick?
plan.
Fredrick?
Yes, I'm going. Fredrick's going to try and see if he can determine just how otherworldly
Right.
this is.
So okay, what does that imply?
That would imply I'm just going to try and read the second impression list on it, which would be anything that has like strong emotional connections to it. He would probably be trying to tap into like what he knows demons are known for, like their hunger, their need for materia. Like he understands probably his places crafted and used by demons, but I guess he's trying to get a read on like just how into the shit are they?
Right.
Like are they ankle deep? Are they knee deep? Like based on the hunger,
Okay.
based on the hunger and basically resonance he gets from just the stonework they have around them.
You're trying to detect a resonant frequency of abyssal activity of some caliber.
Yes.
Okay.
That was so many words.
So is that a roll, or is he just...
It's a
Same
feat.
for me.
Okay.
Just says with a touch
Okay, so you touch the stone wall. What you feel
for a minute.
for a minute. So for a full minute, you're touching the wall, assuming you're closing your eyes
Yeah,
in a
just-
meditative state of some type.
I'm supporting his lower back.
Good, very good. That is essential. Anytime we
Stop.
use this feat, you
Like
have to.
smacks your hands.
You begin to feel a devouring hunger, and I would say almost a desperation, and it's thick. It is not the thickest you've ever felt before using this method, but it is growing. There is a presence here that is surging, and being where you are, if you don't know where you are, you don't know if you're in the Ashlands, but if you are still in the Ashlands, this is bad. There is a foothold now for the demons. That's what crosses your mind. But who knows? And you don't know how long's passed. Upon reflection, you start to notice, and in all of your hearts, you start to realize that you're feeling off.
I'm already hungover.
Keep moving.
You're feeling off. You two, you three would not, but you two would recognize that you have been exposed to chaos corruption for a period of time. And it is starting to make itself known. So all of you are at currently step 5, that's level 1 of chaos corruption as of this moment.
Okay.
That's the indicator there. You're welcome to read the homebrew rules. If you go down to the About Me section, there's a homebrew document you can read about how chaos corruption works. For now, we're going to keep the game going. Right. So you all currently at step 5 steps. And for those at home, that means that there are certain triggers, and during those triggers, they will be forced to make a will check that they will be making silently, and if it fails, they have to play out the failure condition. Otherwise, nothing happens. Okay, we will continue the game. So, you're in this
Fredrick
room.
would-
You are starting to get affected by chaos corruption. It's creeping into your
Move
mind.
his hands.
Yeah.
Turn.
Yep.
He knows people are looking at the door, so he'll lean against the door.
Okay.
Well, things are bad. Like bad. Whatever is down here with us has been here for time. Its hunger is deep, and it is taking hold of this land. If you've wandered the wastelands long enough, you would know how it feels to have the demons filth through your body.
So we need to get out of here.
Very much so. I only pause now to say, is everyone willing to do what is necessary? If we find friends along the way who cannot live the journey,
I'll do it.
I really don't understand what you're trying to say.
that is unfortunate.
Like, do we grab them, take them with us?
Torin, it's like, you remember that time that we were being chased when we first met with the rest of your band of the Phoenix before I joined,
What's that over there?
and
And Fredrick will point away from the door
what?
and then walk through it.
I'm also while I'm walking through with him. I catch exactly what he's doing.
Long story
Instantly.
short, when we had to kneecap Alex and leave him behind.
Because he got caught with his trousers down when he was taking a shite.
Yeah.
I
You
remember
guys,
that.
as you discuss this traumatic event, you
Through
walk
it.
through the door to what is a
Yeah, no, she's going.
what
Damn it, you
is
up.
a let's see a pit. Whoa, where are you going? son?
I would just like to say, I'm holding my lantern. It's illuminated now.
And sword and shield.
I'm gonna have my dog slicer ready.
Okay, so you're ready. I just assume in dungeons you have your weapons ready.
Yeah.
So you never have to specify.
Cool.
Now,
It makes
ambushes
me feel
and stuff,
safe.
when at night you will have to specify whether or not you're on watch or something like that. But for now, I automatically assume you have your weapons
Okay.
ready. Okay. You walk through the door. And what greets you is maybe, of course, given who you are, one of the most disturbing sights you have ever seen. Friends, colleagues, people you have fought, bled with, are being ripped, shredded, dissected, cleaved, and boiled to death. It's a massive pit, like a funnel, where you can see now the open sky. You don't see anything discernible. It's clouds, and it's very, as you know, the landscape is always overcast. It's never sunny, or you never see the sky. Down towards the pit, you're about, I would say, a quarter of the way down. When you look down over the ledge, it's about a 60-foot drop. You see in front of you these spires jutting from the bottom. Wrapped around are the skulls and decomposing heads of your fallen allies, some of which you recognize as people you knew and fought with. You also see these vats of bubbling, grotesque fluid. You notice demons flying and with people within their claws, things that you guys, let's say you two would know as a closet, flying and dropping people screaming, crying from your band into these vats, boiling them alive. Then other demons travel with this sort of ladle to imbibe and drink from them. You two know what kind of place you're in. You are in a bone pit. These
basically
are
a mortal material factory.
Yeah.
It's a feasting ground for demons. It is where they drag humans, animals, and plants to be, with their dark rituals, convert them into consumable materia so they can retain their form on the mortal plane. And unfortunately, you find yourself in the upper levels of one. You also know this is actually, from what you've heard, and you guys have heard quite a bit in your travels, and I would say you all have heard. You probably, I would actually, unless you guys wanted to roll for it, I would say that on first glance it would be common knowledge. But you two would know that this is a smaller one. This is new.
Okay.
And
Better to find yourself in a smaller one than a big one.
now I would like one person. First off, I'll pause there actually.
I was gonna try and see if I could look for a way, like if there's a breeze or like a specific way, like and finding an exit.
Trying to
basically.
find an exit.
Yes.
Okay. What's your just perception in general?
Perception is +7.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and roll for me.
Is that cocked? Would you say?
I don't. Yeah, so.
Dang it.
It's worse. It was worse than what it was kind of leaning towards anyway, but that's 15.
It's
15.
karma.
Yeah, exactly it.
No, you do in fact detect a breeze coming from your right around the other loop. It's a subtle breeze, and it does smell, despite, mind you, the smell here is
Would it be possible for
unbearable.
Fredrick to shuffle his way over to Torin?
Yeah, it's like a roleplay moment. I definitely wanted to look at you and be like, I think I understand what you meant now.
That aside, something here is leading this. If we destroy it, maybe they will become abandoned. Not high probability, but can delay.
You're familiar with these places?
Make my living hunting these creatures.
We've got to do something about these people. If we can do anything to help at all, I'm here to help.
The best thing to help them, they are dead.
Not everyone, there's people suffering there. We need to shut this
Goodness
place
God, how
down.
many demons do you see? Do you fight all of them, or you can fight one?
As you guys are speaking,
You're right.
you hear, coming from the opposite direction of where you felt a cool breeze, the same shriek that you heard in your unconscious state. It is a female screaming in pain. You know that it is Ethel.
Do you know if that's one of ours?
I'm moving,
She asked
I'm moving
about it.
toward it. I'm moving toward her straight away.
No. The alarm.
Oh yeah. It's fine.
Oh yeah, that's sorry. Do you want me to?
That's all you know. You guys are conversing about the sanctity of life, and she determines that from the screech, this is your, and you know this to be the same voice from the laughter in your dreams.
And if there's one person that we can defeat to bring this down, you've got my sword.
I'm already moving. If I heard
Without a word.
If I heard Aethel scream, I'm moving.
Okay. I want you all 4 of you to roll a perception check since you're deep in conversation and considering other things. Did you? Okay. So good. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What? Huh?
No, I'm just letting the scene play out.
Okay.
I rolled an 8.
17.
24, right?
9, yeah.
Okay. Before
As everyone's looking around and moving and hearing the screams, you all start to move towards it or whatever, and you see that Claire, and once they stepped outside of the door, has remained completely frozen and has dropped their weapon to their side, and they're just staring into the pit.
Claire.
So while this is happening,
I'm on Annabelle.
you're just walking away.
Did I see her walk away?
No. What was it, a 9?
No,
he had
you
like
had
a-
a 17.
9
You had a
plus. 9.
Yeah.
9 plus what?
8.
17.
Okay, yeah, then
17,
I heard a
and
9. I was
you
like,
had a
oh,
I had
24.
24.
Yeah, you had a
I'm
24.
on her. Fredrick's on her.
Okay.
I had an 8. So I imagine I'd probably just see freaking cleric.
I think your insinuation would be to check out your friend. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Hey, buddy, you're alright. I kind of like pick up the things that you just dropped and start putting it back into your hand. I pull your face and I shift it towards me.
Let her go!
It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright.
Do you know what's happening to him?
I think that's what's happening to a little bit of all of us. Hey,
Hi.
stay with me though.
Oh, I need to sit down for a second.
How's your arm? I look at the different arm. How is it?
Alright, it's fine.
You sure? You need some
It's
tune-ups?
fine. No, I am
I've got some
alright.
tools.
I need to sit down. I need to not look.
Hey.
Hey,
Look.
I don't want to look.
Look at me. Look at me only. Right? Is that better? You just look at me. We're gonna follow them. Right?
Okay.
Don't look there. Look me.
Alright.
Alright. And I'm just gonna kind of guide you. I'll hold onto your arm. And
And he's gonna close his eyes and just grab onto your arm.
I'm gonna follow the rest of our.
Witton is trailing behind all of them. But he's behind, but he is just a tiny bit farther behind.
So, without a word, you have surged forward towards the sound of screams.
Yeah.
Torin and the Goblin had a brief moment where he needed to be consoled, and you had decided to follow behind shortly after. And Fredrick, without a word, is falling to the side of Annabelle, and Witton close behind. Is that all correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You walk down and see the door, and I would imagine that you guys use the same trick
Mm-hmm.
and enter.
Annabelle doesn't even turn around. She just closes her eyes and keeps walking.
I considered it, but I'm going to say I'm not going to do it. Okay. You enter a room that is... Did I go over here? That is... I would classify it as... Again, it's kind of hard to match what you guys just saw.
Mm-hmm.
But this room is definitely some level of... There's something extra going on here. Before you is 2 bracers, 2 slats of wood, and what looks to be an iron coffin of some type. The screams and cries now have subsided into more of a whimper emanate from that. That's all I'll say for now.
As soon as he's in, he goes, oh, this is much better. Whew.
So you feel better.
You're not breathing in
Looking
this.
around at the horrible
I'm
things
assuming
around
you
him.
know who this is.
Aethel?
You all would know who Aethel is.
Oh, okay.
Aethel is the leader of your band. She
Right.
is regarded as the last spark of mortal morality and chivalry. And the way she goes about doing her business is that of someone who is has a higher calling than the rest of the dregs left behind on Mourne.
Oh no. Is
Fredrick.
she messed up?
Fredrick, is there any way you can open
Ethel, can
The
you hear
coffin.
me?
So you approach the coffin. So as you approach, you do notice that below it is a very subtle stream of dripping of blood.
Oh.
But also, I need you to roll a religion check for me.
Okay. I think it's just perception. +1
For our barn.
status bonus to recall knowledge against creatures within your light. Does that apply?
the lantern?
The lantern.
Are you detecting for creatures?
Well,
right now?
no. I guess recall knowledge, like religion. I don't know. I'm just gonna roll. It's okay. It's okay. It's a 21.
Speak louder.
Just in general.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also, you can like kind of like move it closer if you like. I don't know if you can. Okay, so you basically, sorry, technical stuff. Sorry. You approach and you roll a what?
21.
21.
Nice.
Upon that, you see around the rim. A lot of these are supposed to be secret checks, but I'm actually too tired to
Yeah.
Yeah.
forgive me. So you guys watch as Annabelle approaches the coffin. You see surrounding the braziers multiple symbols. They're not saying anything. They're ritualistic. Below the coffin, you see a blood trail of what you assume to be Ethel's blood, crimson red, and from it this bright purple substance traveling up the bloodstream into the coffin.
Fredrick, get it open!
Okay. Go ahead and make a force open check for me.
Come on.
I know. 15.
Okay. You start to loosen it, but you only get it about a quarter way. This thing is extremely heavy.
Torin.
Yeah, could I help? You want me to roll?
Force open roll. Yep.
Do I add
Athletics.
anything? Athletics? It's just gonna be a 12.
Okay.
That's
With-
really heavy.
With the assistance of Thorin, you guys manage to slowly and it tumbles down.
That's really heavy.
And what you see is Ethel. Her armor has been removed. She usually wears this really regal pearlescent set, but it's been removed. All that remains is the padding, the leather and flax padding that they wear to stop it from chafing. Her body is permeated with a variety of wounds. The coffin was actually an Iron Maiden, laden with spikes on both the back and front sides. And someone or something had tipped it and used it as a method of drawing blood. She is shaking violently and is grasping with her hands, sort of in the way of a mummy, something. And she starts to look up towards the light as she's been exposed now to the room, and the braziers are casting light. And her eyes,
No, it's okay.
Sorry.
Don't
her
worry about it.
eyes meet yours, and you hear her, like as she's reaching towards you, she says,
Get out! Get out!
she can't move, but she does hand you 2 items. One gripped in her left hand, and one in the right. And she holds it out towards you, shaking violently, like her eyes are flittering. She can barely speak.
I'm really trying to grab her wrists and pull her out.
Every time you do, the spikes in the coffin are dragging and ripping, and she screeches out in pain.
Wait. Grab what she has first.
So you
Yes.
take it.
All the while, Witton is also gonna try his best
Take
to try and stop her bleeding.
Okay,
And
now I'm going to
Sorry,
tell you
okay,
this right now.
Yeah.
First off, we'll look at that once we're in safe. You don't have
Yep.
time to.
Nope,
to
not right
peruse
now.
those. You do notice that her hand and where she's been bleeding has left a thumb index finger and middle finger print on the map and blood stains on the other roll of parchment she's handed you. And you are basically going to get only 2 things. You can each, as in only one of you, can do a mental action, like perceive, and all of you can only do 1 physical. So that's actions in total. 2 actions in total. Can be any one of you, only 2. Before you decide, she looks at you all, and as your hands start to recoil from having taken the parchment, she grabs onto your wrist and says, "Kill me. Kill me."
No.
You have the ability, one of you can do you have enough time to do a perception-based action, and one time to do a physical action, and that's it.
You say that there was purple
going into the coffin. Yeah, so again, 1 perception.
One person can make 1 mental, one person can make 1 physical.
Can be the same person,
yeah.
but there's only 2 actions that's going to happen. Sorry, I was worded weird.
Yeah, it's
Been
okay.
talking for a while.
Fix her! You're a healer! Fix her!
There's no getting past what has been done at this point.
I mean,
Or
You would have to roll
Yeah.
to determine if that's the case.
can I then?
So would you like to be the one to determine?
Can I roll medicine to...
for sure, dog.
Absolutely.
You're the cleric.
So this is the first of
second
2
one.
actions.
Yep. That is a 16.
Hero point.
I know.
You see on her neck what seems to be a level of varicosing of the veins. It is purple, reminiscent of what's below. In your travels, as a healer especially, you're very familiar with the demonic disease that happens when humans eat demonic meat, or humans are in a tainted area for too long, or consume tainted water, called defalacrum. It turns their organs and blood purple, and it is a long illness. Over time, your organs cease to stop functioning. It is an invasion of the spirit. The abyssal energies permeate and essentially corrupt your very essence. This is, though, I will say, you are shocked to see this be the problem. The scenario and situation, defalacrum is a long-term illness, and if you're lucky and have the coin, you know that there is a group in the world called the Sharp Horns who actually make it their specialty to assist, if not in the cure, then the treatment of moderate to severe cases of defalacrum. So it is quite curious. You're not sure as to why, but you do know that as far as your knowledge is concerned, this is a technically treatable ailment.
If we get her out of here, then we would need to get her straight to the Sharphorns, and I don't know if we can get there quick enough. She is bleeding out.
We have to try.
She says again, kill
And
me.
she is...
Torin
No!
want...
is in a very conflicted mindset here,
Mhm.
but he sees the pleading in her eyes. He sees the bodies in everyone that we had just encountered, and just that liberating presence of wanting to save people.
Right.
He looks at Fredrick and just very quietly, so that Annabelle doesn't really hear.
Sage whisper.
How close is Annabelle?
Annabelle's
still
right next to her.
gripping her
Holding,
arm.
she is gripping Annabelle's wrist right now.
Because from there, all Torin is going to do is just gently come to the other side of Annabelle, and he's going to put his hand onto her head and just start singing a dwarven lullaby about the skies and streams and rivers and greenery. And he just, as he's singing this lullaby, is going to look at you to give you the option to do it.
So what does Fredrick do in this moment? Again, given the connection that Aethel has to Annabelle, given your relationship to Annabelle, what does Fredrick do? Is that what we're doing? This is your decision?
I mean, I looked at him. Just
I mean,
asked
honestly, I have no
if
clue,
he would
so,
do it, and then I'm just singing a lullaby
I'm
to
dumbfounded.
these two.
So,
Yeah.
what would you do?
I'm sorry, Yanni.
Wow. Okay. So, you go for the strike. Okay. She is lying prone. I will say, I'm going to, if you'd like, give you the chance to stop him. However, it'll be another one of these challenge rolls like we've done where your strength is against your dexterity. And it would be simply, I would say, you would have enough time to shove the blade to another maybe part of her body that's not her chest or the coffin itself.
Yeah.
So that's I'm going to give you that.
She's gonna try.
You're going to try.
Gonna
Okay.
try.
All right. So go ahead and make, so whatever your attack would be with your, do you have a secondary that's like a dagger? Because I'm not going to probably let you use the bastard sword for this case, or at least if you do use the bastard sword, I'm going to give you an advantage, given it's a bastard sword.
And
And
massive.
she is in between you and her right now.
Look to the sky.
Are you using the sword?
So you're trying, are you trying to distract her?
I'm like singing to both of them, like trying to just be
Calm.
as
So
soothing.
you're
Annabelle
be
is
calm.
not letting you touch her.
Okay, so I would say that you are close enough to notice his go. So we're going to go with what I said. Right?
I
So-
don't have anything besides the bastard sword.
As
Okay.
Okay, so then I'm
Fredrick.
going to let you roll with an advantage. So that's 2 die.
I was gonna
That's
say,
a D&D
as
thing.
Fredrick,
But-
as Claire watched all of this, and he was standing near and heard what Torin said, I think he just held out his small, agile dog slicer.
Interesting. I'm not going to allow it.
Okay.
The amount of time you guys have, I'm going to say is
It was
very
too
finite.
quick.
Yeah.
It's too finite.
Sure.
So, yeah, okay.
I don't know what I'm rolling.
You are going to be
Acrobatics
rolling.
or
It's
dex.
some level of acrobatics.
Okay.
You're trying to
And I'm
prevent
just
him
going
from
to a straight
striking.
attack.
You're rolling your attack. You're going to roll with advantage, so that's
25.
23.
ooh, scheisse. Okay. Annabelle, in her emotional state, heightened state, notices you with your large bastard sword, which is on your back.
Well, it would have been.
It would have been
Oh,
his
you're
hands.
ready.
So-
You're
Yeah.
ready. Okay, so you're ready. So you go to cleave down, and you make, as you always do, a grunt. She knows this grunt and knows what it means. And at the last moment, she shoves your blade aside, and it clinks onto the casing of the coffin. When this happens, you see before you Ethel starts to convulse rapidly. Her eyes roll back in her head, and she violently wrenches upward, and starts to.
I thought she like
convulse.
threw up.
No.
I was like, wretches upward.
Oh god!
No. She starts to. She's
Scroll.
up and starting to this unearthly scream, which slowly turns into a laugh.
Oh no.
You watch as wings spread out from her back,
Oh no.
and nails as long as daggers jut out of her hands. And she is turned into
Oh.
Oh.
what you would. You know what? Who would know? I'm gonna let you. Who monster? Who want? Monster.
Monster.
Somebody roll for if you'd like to recall knowledge.
That's
Otherwise,
the
this is the
table.
only time you're
I
gonna be
think
able
Cleric
to do
should
this.
do it.
Cleric.
Cleric.
In the waist as
Claire.
well. Go for it, dog.
What recall knowledge?
You're also
That's
a
the monster
ranger.
table.
I'm
This
giving
is the
I'm
religion
giving you the
table.
option. You do have enough
And
time
medicine.
to look before whatever happens.
Favored
happens.
enemy,
Okay.
whatever. I don't know.
You don't have
Rangers
to,
do.
but if you'd like to, you're welcome to do so.
At free roll,
It's
I'll
not your
take
fault.
it.
Your
I'm not
character
going to
would've
turn
done
down
that.
a free roll, and I'm not going to turn down a natty 18.
Natty 18.
And I think that's probably, since we're in a demon place, that would be like a fiend, so I'm going to use religion, so that's a 25.
It's a succubus,
Oh.
which is bad news.
Yeah.
However, you do notice she, even in this state, is mortally wounded. The wounds on a demon heal in a different way than mortals. And over time they will heal, but for now she is vastly damaged. Her wings are tattered, and it's a grisly sight. You've just watched somebody turn into probably a fate worse than death. Eternal servitude, an unknowing eternal servitude into the abyss as a demon kind. She is laughing. And I'll allow, does anybody want to try something before we continue?
I mean, if he wants to try to swing his big ass sword, I don't mind
I don't
that.
know what our timing is. I mean,
I will let you try to strike.
absolutely.
And I was going to try and pull Annabelle away if I could.
Absolutely.
I tried to fart nervously.
I'm going to say this. Given the fact that you've just witnessed your mentor convert into a succubus, you are, I would say, on a level of stun lock, which allows you, without a roll,
no,
you
she
can
wouldn't-
easily...
She wouldn't fight.
She wouldn't
fight
have
him.
anything.
Yeah,
She-
absolutely. Easily move her. You're going for the strike.
Going for a two-handed power attack.
Okay, you're right next to her, so go for it.
Oh, that's pretty good. 26.
Oh.
Okay. With the swing, you go in and try to hit her with your giant bastard sword. She does a cross, she has two blades. You don't know where they came from, but she draws two daggers and crosses them. Your bastard sword comes down and it does nick her in the wing. So go ahead and roll for some damage.
That's a succubus. Torin, now is that time.
This time.
Not that great. 11 points of slashing damage.
You do 11 points.
Still decent.
She laughs at your face. That same laugh. And she even digs the blade closer into her own wing with the swords, your sword slipping further and further as she approaches you. And she says, "You should have killed me while you had the chance." And she licks the side of your face and bolts up and through the door, bashes it open, the stone, and flits out.
Would that trigger an opportunity attack?
It would not.
Yeah, because I've got like 6.
You were just licked by a succubus.
She
I don't
was.
think
She
you
She's got
stepped.
that
She
I don't
didn't
know.
stride.
He's pretty
Took
angry.
all of the
she-
WATS
she
opportunity
has-
attacks.
vanished.
Gone.
Through the door or up?
Through the door and up.
Okay.
Did she take your blood?
Fredrick will just
Did she take your
look
breath?
at Annabelle.
By the way, the spot in which she licked you is slightly burning your skin.
Ain't nothing you ain't used to though. You know, you freaky.
There's D1. I think that's, if I'm not mistaken, with succubi. That is uno momento, por favor.
She doesn't fall.
That is.
There you are.
Torin definitely feels for Annabelle.
That's actually.
for
Oh,
sure.
that's interesting. Huh.
What you got over there?
Nunya.
Okay.
I'm gonna say fire.
Okay.
So it's just 1 point of fire damage, sizzling your skin.
She doesn't fall.
It's alright. Torin's gonna go up to you and grab you and just give you a weird, awkward hug. I'm sorry you had to say that. What you got?
She doesn't fall.
He kind of like pulls back. What is that? She gave it to you.
I don't know.
Look,
Right now is not the time.
we're gonna get through this. We're gonna get out of this.
What's our
You hear a screech.
ground made of around here?
Stone. You hear a screech coming from the pit, and a rumbling begins to occur.
We need to get out of here.
Do you know a way out?
I'm assuming the opposite. I felt a breeze the opposite direction. We need to get out now.
I think we should leave.
I don't know if I really want to go back out there.
Pocket it.
I'll hold your hand.
Okay.
Just stay here. Alright.
Okay.
And
push
Torin will head out
through.
first with Claire.
When we are done pushing through, we look.
We look when we're done.
No one else is going to fall.
Stay here, eyes on me.
No eyes, no eyes.
Fuck
Don't
it.
let
So
you
you guys are moving out to the pit.
Actually,
Yeah.
no,
Yes.
she's carrying it. That's bullshit.
So,
Fredrick will use his bastard sword to guide everybody, like, behind me.
so as you walk out to the pit, there is
Except
a
for you.
commotion going on below. I would akin it to striking a beehive with a stick. It is starting to wake up, whatever is in here. It's very obvious. You hear thousands of wings flittering about. You need to leave, and fast.
Which way?
Straight ahead from where we came from
I
before.
follow his instructions and I run, leading the group.
I like to jog, personally.
You rush around the pit and find yourself
Mhm.
in a room with sunlight, peering inwards, as I'll change to the camera in a moment.
Yeah.
In the room, you see two things, plain as day. One, a massive amount of what is obviously your band's supplies. It is being retained on this little ledge. Excuse me. Being retained on this little ledge, and it looks rather enticing that you can see from where you're standing rations. You can see divine talismans. You can see all sorts of bits and bobs, things that are necessary for the survival out in the wastes. But you also see a pile of bones to your right. And as soon as you enter the threshold of the room, having rushed in, you start to quiver.
Shield raise.
Raise your shield.
Is
The room.
so the bones are like
Bones.
right below
Bones
all the
Poop.
stuff, right?
The bones are right there.
On the opposite.
That's the stuff.
To the
that's
right
the
is
bones.
the
Spiders are
bones,
so
Okay.
dumb.
and it's starting to quiver.
Can I do a quick perception check? I just want to see if there's any more of that banner that we found.
In the
Yeah,
I
like
would
if
say
you
from-
see any bits of it or something like that.
until you get closer, you're not going to be able to really perceive anything of merit. It's not that it's too dark, it's that it's on an incline. So you're about 10 feet below it, and you can see just the tip, but you can see rations, you can see some amulets and stuff that help protect
Fredrick
against
will
chaos waste.
hold in front of the pile of bones.
Okay.
And then just, I mean, he's not going to think he's the leader of these people. He'd be like, grab what we need to survive. We need to leave.
Are you going up, or are you
For Kyle's
standing?
friend.
Where are you standing exactly?
That pile of bones that's
Yeah.
rattling, you'll be the closest one to it, shield raised.
So it is on a platform. Are you going up to it, or are you staying down below?
He'll stay down below, but he just wants to be the first thing that whatever comes out it sees.
Okay.
Witton is going to be beside him, and I'm readying a spell.
Reading a spell?
I'm going to use an action to knock a grappling arrow from my kit and aim it up the ledge.
Which ledge?
The one with the stuff.
With the stuff. Okay.
Torin, you grab the things that you can, and Annabelle, if you can as well, please.
Annabelle, you know what we need up there.
Yes, sure. I'll put my stuff up, and I want to go searching for cool shit. Oh, it's Kyle's frying pan. Guys will need this.
Fredrick will just side eye the divine boy.
The bones tumble down into the center of the room, and you watch as they coalesce and construct themselves into
Familiar to you?
Ooh.
a
I
skeletal.
don't know. I think we should run.
It now walks the path. So
God damn it!
What about Kyle's frying pan?
That would trigger
Put
the
it in
spell
your
I had
pack.
readied, though.
You know it's seasoned.
before
It's
the
seasoned so
spell
good.
goes off,
Mm-hmm.
you watch it as it goes. It is
He's got a sense of humor.
scary. He's got a sense of humor. He's like his jaw is like
Chittering.
and he says somehow without any flesh or organs.
I believe in One Piece. So
He looks at you with your shield raised and says, "That face. I want it. Give it to me. I want that face. Give me the face." And then he lunges. Roll initiative.
But I had
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
for it first.
Okay,
Yeah,
it is Disrupt Undead,
Okay.
baby.
so I need it to roll a Fortitude save.
Okay.
Oh, there it is, finally.
Yeah.
No. It's not that strong.
Fuck.
I wish it was that strong.
Okay, that is a 19.
Does like Torin. I will say that.
Yeah.
It's Torin's die.
It's Torin's die. I had the same.
Does anything
exact,
happen?
but,
No.
you know,
Dang.
this one's
Son of a bitch.
bigger.
You give it a shot.
Yeah.
He
So far, I've only done
arises and
cantrips,
he is
so.
ready to rumble.
Are you ready
Okay,
to
so initiative. Give me initiative.
Who do you want first, huh? Who do you want first? You want to know my initiative?
Paige.
Okay.
19.
16.
24. I felt good about that.
That's really
11.
Get tons of time to look at all the shit.
Also
There you go.
16.
Just don't want me to look.
No one ties. How do they determine?
Good mother of God, is that really the stat?
Don't say that! How dare you?
Secret! Grim secrets.
Cool. Nice, cool. Yeah.
Leave the frying pan!
Go. Tight.
What the fuck do we need? Why did we stop for here, guys? I already have everything we fucking need.
Not everything.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
You definitely don't.
Ah!
Let's see.
Oh, look, snacks.
Trade me.
God.
Trade me.
So I'm gonna go back to 5E and disengage.
No, disengage is just step.
It's a tiny step. Yeah, it's a tiny disengage. I don't need that bullshit.
At least with step, you
No,
get
it's
movement.
actually pretty cool.
Yeah,
I
it's
need
better
you
than
both to
disengage.
roll a d20 for me.
Especially because it's only one of their actions too.
18.
10. Just the d20, right?
Yes.
Cool.
Teach you guys about.
Wish I wrote that on my initiative.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? Well, that was only
What
one
that
better.
stat? It was 18 and what?
10. Oh, because we tied.
What do I see? What do I look at? Oh, fuck.
Okay. With that, you have been approached by a skeletal demon of some type, and it really wants Brandon's face. With that, Torin, you get to take the first action. Where are you in the map right now?
I'm currently next to all the stuff.
Oh, you're up there. Okay.
Yeah, that was our agreement.
Yeah,
they were staying
Torin
down.
was-
I'm all the way up there. I've got no sword out, no shield here.
And there is.
Which side?
I'll be on that side. That side.
R?
Yeah.
So what I'm
I
hearing
mean, we just came
is
in here.
elbow from the top rope.
Oh, I didn't even see the stairs.
So
But
what are
there's
you
also
doing?
a rope on the ledge.
Do you still want me to look at shit?
I'm out. Let's go.
I'll take that as a yes. And I'm gonna look at shit.
Oh my god. Okay.
I want to see if there's anything good. That's one of my actions to
Yeah.
seek.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you're seeking for anything good.
Yes.
There are... Is that a roll?
It's perception.
Okay, go for it.
Perception.
Do it.
Question.
Yeah.
Big numbers.
Those are stairs on the side that they can
said
walk
what?
up. Okay, then
said-
could I have seen
Well,
them?
oh,
Plus your perception.
which way? What are you talking
The
about?
stairs on the right of the stuff.
What about them?
Nice.
Do those lead to the stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then can I
Sorry.
say I did
like-
have a grappling arrow that I shot up there?
Oh no.
Yeah, I
set
was
my
like,
bow out.
okay, go for
I
it.
didn't see the stairs. I
Okay.
thought it
Yeah,
was
that's
just
you
the
can
ledge.
rescind it.
roll.
That's
Okay.
Just in case.
I just
Yeah,
set
I was
my
like,
bow
I
out.
thought you were like trying to pull it down or something.
That's what I
Like,
thought.
whatever.
Torin
I
likes
didn't
nice
see the
shit,
stairs.
alright? He looks at lots of stuff all the time. Like,
Right.
even he was looking at his armor just to see the quality.
Uh-huh.
He got a dirty 20.
A dirty 20. You see more rations than you guys can carry. You see divine talismans. You see... What else? You also notice... I memorized it. I don't need to look at my notes.
There you go.
Yeah.
You also see a damaged thermometer,
Ooh!
which is the way that you would
reading that,
detect
reading that.
the amount of chaos corruption in a particular area. A very important tool for navigating the waste. Basically, what you're witnessing is a survival kit for being out without protection in the Ashlands, in whatever part of Mourne you're traveling to. You need this stuff. However, there is way too much for you guys to be able to carry it all. Within your little calculations, you know, Zach Galifianakis being
Yeah, all the mathematics.
you're noticing that there is definitely enough for you all to carry at least 3 rations. That's 3 days for every person, so 15 in total for everybody to eat and be able to drink for 15 days. You notice that there is one divine talisman, because they're bulky things, that one of you can, in fact it's one whole bulk, that one of you can carry that can be set up to negate chaos corruption while you sleep. And you also see that thermometer, and that's probably all you guys are going to be able to take with you. That's
15
it.
rations.
So I think that since that's my first action was just looking at it, just wow, nice stuff here. I would probably first grab the damage thermometer because Torin would think he can fucking fix it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna grab that with my second action, and then I think with my third action, I'm going to just start piling some of this shit. I just want to pile as much stuff for us. So I'm gonna first grab the divine talisman. So I've got the thermometer and the divine talisman.
So the thermometer's negligible. It's
Yep.
a handheld item, but that's one bulk for the divine talisman. It is, ridiculously enough, it is like a chalice, but it's the kind with the fluted handles, and it's like, got the kind of rotund, Rubenesque. Don't know what you
That
call
sounds
it.
like something Torin would fucking grab.
Yeah, and it is gold, and when you touch it, it's a surge of divine energy. The way I would describe it, I don't think I've mentioned this. Divine talismans are like, it smells like radiation of like divine energy that used to exist in this world that is like slowly
I like to
degrading,
think of it.
but it still works for now. So that's a big deal.
I like to think of it as soon as my fingers touch it, it's just like a sigh of, oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Like you're like in a nice
had-
hot
you-
tub and you've had like a
you
really
didn't
long
notice
day.
you had
like,
some
oh.
tension in the lower back, and it's like,
Yeah, that's coming with us.
Yeah.
That will complete
Okay.
my.
So-
complete my thing. I've got the thermometer and I've got the divine sickle.
Okay, so
Don't
the rations.
forget the frying pan.
Annabelle.
Yeah. Do you want me to also seek or like
You do you.
Like can I see this shit or do I need to make a seek check to look through the gear?
One's enough. You can
Okay.
relay the information to your friend.
We need rations.
I'm grabbing the rations.
Were you also up there?
Yes,
they
yeah.
both
She
went
went
together.
up there.
I have a tiny
Yeah.
mind, guys.
It's great. No, she also went up there. They told her to go up there, so she's grabbing the rations. Is there anything else up there?
Just grab as many rations as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
how many
Yeah, it's just a bunch of rations. Each ration, if you have to think it's like an MRE or
Right,
a full day of drink and food.
Yeah.
But this isn't nice compressed America where you
Yeah.
get like everything. It is
Loose.
bread. It is cheese. It is
Hardtack.
the hardtack.
I knew where you were going.
Yeah, it's hardtack. You guys are on a ship. By the
crayons.
way, this was all a dream. You wake up on a ship.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Honestly, what a sick intro.
why did it all? It didn't matter. No,
He just
no,
speaks
no,
words
he
to us.
worse thing. So you
I
can
love pirates.
just taking rations and then I will
By the way, we will break.
I
once
will
Okay,
I
yeah, all
will
good.
I'm starving.
take
I have so much adrenaline right now, it's crazy.
He says,
I've already soiled 2 adult diapers.
Can I stride to get
Ascended beyond.
is there like a way to get past this thing
This
and
is
then
the
to
abyss,
step
not the
to get out of
abyss.
range?
How many rations did you grab? Just one
That's a
bowl?
great question.
Yeah, how many was she able to
How
grab
many?
just with one action?
So what are you asking?
Can I stride and then step out of reach of this creature? Like an action to stride to move
To get around
to
it.
get her, to try and get past it.
Yes, you can try.
And then step to try
I mean,
and
again, if it has an attack of opportunity where you enter and you pass out of a 5-foot radius, then it will attack
if you
That's why
enter-
she's asking if she
yeah.
can step out of it.
But I think even moving within
It's
that
big. I mean, look how
Oh, yeah,
big that thing
Radius.
is.
You're right.
I think it's going to be a problem for you if it does have an ability
Yeah.
to stop you, which it may very well. I mean, would Annabelle just run headfirst into a giant zombie demon?
No.
You know, that's the question.
trying to run away from it.
She been through some shit. It's Thela.
Oh no.
How many? I
She's
can grab
back.
3 rations, you said, or
You got 3.
I would
can
say
I
you can
grab
also,
another 3 with another action
without having the ability to attack, and both your hands are taken up.
Mm-hmm.
You can carry at least, and I would even say you can carry at least your own ration. And like as in 3 bulk, like and then, because the bulk is I think I wrote it as 0.5 bulk.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have the space for it, you can do it. But you can carry. I would say, what's your current bulk at? Which that's on. That's
4.
on. It's 4. What's the max encumberment?
Encumbered is 5, max is 10.
You can carry at least 2.
look at Rat.
Okay.
So 2 sets. So that's 6 in total.
6. Okay, so I'm gonna take 6.
So you take yours and someone else's rations.
Yep.
I would say, Torin, do you take your rations?
I mean, if you'll let me try to... I
Do you have
grabbed
the
2
encumbrance
things.
for it?
So-
I don't know, really.
Hang on, let me see.
I mean, you had 3 actions. You used 1 to seek. It's okay for you to use 2 to just...
Yeah, I grabbed the broken thermometer and then the divine sigil, so I didn't know if that counted.
Right.
If I can grab some rations, bro, I'm grabbing some. Like, trust
He
me.
did argue out of his own
Yep.
benefit.
Yeah, you did.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say,
You're
are
at full.
are rations a light object, or did you assign specific weights to these rations specifically?
So
encumbered is 7,
rations
you
in
become encumbered
Pathfinder,
next
rations in this
7.
game are technically different.
I can grab it.
Okay.
So they do different things in vanilla Pathfinder. Here, 12 hours you need to eat a ration.
Right. I just meant for
or
weights.
no,
Just
sorry, every
stuff on
24
weight.
hours you eat a ration, and they're 0.5 bulk because the type of ration is
Is
not
non-
convenient
Okay.
type of food.
Sure.
They are like you know, imagine clay jars of water and it's just
Yeah.
not good. Even outside, this is outside of your own water sack and
Yeah.
stuff like that. So yeah, you can fill up with the
Yeah.
rations. So.
He's currently
all.
at 4 bulk or 5 bulk. His encumbrance is
divine.
with the divine. His base encumbrance is 7. So he can carry 1 more thing without being encumbered.
Then we'll do it next turn, I guess.
Yeah.
There we go. And again, I will also allow, if you want to go encumbered, you can double hand it and go for it without attacking. But again, the more people, like if your strategy is to flee, so be it. But every person who takes up their hands can no longer attack.
So when we got all of our equipment back, that was like our backpack, bedroll,
That's
top,
everything.
rations that we
Anything
already
you had.
have.
I actually don't want you to have.
Okay, so
Sorry.
no
That was a
rations
mistake.
already
Sorry.
in our.
That-
You good.
I should have, because I didn't know how to tell you guys you go to art. I would leave it there. That's what you're picking up for yourself.
Okay.
No,
So yeah, you're getting them now, not back then.
So then I'm just at 5.
Yeah. So great. So you can carry out as many as you want, but you couldn't take. You can't go to what is it, 11 or 12 for you. That makes you where you can't move. But if you're gonna go encumbered and see with this kind of heightened sense of stress, you have to double fist it to get out.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. So that leaves Anna.
No, she grabbed the rations. She's not gonna run yet.
Okay, you're saying Goblin.
I am going to yell, make sure to grab the frying pan!
And then did people yell, like, are we running? Was that people's plan, or?
No one yelled anything like that yet.
Okay.
Then I'm going to first action hunt prey on this beast.
Nice.
And in doing so, I'm going to activate my monster hunter ability, so I'm going to do a recall knowledge check
Then the police
on
come in.
this prey. I'm going to use religion, assuming it's some sort of fiend. That's a natural 20.
Oh, yeah, it
For
is.
27.
Yikes.
We'd like to thank the Academy.
When you critically succeed.
Wait, no, hold on.
When you critically succeed at identifying your hunted prey with recall knowledge, you note a weakness in the creature's defenses. Everybody's going to have to keep track of this because I don't have the brain power to do this. Everybody's going to get a +1 bonus to their next attack roll.
Alright.
Nice.
I also, since I have Monster Warden,
I don't remember that. I just have to remember that.
Yeah.
when I grant that attack bonus with Monster Hunter, you also all get a +1 to your next saving throw and your AC.
Nice.
Just for like one thing.
One round.
Yeah.
But you get all 3 of those.
+1 to AC and a saving throw.
So the next attack you make against that creature has a +1. The next attack it makes against you, you have a +1 to your AC, or if it's a saving throw, you have a +1 to that. And those, I believe, stick around until those happen.
That's.
nice.
I mean,
nice.
it's
I'm
+1.
gonna
but that's
also give you
insane
for
all
that
round.
crit success. I'm gonna give you a little bit of recall knowledge, because good job, crit. This
You did it, buddy.
entity is
Claire's dying.
you would know based on your adventures with Torin and killing demons that at first you didn't notice this because it's skeletal. This is the skeletal, most likely enchanted remains of an Abricandelu, which is a type of demon that cannot stand its own image. It can't deal with reflections.
Do you say anything?
Yeah, and so like your bonuses all sort of count as like I see it, and I just start like spilling out information. I'm like,
It's a
brick
It's
Kendaloo.
a facelifter.
And you guys maybe have like at least Torin will be able to like relay like the way the goblin like describes
The way
things.
the goblin.
You know,
He doesn't
He's like-
like the way he looks.
he likes to look at other people's faces and not his own.
And then
That's
I also
actually
get
sick.
is that the weakness that I got, or do I get a mechanic?
That's the weakness.
Okay.
Cool. They can't stand reflections. That's all you know.
So that was
That's so sick.
so I just spell out.
It's a facelifter.
And then second action, I'm just gonna fire.
Fire. Go for it.
Let's do it.
24.
All right. That strikes.
Okay, this is piercing damage.
Yep. That is fine.
What?
So that's fine.
And I said 1 damage.
What?
I rolled a D8.
You don't add a modifier?
No, not for ranged weapons. It's just the.
After this
that's a
miraculous
full-on shot.
discovery,
I know exactly what this is and how to kill it.
and it just
I actually think the arrow like sticks in its clavicle, but it's just an arrow in bone.
Yeah.
it dinks right off and does nothing. Unfortunately, it's
It's a chip.
okay.
It's chip
Then
by
that-
chip.
Is that it?
That was valuable information,
I will take.
especially sitting
I'm
on
gonna
this
take,
pile
if
of junk.
I can, like a step back towards the wall to kind of give room for Fredrick to move forward.
Well, Fredrick he did say he was
Oh,
up
Fredrick
there.
was up there.
I should be next
He was
to the
by
creature.
me.
Yeah. Sorry. I just
Okay,
You're good.
I'll still take a step back.
Well, I was still
or
up there.
a stride back.
Let the master do his job.
Yeah, so I'll just stride backwards to get some distance.
And that is my turn.
I mean, it's canon.
Alright.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so after a disastrous, fantastic
A
discovery of what this
fantastically
entity
disastrous
is,
turn.
and a disastrous strike, we move on to Witton.
What? That's sick. I like it. That's from now on.
He's gonna turn to Fredrick at his side. You want me to help? I'll help. And he's gonna reach his hand up and he's gonna cast Magic Weapon on Fredrick's Bastard Sword.
So you go. You have to make the
please
noises. You
say-
gotta go. No, so you raise your hands and how do you want to do it physically?
I have to touch it.
So you just run up and so how does he caress it? Does he tap it?
It's basically just a tap as.
I'm asking how does Witton do it?
No, I know.
Okay.
I know.
Okay.
It taps just the blade of the sword itself as the purple energy dissipates, and that's when it starts to glow a more golden color.
Imagine Fredrick just like, you can touch it. You're the only one.
You walk up and sort of like how someone can like ding on glass.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And
That's exactly it.
the blade
so-
becomes infused with
Touch
power.
It's a +1 striking weapon, +1 to attack rolls, and it increases the number of weapon damage to 2. So you roll 2 of whatever damage
Damn.
die.
Oh!
2d12.
I know.
So, and is that the
Am I
end of
right
your
now?
turn or is that your first action?
I will use. That's 2 actions to do.
What that mean?
And I believe I can use my last action to also cast Shield.
Power attack, yeah.
So it with his other
There's a
hand.
cantrip, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think there's the like bonus. Like there's not the 2-level spell thing in Pathfinder.
I still haven't lost any frames.
Ayo.
So with his other hand, he kind of raises it just in defiance of.
Oh, so you're shielding yourself. Okay.
Yes, I'm
Which
shielding
is just
myself.
like having a shield. What's the?
Yes,
What's the
+1 circumstance bonus to AC until the start of my next turn.
okay. And with that, the beast strikes
So
back.
that we have one.
He reels back and he's like, "Give it to me!" And he reels his right claw and strikes down at your face.
Okay.
As you admire your beautiful bastard sword.
Oh, jeez, oh Pete. That is a 21.
22. Because of him.
Ew.
It's gonna claw downwards.
I have a question.
Yeah,
I have a steel shield.
you do.
Is it
Is it
reflective?
reflective shield?
It's steel. It has to be.
Steel.
How often do you
think-
buff your shield?
Okay.
Yeah, I
good-
think
good
that's
catch.
kind of on you, boo boo. How clean is your shield?
He's a fighter.
Oh, you know that thing is polished. This is Sandra.
Okay, so he reels back,
No, his
and
shield's
you
fucking
raise
massive.
your shield, and he stops right at it, staring at his own reflection. And upon seeing his bony figure, he goes, and he strikes again. This time, he unhinges his jaw and lunges for the shield out of rage.
That's a bite.
That's a bite.
Okay.
A bite coming in.
Attack. That's
No
minus
plus
5.
That was a flavor. Flavor help.
Okay, now that one was a 25.
Ugh.
Yeah, that hits.
Key reaction.
So, enraged,
I can
he
shield
comes
block.
down and bites onto the shield and catches your arm underneath. I would say definitely piercing the flesh. Okay.
I don't know if the reflections made him more angry.
Oops.
All I said was he didn't like it.
It's true.
Yeah.
He really doesn't like it.
He really doesn't.
Torin puts down the mirror. And then he...
Okay, that would be 10 points of piercing.
Ugh.
And you also have gained the mutilating bite condition. So what that does is when the echidna or the brick can strikes a creature with his jaws, the creature then must succeed a DC 21 Fortitude save. So go ahead and do that first.
How high?
21.
No.
You also have a +1 bonus because of what he did.
Is it enough? Pathfinder's meter beat, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm still only at 16.
Okay, yeah. So you notice as the demon bites onto your arm, while the pain is rather intense, it's not deadly, but it's rather intense, you watch as this malformed bubbling spreads amongst your skin. And it crawls up your right arm, or I guess it's your left arm because you're blocking with your left.
Yeah.
It crawls up your left arm, up through your neck, and onto your face where it subsides. You have become physically mutilated. You now take -1 status penalty to all charisma-based checks. This penalty is cumulative up to -3. Okay, so it accumulates. So every time it strikes, it can keep stacking, and remains even if the wounds are healed. Okay, so you would know this from, I would say, your general knowledge of fighting demons. Now that he's identified it, you know what this is. You know that after some time, it will subside on its own. But for a time, people are gonna say, "God, that's an ugly man."
I am going to use my,
That's some fuck shit.
since I was already raised, I'm going to use my shield block. So my shield will
Okay,
my shield will take 5 and I'll take 5.
Okay, so can you split it, or is it 50-50? Like, how does that work? I thought that was like
My hardness is 5.
right.
So that's good. 10 damage total.
So 5 is going through.
5 comes through still.
That would go either to the shield or to you, if I'm not mistaken. So the shield's health or yours. So,
Yeah.
do you get a choice, or is it always the shield?
The shield always
read it
takes
as always
5
the shield.
first.
So
and then anything after the 5 comes
I thought
to
the
me.
hardness just eliminated 5 damage, and anything that passes the hardness is dealt to the shield.
Hang on.
Is that not
No,
is
you
that not
and your
correct?
shield.
It's
You
reduced
and
by
so
this
how
amount.
do you
Yes.
split that?
Hardness.
No,
yeah.
you're right.
You
So
are
it
right.
goes to
It's
shield
reduced.
first.
Yeah.
It's
That's the hardness.
Reduced by the hardness.
Reduced by
Yeah.
hardness.
And then hit points, broken threshold. These measure how much damage shield can take before it's destroyed. How much?
Good shield block.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it goes direct. It has to go to the shield. 'Cause that's the risk of doing that, if I'm not mistaken.
So you wouldn't take.
Well, hang on.
the
Your
shield-
shield prevents you from taking an amount of damage up to the shield's hardness. You and the shield take both
the shield.
take
So they
any
both-
remaining
they
damage.
both take
Both
5.
Okay, so
Okay, that's even worse. Okay, so you take 5, and the shield would
Takes
take 5.
10.
No.
Oh,
You're
Because the
plus
hardness
5.
is reduced.
Yeah.
right,
Okay,
right. My
fantastic.
bad.
Yeah, I
my
got it
bad.
right.
Okay,
Yeah.
and with his last action, he is going to. What's he gonna do? Oh yeah, that's gonna be good. He's going to try to claw you once more. So he reels up his left arm after finding. What's the classic line? Finding purchase. After finding purchase with his jaws, he's gonna raise his left claw and come down at you hard.
Hold on.
No, he's not.
Thank God.
Yeah, that's a flat nat 1. Okay. He comes, and after that, you manage to raise your shield again. And when he cleaves down, he sees the shield again. Okay? And his claws stop, and he stares at it. And that's where he's going to end his turn. Because he's ended his turn looking at the shield, his own reflection, he takes 1d6 mental damage.
Yes.
Roll tide.
Jeez.
Okay.
You're the only one from there.
I don't know if you know this.
Can Fredrick see beyond the creature? If we escape, can it chase us?
I don't think you would be able to know by physical
Yes, but no.
Yeah.
edifice or anything whether or not he would be able to follow you. He is. Your only guess is that he is rather large, and the door is medium, so maybe that would stop him. But that's all you got to go off of.
Okay. Fredrick will just call out to the party. I'll keep him busy. Get out, and then I'll take a power attack.
Okay. So you're telling your party to flee while you fight mano y mano. Okay.
I
Take a
think
power
we
attack.
got
Let's
his
see what you
number.
He's hardcore right now, though, son.
We're
He's
not
about to
gonna.
hit
He's
him
also
with.
very ugly.
Aren't we all? We all chose
Blow on it?
nasty characters.
20 total.
Okay, great. That does find purchase. Sorry.
Power strikings? Oh, so that's 3.
Oh,
3 dice, baby.
Man,
I'm hyped.
this guy's gonna feel something.
Oh yeah.
Uh-oh. Wait.
6, 7,
Not my boss! Not you! Ah!
9, 12.
Wait, what was?
18. 20. Right?
Oh, yeah, with the
No,
magic.
this is the dice, so it's 19.
Yeah.
19 points of slashing damage.
Yes.
Okay.
Was that action?
And
word?
it's technically magical.
That was action bonus.
Yeah.
Do you
Like
believe
That's
the-
only
yeah.
action
So
one.
Yeah.
he,
Probably.
when you come
striking.
down with your blade,
Two action.
again, this is just bone. It's not a
Yeah.
real, like a real fully fleshed out Abracadabra, which is going to be more powerful. You come down with the slicing uppercut and cleave into his skull and drag it down and bash down the ribs and the sternum, splitting it open. It does a massive amount of damage to it, you can definitely tell, and it reels back. Again, it doesn't shout or shriek in pain, but it does go back about a foot, and it, again, is standing there, staring at the shield as you strike it, because again, I'm assuming your shield is still in its periphery, so it's
It's
still
in its
like
periphery.
entranced by it.
But I'm not going to continue to raise my shield. I'm going to take a second attack.
Okay, you're going
We've got
for
its
it.
number, Fredrick. We've got your back. We're not going anywhere.
His power attack still counts as 2, so
Yep.
I'm at my plus 0 modifiers. It's just a dice. Misses.
Oh, dang. So, again, his movement back does prevent you from finding your second strike, but you've done a lot. You've done well, and you reset yourself preparing for the next strike you're going to commit.
Did you
or
add the
next strike
plus
he's going
1
to commit.
as well?
Huh?
Did you add the plus 1 to his?
Oh, it was 5.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Not it is.
Looking back, listening to all the information, seeing the epicness that's happening, Torin's gonna continue to take shit.
So are you going to try to take as much and then flee? But so again, each
So, yeah,
ration
so-
is
so-
0.5, and once you're encumbered, there's penalties to that.
I'll be fine. I just
but
need to grab.
Just, you can do as much as you want. Until
So I'm gonna
you're
grab
max.
enough rations for 2 more people. So
that
I'll
would
be
be,
an encumbrance of 1.
Would that be everybody but one person? That would be
So-
one,
I got
2,
two.
She's got
3.
two.
Are you carrying 3?
I've already got one from the last. No,
So
I don't have one.
No,
from the
you
last
don't.
one.
You don't.
So I'm grabbing 1 for me,
Okay.
and then I'll grab 1 for someone else.
Because you're grabbing 2. Okay.
So that
And
ups your
then-
encumbrance by 3. Right?
They're 0.5s.
Oh, I thought it was 0.5 for each ration.
So technically
'cause
it's
there's 3
just-
rations. I
So
thought.
it's 0.5 per ration.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah,
3
okay.
3 bulk total.
So then, if I can grab 3, I'm gonna grab 3 because that
Okay,
won't.
so that would be 1.5 in total bulk.
Yes, and that won't affect my encumbrance.
Yeah.
Not yet.
So that's just at 5.5.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So there is quite a bit remaining.
6.5.
But I will say that if you go for it and carry as many as you can,
I just wanted to grab enough for everyone.
Okay. So I think I'll simplify it for the sake of this encounter. When it comes to these particular rations, they are, I would say, a little bit more refined than the kind of ration, like a field ration you prepare. So maybe a little bit more slim. For every 3 rations of this type, it'll account for 0.5. Let's do it that way. I'm just going to make that decision because having to carry 15 like you guys are doing now is not fun or interesting to me. So we're going to go for that. So go ahead and each bundle, so each ration is 0.5, but it counts as 3 of the 15.
Okay.
That's how I was doing it in my head the whole time. I just never said it. So sorry about that.
I've got 3 rations now.
Yeah.
She's got 2, so we should
that
be
would
good
be
on
total.
food.
That's 15 total.
Yeah.
That's all you can carry. That's it.
And then I would like to
Grab the frying pan.
I was definitely gonna grab.
you-
I want to grab the most.
Leave Kyle's frying pan. I'll be so pissed at you, Torin.
I can imagine. Instead of grabbing his frying pan, I go next to it and I grab his pot. That is incredibly reflective. This thing has been freaking so scraped. I'm just gonna hold it as I've got all this stuff in my backpack, and I want to continue walking and try to run around it while holding this weird reflective pot.
Okay. So that's how it is. You are running around in a circle trying to find his
So
head.
I should be on this side,
Right.
and then I just look
You're
at
raising
you.
it.
Grab anything that you need, Annabelle. And I'm just like holding this. I saw him holding it. I saw he got hit, but like I don't register that. He doesn't register pain, so I'm just like, take that, you stinking monster!
Facelifter.
Facelifter!
And with that,
Annabelle. Fredrick said leave him
God,
behind.
seasoning.
Fuck that bullshit. Annabelle drops all of the rations that she's grabbed.
No, don't do that!
And you fucking think I'm losing 2 people today? No! And she pulls out whatever's reflective from her esoterica, which would be an interact.
yeah.
And holds it out with her crossbow up above it. And I'm using Divine Disharmony to try and make it flat-footed, and then I'm going to take an attack.
Okay.
So
what does he have to? Is that a will? Is that a fortitude? What do we?
I roll against his will DC.
Right. Okay.
It's deception or intimidation.
I'll be
I'm not
fine.
really
I'm
right.
good.
They're the same.
All right, go for it.
His pot and
The
stuff.
19.
You
It's actually
managed
a
to do
walk.
it. Yeah.
Catch a corner of his eye in the reflective surface and fire.
Okay. So you find now you're trying to
Yep.
strike.
He's
Now I'm
flat-footed,
striking.
so -2.
He's flat-footed,
AC.
so minus
Minus
2
2
to
AC. Okay.
AC.
Go for it.
And you have a +1 to this attack.
Thank you.
Okay. I need to. Anyway, yeah, that's fine.
Dirty 20.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. It does find purchase.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry, everybody.
Cool.
It wasn't a thing until you
That's-
made it a thing.
Yeah, that's gonna
my
be
that's
5
my thing
damage.
is making things things. That's what I do.
He's a
So
trendsetter.
5 damage.
5. Do I? Wait. Yes. Yeah, 5 damage.
5 damage.
It's something that's not activated.
Nice.
Right
Okay, got it.
How do you want to do this?
I want to.
Shift in your seat.
I want to. I caught the reflection of his eye socket. I guess he doesn't have a fucking eye. And I want to shoot straight into his eye socket and knock his skull entirely off of the rest of the body.
Oh, nice.
So
Yeah.
you watch, all of you watch, except Fredrick, who's bubbly and quite ugly. Again, Fredrick is
lips.
ugly, everybody. Remember that.
Just the R. Just the R.
No, his
You're
face.
ugly,
It climbed up to his
Brandon.
face.
Yeah.
That gives him -1 to all
Do it.
charisma status
Don't forget it.
checks. So that's great. Okay, so you watch
Sorry,
as
teacher.
Annabelle, with this fire in her eyes, points her crossbow.
I'm glad it is your character.
Makes him flat-footed and watches right in the dead center of his skull, and the ugly disfigured thing he can't bear to witness flies off, and that's it. You guys did it. You defeated the bone demon.
Yeah.
I didn't think it would work that well. Wow. Reflections. Who knew?
That was definitely all Kyle.
Glad
We still need to get out
all
there.
the rations.
And,
I
with,
wink
and
at
with, with that, I'm assuming you guys consolidate your rations and
Fucking
get
rock
the
and
fuck
roll.
out. Okay.
Yep.
As we
You
hear
guys-
the bees.
Yeah, as you hear the bees. So you, as the hive stirs, you gather your rations, the divine thing, or whatever it is, the divine talisman. I'm dying. I need water so bad.
It's okay.
Divine talisman, and you also grab the thermometer. You notice as you're running out that there is another piece of interesting news. There is a vanilla based, not the divine talisman, a vanilla talisman. I will say this.
Oh, find out in the
It is within the confines of a steel ball. It is light encumbrance, and I would say anybody knows what this ball means. It is a tainted relic, something that has been imbued with chaos corruption, but is potentially usable. But as of right now, if you were to touch it, you know by this sphere, because you guys traveling as mercenary group would know how to capture and contain corrupted relics like this.
So it's
So,
contained right now.
It's contained right now. You can't really do much with it. So you guys exit the hellscape that is the bone pit and enter into a new landscape.
Anyone taking that?
Hey,
No one going for that?
I was gonna take it, but I was just waiting.
I'm
for
assuming someone did.
Okay.
It's up to you.
I'll-
I was gonna push it
It's
over.
with the party.
I got it.
So you have
Excuse?
successfully ventured out of the bone pit. You find yourselves in a recessed part of landscape. The ground is arid. It's dirt that was once rich and fertile, but has since grown destitute. There's no nutrients. It's dry. And you see in front of you an ocean. Behind you, if you were to turn behind you, facing behind, you see sort of, if you were directly turning 180 degrees, the Ichor tree in the distance. Very, not where you guys were when you were just led and almost slaughtered. You were at its base, and it is quite far away. And this is the point I'll remind you that you have the note from Aethel as well as something else.
Yep.
So are you opening the map right now immediately? Okay. I'll allow before that you guys can
Should give it at least 8 days walk.
for what?
Okay. Okay.
The day's walk to what?
Away from this place.
Okay. Sorry.
They're going to come out of it. We need
Yes,
to keep
so-
moving.
yes, we
You guys are
go,
gonna
we
start
go!
moving? Okay. So
Is there
so
like
you don't look at
Can
the map as
I
you exit.
Do
Okay.
do I know where we are?
Yeah, that's.
No.
is there any
No. You guys, I would say in your travels, none of you have been to this particular part. None of you have probably been close to an
Would
ocean,
we?
except a few.
Do we see the gate in the distance? I don't.
No.
Okay. I don't know how
No
close it
gates.
is to land.
how big is this entrance? And what does it look like?
As you turn around, you see a small opening, and above it is a kind of a very unnatural hill, almost a mound that leads up in a ways. And as it goes, you can see from a distance, as you're kind of down below this mound, the viscous red light and the pungent like gases bubbling off of this human stew,
Steams,
mortal stew,
yeah.
coming
Ugh.
from a distance. And you can see in this blaring light, almost like a spotlight, shadows dot across as various demons with wings coalesce around the mouth of the pit.
Yeah, that
But
doesn't-
you are at what I would say like a side entrance. It's not the main one.
Well, that doesn't look like there's a good way to close this up. I agree with Fredrick.
Would we know the band of the Phoenix we were with? Was that all of us? Like,
Was
there's
it-
no other remaining members.
As far as you know, no. As far as you know. You witnessed many die yourselves physically.
And,
And again,
pit.
just as
So
a
there wouldn't be
reminder,
like a place
they-
we would know to go to report that of these losses and things like that.
Oh boy. You were commissioned by the Baron Prysic to confront the Lord Hoth of Delruth.
Yeah.
I would actually encourage you, Annabelle, As I would assume, first you guys make some distance.
Make distance.
Make
So
is the
what,
point.
you're just
yeah.
gonna. So you have the ocean. You have behind you is the whatever, and then somewhere over there is the ichor tree. So where are you going? Just in a direction.
Using
Along
the
the shore?
landmark of the ichor tree, would Fredrick be able to plot a general course to where we were supposed to go?
As of right now, with only one landmark, it's very difficult. You see an ocean, but you would know from your travels in the Ashlands that they're bordered on both the west and eastern fronts by oceans. So as of right now, it could be either side of the entire. Which the Ashlands is rather large. Like you're not like making a mistake in this way. Even you're in one court is not going to work for
Is
you.
anyone opposed to the tree?
I agree. It's the only
So-
thing we know.
You're trying to make just some distance going towards the tree.
Yeah.
Because we're hoping for another landmark to orient.
So you guys are, again, you're starting to become tainted. Your minds are
Yeah.
slipping. I would say you could probably, without becoming fatigued, go about maybe half an hour to an hour into the Ashlands forest.
That's enough.
Okay,
Yeah.
so is that what you guys do?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
I take front.
Okay. So as you guys, take front. So you guys lead.
Rear.
It's a very, sorry?
Rear.
Rear?
I'll be
In
close to
between.
my goblin friend.
I'm by Fredrick.
Okay. So as you guys travel through, there's nothing really to report. No demons. It's a landscape of huskin trees that have been burned in the wars past and desolate ground. It is starting to become difficult to breathe. As you step through the ash, it's just a cloud, and you have to wear some sort of. You guys would know this because you've traveled this place quite extensively. You have to, and as a band, it would kick up a fierce dust storm. So you'd have to wear your air handkerchief or something over your mouth. You've achieved to get about an hour or so without complication.
As we're walking, can I pull Annabelle back a little further?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Nice.
not hard.
Torin, do you have yours?
Annabelle,
Sorry.
it is not your fault. You retain so much humanity. It's okay.
She doesn't fall.
We'll find her, and we'll put her to rest. I promise.
So great. Oh, so sorry.
For now, what do we do?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. We
Keep
push
moving.
through. We push through
We push through.
until we find time to do the research. Then we find them. Keep your mind calm. Now keep
we push
walking.
through.
Let's go.
Here in the distance, just Torin.
I can't believe that happened to Kyle. This is
I
my
know.
favorite.
I'm so glad you got his walk.
It's
also,
more of a
um,
walk rather than a
Yeah,
path.
it's seasoned so good.
It's also a great moment. Forgive me for I thought my mind is. It's also an interesting point to note that an added level of sort of, I guess, stress is that with the severance of the mortal plane to the outer planes, where do souls go? Many believe, and this is the common theory amongst the Farsight orators, which the audience will hear about at a later time, that souls all go to the abyss, regardless of death or means of death. And some carry this burden, and that's why they choose to stay alive for as long as possible. Others believe they simply stop existing. It's disputed and unproven. Okay, so, all right. Okay, you travel for about an hour and slow down. And that is when, Annabelle, you remember both documents. So at your leisure,
Fix my own shield.
Let's see him.
Hey.
Skull.
skull.
Let's go.
She opens the map first.
Okay. On the back, before you open the map, you notice that there is a handwritten note regarding scale. And as you open the map, which I am now opening for the people on stream,
Welcome.
Hell yeah.
you see that this map, judging by its smell, and again, your training would easily let you recognize this, by the smell, the fray of the parchment, the type of parchment, the type of ink, that this map is over 60 years old. So this is before even the gate appeared, which was 60 years ago, is when the gate arose. This is well before that. You also note at the top right-hand corner some writing.
On the back?
On the
the
back
front.
or on the front?
Slightly burned, but you notice some words that you can decipher and make out.
Student cartography? Tim Lit. That is going to take some work.
Well, it's burned, so there
Yeah.
it is. You notice the words student and carta,
Yep.
which could indicate that this particular document was not even made by a master
Made by a
cartographer,
student.
Oh.
but a student, 60 plus
Yep.
years ago.
Mhm.
Therefore, this map's efficacy as to the current landscape is questionable.
At best.
But it does provide some unique landmarks.
Something.
You notice as you've been walking towards the Ichor tree that you are seeing as you go towards it, a crossing, a tri-way crossing of dry rivers. That is where you stop, in the middle of the ashland forest. There is ultimately a sorry, go ahead.
No, we're
You're
listening. We're listening. We promise.
There's red here, so we might be somewhere in this section.
In that area. Try meeting of rivers. It's hard to decipher at the moment.
Fredrick
Salvation
will
is
take
at an
this time
ocean?
to look over his shield because he know it took some hits and just see how bad off it is.
Okay, go for it. As you guys
Thank you,
are
if I can eat.
mildly resting, so have you determined where you are?
I
Can you?
think.
Absolutely.
Well, you said ocean.
Well, also,
blade,
is it
Not
easier?
fixing things.
There are things that look like, best I can say, is like railroad tracks. Is that supposed to be like a wall?
Those-
As best you can tell, that
Okay.
might be a river.
The
It could be a
rivers.
wall.
Okay.
And you can notice to the left and right the bare markings
These
of
are
what look
roads.
to be like oceans
Okay.
on both sides.
Yeah.
But again, the left side of the map is
There's
extremely
no rivers
damaged.
On that side.
So,
You do indicate and see the Fief of Price, and you
Mm-hmm.
see that right around the base of the Ichor tree is where you were abducted.
Right. And we were on our way to
The Fief of Delruth in the east,
Delruth.
which is bordered
Well,
by
we're-
a dry river.
If
We're
we
close. We
follow,
think
we are near rivers.
You are near a river, yes.
the tri-meeting of rivers.
A meeting of a
we
bunch
might
of
be able
rivers.
to find Delruth.
We might be north, or we might need to go north to
Okay.
find it.
Okay.
Is what it looks like.
Follow the river. The
I'll help you out since this is the first time
Yeah.
you've done this.
Yeah.
You have noticed that you're by the following: an ocean, and
Okay.
the land you're on is cut off by two rivers to a variety of directions.
Yeah.
And where you're at now, another river has come in and cut in and kind of made, I would say, a dried lake, but it's hard to call it a lake. Perhaps at a later time, in an earlier age, it was a bigger lake, but for now it's this kind of cavern, like a crater-looking thing. But as best you can tell, it's where three rivers meet. It's completely bone dry.
Lake
Yeah.
something, and it's hard to tell
Lake
what it is.
Aldrin.
That's what it
Okay.
looks like.
So you think you're near Lake Aldrin?
To the south of the Fief of Duluth.
Okay.
Duluth.
Relay your findings.
Delrin?
I think. I think if we go north, we could get to Duluth.
Delruth.
Delruth.
You notice on the map that there
Yeah.
is a stretch of land leading to a fort from the where you think you are on the map, and then the Fief of Delruth. If you're correct on your assessment, judging by the map, it'll probably take you close to a day. And judging by the feeling of the sky and where you guys are in the current world, which is the Ashlands, you've determined you're still in the Ashlands, that it'll probably be nightfall soon. So you'll probably make it about half the journey, about 12 hours before you have to entirely, shut down for the night out of exhaustion.
When we get there, given our diminished numbers, I think it best we leave any information of the Band of the Phoenix in that pit. We're just traveling mercenaries, caught up hard.
looking for a place to rest. We have
Yeah,
no
I don't-
affiliations.
I don't think we'll be able to take that place with just the 5 of us. I think you're right.
I mean, I think we play it by ear. You never know.
Yeah, I
There
mean,
might be other
But
survivors
the
there.
reason we were
And that's
going
when
there.
that's when Annabelle reads the note she was given.
Yeah.
Sorry to prompt you, but
Oh,
Nah.
it's good narrative
Yeah.
timing.
I,
We like
Yeah.
it.
Because as soon as we
so
figure out where we're going,
there's
nope.
2 for you. One is in plain English, and the other one's for flavor. Sorry,
okay.
I should help.
Sick.
It's,
Love it.
It's
Yeah. For most of the people streaming, we have a freaking alphabet for different languages.
Not just we have one for every language. level.
Every
Now,
language that we are
Language.
supposed to know.
Who does that?
I do.
That man.
I'm a
Right there.
psychopath.
Grim does that. Grim.
Big Daddy Grim.
Whoa. Big Daddy Grimm's my father.
That's on the only.
That's Grim, my mom.
Okay.
No, that's on the OnlyFiends.
No.
it's so much worse. It's so much worse.
What did you find?
So much worse.
What do you mean?
If the daughter of Baron Prisic, if Half gets through with his plans, he's going to sacrifice her, and the Ashlands would be gone. They would be overrun.
Who's sacrificing who? The Baron sacrificing his daughter?
No,
The
the Lord of Delruth is sacrificing the Baron's daughter, and then
Oh.
but it's to a demon, and
That's why we were
he's trying
sent.
to bargain, and they're just going to ruin it, the Ashlands. They're just going to wreck it.
That's why we were sent. That's why we're there to help.
He didn't understand.
Well, would it be enough just the 5 of us? I mean, could be.
He thought it was personal. It's not personal.
Or at least it's not demons, but we don't exactly have orders anymore.
No, we still
Well, we have
do.
to do something.
This would open
mean-
the door for demons.
That's true.
And 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
For those at home, sorry. Could you
Yes.
read the note just so
Yes.
Out loud.
everybody- Yeah, just so everybody at home understands.
Written
Sorry,
to
I should have
April.
probably said like anytime you receive a note, not
Sure.
even for the role play, just like even
In
out
general,
of character to read it so everyone at home.
Give
Because
us
I
the
actually don't have
mental
a photocopy of
voiceover.
that.
So
Sorry
there's
to break the
little
immersion.
piece is missing, but Aethel, I regret to inform that the Baron of Prisic is mistaken in his prediction concerning the fate of his daughter at the hands of Hoth, Lord of Delruth. He wishes to sacrifice her as means of bargaining with demonkind. If he were to succeed, all of the Ashlands would surely succumb.
We also have our word to stand on.
We also have 5. More than enough to get in unnoticed, gain favor quickly with this Lord Hoth, gain his favor, and then kill him.
Well, if we only have... Yeah, looking over at that map, you said we have about a day, maybe, before we get to it?
If we are where I think we are, and if this map
Is accurate.
holds any bearing to the current landscape.
Well, I'd say we're not gonna get very far if we don't get our beer to sleep.
Who's good at lying?
I'm a great liar.
Me too.
I can lie.
What if
Anyone can lie.
we were
As well.
sent from that pit to bring news? The sacrifice stage is ready, and that's where it's supposed to be.
That's a real big thing to say.
I can certainly try it.
It's
Like, there's little lies. That's a big lie.
yeah. I think depending on
We-
like what the situation that we find there is,
It's a good
that's
point.
a good take. We can
We have a
keep
long
that
day
in
of
the,
travel.
in the
We need rest before then.
reloaded.
You guys can make
We can
make it after you've I'm
plan-
assuming distributed the rations that you carried, so your
Of course
bulk is
not.
reduced.
Let's
No, I'm just
make
kidding, yeah.
the
Um,
how far we
this-
can now.
You can travel. I'm going to tell you, given your current state, given that it's been multiple days, you can tell it's been multiple days. Just feel it in your bones since you've been captured. You can make it about 12 hours until you're dropping at the knees. So you make it about half the journey if the map is to be believed.
Right.
And where she believes you are, which is if I'm not mistaken, you believe you're at the twin, like near the Twin Mine Village, somewhere around
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Twin Mine Village, right? Yeah.
Yeah, then that
The
so
Lake Aldrin somewhere near.
you'll come up
Travel
just
bit.
short of if it's to be believed within 12 hours you'll come up about an hour or two short of Fort Ruth.
Perfect.
Probably a better place than
which
this.
might be, but you'll come just short of it. You're not going to be able to make it
We
if
can
the
get
map
there
is
in
to
the
be
morning.
believed.
Right.
Okay, so
Well, now?
you guys have made the plan. You've decided. You're not sure what's going to be at the Fief of Del Ruth,
But we should be ready for that to happen.
Right.
Any kind of ceremony involving this daughter, any kind of festival, things a human would use to disguise their intent.
Right.
We'll definitely play it by ear.
So you've decided amongst yourselves to investigate further, given
Right.
the severity of the claims that whoever sent Ethel that letter has made. Okay.
Travel, rest,
Yeah.
figure
So,
out shit.
Is it time to travel? Are we traveling?
Yes.
I believe so.
Okay.
Travel in
So-
Everest?
You start to walk. I would say for a time, and over time, as you pass through the ashlands, and it's just dead trees, and you go down dried the riverbeds and up craggy hills, and time keeps passing. Your congruence starts to slip, and your party begins to slowly trickle outwards. So you're not a tight, nice line. It's kind of like you're staring at your feet. You know how it is walking. You're exhausted. I would like you to roll a perception check, please.
He's a hero point.
Guys, I'm getting tired.
17.
Okay. As you're walking along, you're walking, you notice that you don't hear anybody anymore walking beside you.
Oh, shit.
And that's when I told Kyle, like, I've just never seen my face so clearly in a spatula. Torin? Torin?
As you're looking around, you see your friends are frozen in place, scattered around the landscape, frozen, dead solid, not moving. You start to hear whispers coalesce, and a wind picks up, whipping
Stare at the
around
camera
you
like
specifically.
Like it's frozen.
I take out my longbow and I call out to, I guess Torin would have been the closest. Torin! And I'm going to start moving towards him, assuming I don't see anything.
Okay. You don't. The wind picks up and starts to surge, and that's when you smell it. The smell of brimstone.
Fart?
You're frozen right now, sir. The smell of brimstone and sulfur. And that's when,
It's not Torin.
behind you, appears an interesting individual. He looks at you. He is 9 feet tall, 11 plus, looking at his scarlet, blood-red wings. He is garbed in regal purple and gray robes, and he curtly bows and says, "Well, well, well, we are certainly a long way from home." And that's where we'll take our break.
That's your daddy?
I'm about to die!
All right, thank you guys, everybody. We were going to do this a little bit longer anyway, so we'll probably wrap up pretty soon. We have some other things we're going to tackle. We're going to take a quick 15-minute break.
Some people's gotta pee.
We got to pee. I got to eat because I'm about to throw up. And yeah, take care. Like this video, subscribe, dance. Anyway, we're going to show a quick ad, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Okay, bye-bye. Hi. Grim here, just wanting to say thank you. While we're all sitting on the porcelain thrones, stacked up neatly one on top of the other because we don't have enough time to all go to the bathroom separately, I just wanted to say thank you so much for tuning in to Grim's Dungeon. We all thought this was just some silly dream. I never thought that I'd end up doing something like this until I started doing it. And I think the same can be said for everyone here on the production staff and the players. We want to thank you so much for allowing us, for giving us the opportunity to entertain you with our stories, with our role play, with our game. Because without you, there's no reason for us to do this. You are the reason why this show is made possible. And it's worth it for us to dedicate our time and energy to do so. So thank you again from the bottom of all of our hearts for watching us and submitting suggestions and playing along. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, while we're waiting for us to get back to the game, I wanted to basically tell you guys if you're interested on how best to support the show. Now, I know what you're doing. You're already breaking out the wallet. You're already ready to give old Uncle Grim a bunch of your money now. Before you do that, there's something much better you could do, and that is going to our socials and following us on everything and retweeting and liking and subscribing to every piece of content that we produce. This is really what will give us what we call data economy, a level of data that will point our content to other people who love tabletop role-playing games and role-playing games, etc. Twitch isn't the best way to grow an audience. It's actually probably the worst way. The best way is through other platforms. So the best thing you can do for us is go to our YouTube, go to our Twitter, go everywhere, like, subscribe, follow, share, retweet, whatever. And another thing you can do, which will be super awesome, more so for you than even for us, is join our community Discord, also located below in our Twitch About section. Our community Discord is like I said, a community of like-minded players, game masters, and roleplay enthusiasts who can get together, find people to play games, set up games, play games in the Discord, watch the stream live, see highlights, clips, updates, interact with our players and other game masters that'll be throughout this campaign session playing the game. You can talk to them, ask questions. As we get subscribers and go through affiliacy to subscribers, you're going to be able to have your own subscriber channel there where you can talk directly, and the players can create threads and the GMs can create threads about what you guys want to see. All this is possible in our Grimm's Dungeon community Discord. So please take the time, join up. Say hello, say hi to our players, say hi to everybody. I'm sure, at least for now, until we grow too big, our players will most likely say hi to you. Please come and say hello and join in on the discussion, find some games, play with people who are like-minded, who love the show. It'll be awesome for you and awesome for us. So how long has that been? How long did I... Okay, about 3 minutes. Well, we have 12 more minutes left in our break. Now, can I trust you guys to stay here without me playing Subway Surfer or Clash of Clans or Temple Run on my phone to keep you guys focused? You can wait 12 minutes while we go pee, right? Right? Okay, fantastic. Well, I'll see you in 12 minutes. Until then, my name's Grim, and again, thank you so much for watching. Take care. Welcome back. Thank you guys so much for waiting. Last we left off, our old pal, the Goblin, was just recently introduced to a new individual. Quickly, I'll set the stage here.
Gulp.
Gulp.
I'm in danger.
Rotate the camera.
His wing is bigger than
Rotate the
me.
camera.
His wing is bigger than me.
Yeah, his wing's pretty large.
9 feet tall.
New way to use the term, come under my wing.
Nice.
So, you are approached while the rest of your compatriots are frozen by a 7 to 9 foot tall something. It's red, has wings, cloaked in a nice regal robe, but other than that, in a really fashionable goatee, he has no other discernible features. You're not sure whether or not this is something you've encountered before in your time.
I turn around and look at like my frozen companions, and then back around.
Did I die?
Oh, you silly little goblins. I must admit, your kind has always fascinated me. No, my friend, you are not dead. Actually, I would say quite the opposite. Okay. Tell me, do you know what I am?
Big.
Correct.
Handsome.
Oh, stop it.
And maybe also like a fiend.
Oh, come now. Now that's a derogatory term.
Is it?
It's a gross oversimplification of a very complex socioeconomic issue.
Okay.
And he stares there, just staring at you, waiting for something.
Okay.
I want you to make just go do a recall knowledge check to see if you know what this is.
Religion.
Dirty 20.
It's a devil. It is a very stereotypical devil, actually, I would say. Tall, regal, though...
I guess... Yes. Yeah, and I apologize. I mean, not all goblins are the same.
No,
So not all
definitely not.
F words are the same. Mr. Devil, may I ask you your name?
You may ask me my name. I have to admit, that is the most interesting introduction I have ever partaken in of a mortal. Congratulations.
Thanks.
My name, and he curtly bows as I realize that I am not on the right scene. He curtly bows.
Oh, now we're frozen.
He bows and says, my name is Civil.
Oh, Civil, that's nice.
It is a nice name, is it not?
Is that with a K?
It is
or
with a
K?
C. Have you ever heard of the word civil, civility, civilian?
Okay, yeah.
It is derived
sure.
from the same origin.
Ah, so nice. Nicety. Nice person.
I like to think so.
Okay.
And he sort of strokes his beard and looks you up and down.
I
And
scratch
says,
mine.
You are correct, though, ultimately. I am what you mortals call a fiend, though more accurately, I am a devil. And he bows yet again. He's very formal in his gestures.
I also bow.
What do you know about my kind, the devils? Anything?
You know, a bit here and there, things I've picked up, some things I've heard, but mostly I know how to run away and hide from you. I do a lot of that.
I see. Very, very common, unfortunately, for our type.
Yeah.
We get what you might say is a bad rap. We are often mistaken for demons, which I will tell you right now is very, very incorrect.
Okay.
We are a much more, how would you say, refined type of entity.
Sure. I've never ever seen another demon with like such care
Chiseled
taken
jaw.
with and the beard too. The
beard,
the goatee. Yeah, I can't grow it like that. They just come out like random bushes everywhere.
Well, those are things you mortals do care about.
Yeah.
It's just staring at you awkwardly with this, I don't want to say force, but a grin.
Are my friends dead?
Oh,
Yeah.
those.
Wherever
And
they
of
are.
course not. I would never, ever do
Oh, good.
anything
Okay.
to wound you or your
all right.
compatriots. I am a simple practitioner of the law, nothing more or less. I am simply showing you a sample of what could one day be yours.
Sense motive.
Okay.
I already forgot what this was. I know you gave us the rule.
I
did
believe
give
it's
you the rules.
perception against
Yep.
his something about his DC.
One of those sense motives.
Yeah.
Something.
Sure.
I don't think I have
Means
that.
concentrate.
So we're gonna go with a 22.
Secret check.
Okay. As far as you can tell,
Then you'll
there
lose
is
it.
utmost sincerity in his voice. When he says that he is a practitioner of the law and he is offering you this fraction of a power, he means it. There's no ill motives that you can detect.
Okay. I've always been more of a run around, shoot things with my bow, maybe a little slicey slice, and I'm sorry, I don't know why you've approached me.
Well, I will admit, though I humbly ask your forgiveness, I have
Oh
been
no, by all means, it's fine.
Good. I'm glad that you are okay with what I'm about to say, even though
Forgiven.
I have not said it yet.
I just pre-forgiven, you know. It's just like I don't hold grudges against most beings.
You mortals. Sorry. Oh man. So he reels his cloak back and says, "Whoa, whoa." Oh, you like that? The flourish.
It was very refined.
Well, thank you. I have to admit, I have been watching you, and that statement right there proves that I was correct in my assessment of you. We devils are often misrepresented as demons, as I've said previously, but that is the furthest from the truth. Where those chaotic ilk go around causing havoc and destruction, we cause
Civility.
order. I guess it's the same thing, but
Yeah.
order.
Just different syllables. and
I
letters.
suppose it's different syllables. I'm speaking common correctly. Would you like me to swap to Goblin? I can do that as well. I know a mini language.
Sure, yeah.
You have to forgive me. My throat is a little unprepared for such a guttural language, so I
it's
think
okay.
we'll swap back to
Yeah,
common.
sure. It's been a while.
It
Torin
has been
never
a while
learned.
for me, especially. We are often, excuse me, I can hear your thoughts.
You're frozen.
Sorry, forgive me. Your compatriots' thoughts are so loud they permeate my very essence. Please be silent while I negotiate with your friend. He snaps his finger. He snaps his finger, and all you can think about is. He conks you out. And he goes back and says, "Us devils, as I was trying to say, respect the law and order. And as you can see in this unfortunate place, this is quite an unlawful set of circumstances, at least in my not so humble opinion.
Sure.
Would you agree?
It's pretty orderless, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty
Unlawful.
chaotic.
Gods.
Anyways, I have come humbly because like I've said, and have tried to said multiple times,
Yeah.
that I have been watching you, and I again do apologize for doing so.
Okay. Nope. Forgiven, as said. No worries.
And I've sort of noticed, and if I can say this, that
I'm unashamed of my body. It's okay.
bodies. Yes, I'm more talking about your mind. If we can get back on track.
Sure.
Of course. Anyway, I have noticed, despite your predisposition and handicap as a mortal, you have found yourself a particularly interesting group of people to surround yourself with. In spite of all odds of this world, in spite of odds of your history, in spite of odds of this exact place in time and space, you have managed to survive. I am, and I must admit, a fan of survivors. I've always been a rooter of the underdog, and seeing you with these frozen folks grants a particularly interesting opportunity. And he snaps his fingers, and from the ground arises a table.
Whoa.
And a little chair, which he snaps, and another little stone chair arises on both sides of the table. And you see that the table is made of a type of granite. It's smooth, but at its base and its rim is these carvings of faces, smiling, neutral, frowning, smiling, neutral, frowning, in a repeating fashion. And he gestures after, he doesn't sit first, but he gestures towards the opposing chair, offering you to sit.
I respectfully stow my bow, and I reveal my gray short mohawk.
You should really take a bath.
Sit.
I'm sorry.
What do you mean? No, I took one this month.
How long has it been since you've have you washed recently?
Well, have you ever heard of an ash bath? chinchillas, they just roll
Right,
around
and he cuts you off and snaps twice, and the table extends about a foot. And he's like, "Oh, forgive me. It's parameters.
No,
I have no control over these things.
Forgiven.
You may sit down." And he gestures to the seat.
I sit.
And okay, and he fluffs his curtail coat and sits down and begins to stare at your eyes. You're disadvantaged. Oh, sorry.
No,
we spoke at the same time.
Go
Oh,
right
forgive
ahead.
me.
It's
You
your
are.
table.
It is my table.
Yeah.
How did you know that? Do you shop at the same? I digress.
Well, it's not mine.
It certainly isn't. You could never afford it. I want to let you know
That's true.
that you are, whether or not you believe it in your mind, disadvantaged. Are you aware of your 4 companions' plight?
When you mean plight, is it... And then he just kind of gestures his arms around at everything? Or something that I don't share with them?
For better or worse, these poor fools have been plucked, selected, obtained, and been... Oh, I have to choose my words very carefully here, or I could get in serious trouble with HR.
Did I see a 4th wall crumble over there? Sorry.
Oh, I hate it when that happens.
Yeah. Very
Oh, you would not
disconcerting.
understand. In hell, it happens all the time.
I believe it.
We're sitting there talking about the news and what happens. Somebody
Yeah.
comes in as an anchor and tells us directly that it's going to rain hellfire. It's
wow.
hell. I don't need to be told that. I don't need to be walked. I don't need to walk outside to see that you understand.
Of course.
Forgive me. Continue.
Is it something that they have that I don't? This plight?
Yes, it is. I would say these people have been abducted by various outer individuals, interested parties that have, let's say, a stake in this world, who wish to inflict their will through vessels of the mortal kind. I'm gonna be honest with you, Goblin. I don't like it.
Claire.
Goblin, I don't like it. Not one bit. Would you like to know why? Could you guess why? You're an intelligent fellow. Why does this bother me, Civil, the humble devil?
I'm not gonna guess this time. Chaos?
That is a very intelligent... That was the right response. Because you know nothing of these matters. And guess who does? I do.
Oh, okay.
So, after much discussion amongst my compatriots, we have decided to offer you a limited one-of-a-kind deal to put you, how do you say, on par with the rest of your friends over there? Well, don't say thank you or anything.
You want to bind me?
Bind? What a foolish word to describe what this is. No, bind implies a level of... Well, let's say you don't get a say. But in this particularly rare case, you do. None of your other friends did, but you do. And he snaps his fingers and out comes a quill. Out comes a pot of ink. And out comes
Oh no.
parchment. And he begins to scribe. Without a word, his forked tongue slithers out of his mouth, and he pricks the end of it and begins to write without a word. And occasionally, he looks up, goes back to writing. Then he'll stand up, walk around, and with a sort of device you've never seen, he walks back around and writes and writes and writes and writes. And this goes on for about 5 minutes, unbroken. And then, suddenly, Another snap, and a little hell imp flits out, and he hands him, rolls up the parchment, hands it to him, and he sneezes onto it and binds a contract. And he simply hands it over to you.
Oh.
The length.
Long one.
I know reading is hard, so whatever you have decided to read in, the language will appropriate to. I'll also say that the imp that helped me draft that is not the greatest at cursive. It might be difficult to read, so I've also inside transcribed a much more legible copy. But in hell, we're all about procedure, so I had to write in that manner. The seal. Do you snap? You've opened a letter before. No, don't eat it. Oh, mother of God.
Actually have the seal in his mouth.
I grab I pull out, whip out my dog slicer, which is like a huge like cleaver.
I
And
got
I
some
just,
scissors. Hold on. You can cut it here.
Oh,
Don't scissors.
Matthew.
Yeah.
Or do.
Throw the scissors.
Throw the scissors.
There it is.
OSHA! OSHA!
I was worried about ripping the paper.
Bust
Sorry,
right
I
into
just
the
don't.
door.
I don't want to ruin that imp's hard work. I'm sure they're trying their best.
Right.
Hold on.
Oh, how long has it been since you've sharpened it? Okay. All right. Sorry, just a lot writing on this for me.
A lot of
You
writing.
sealed this real good. This was your spit.
No, it was the
Holy
imps.
cow.
Did you not watch it appear and spit?
Oh, I got it. It's fine.
Okay. Very good. Yes, very good. And from it, you see
Civil.
a contract.
It's really spelled like that.
It is really spelled like that.
Yeah.
Do me the honor, if you would. You can read it.
Asset transference agreement. Civil, that's you, and associates, them. Project Abyssal Reconstruction Program, prepared for name here.
Oh God.
This agreement is made and entered as of 10th of Numatine by Hell Reference, the 75th seed of Asmodeus. Name here. Henceforth referred to as contractee, does freely receive and imbibe in said civil, that's you,
Good job. Yes.
henceforth known as benefactor, civil, imbibed in said civil, henceforth known as benefactors, power and purpose to ends of their own machinations and designs, free from outside influence or entities under the influence of benefactor. There's a lot of syllables in this civil. Contractor is required on request to complete one task in exchange for said use of benefactor's assets within a time limit determined at the moment of task request. Upon completion, will be given the option to opt out of the Abyssal Reconstruction Program if entity desires.
See a little tear goes out of Torin's frozen state as he's so proud of his buddy for being able to read.
Assets to be granted include but are not limited to domination of abyssal entities, entrapment and consumption of souls, custom devilish form, up to 3 sets of wings, total lift force of 1,000 pounds, other undisclosed boons. Contractee is free to pursue personal goals and ambitions prior to benefactor's task-oriented request and shall not be forced or otherwise made to complete said task prior to the agreed-upon date on pain of fiendish abolishment from hell and associates. In the event contractee refuses or fails to complete task by the agreed-upon date, entity forfeits their right to 1 soul to be tortured, mutilated, and humiliated by Civil and associates in perpetuity.
Pretty sweet, right?
Name here, contractee signature, Civil.
Yeah, you've got it. Yes, you've read it. Congratulations. So as you can see, this is not some binding. It is a contract, one in which I, mind you, am putting up risk for as well. That is not a deal you will see from many devils. I assure you, I know plenty. Come on, thoughts. What do you think?
Why do you think I want this?
Oh, that is a fantastic question, my friend. And it really saddens me that you can't see the upward potential of this offer. No, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
No.
You could rise.
I understand what you're saying.
I will tell you, before you make up your mind, I have paid a visit to your home, and I have visited your acquaintance, and they are not doing very well at all. And
Why?
quite difficult to watch, actually. I even felt compelled to step in, but it's not my place.
What are they doing?
Oh, well, with this contract, you certainly could find out. Think about it, Fred. All you have to do is one simple task. Up until then, you can use the powers as you see fit. I will never, upon pain of abolishment from hell, which tell me, I'll tell you this, it's worse than death. You can do as you will. I will never influence my will. But when I arrive and request my task and its due date, you must complete it or bye bye soul. And even that isn't so bad. I once signed a contract with the devil, I think, though it is hard to remember. We devils grow through torture. We learn through hardship. We gain wings, power. I remember briefly that I signed a contract during some long-forgotten war, not on this planet for
Wait, you
sure.
can go wherever you want, basically. Can you promise me that she won't be hurt more until I get to her?
My friend, I am binded by my associates. I am unable to influence the world without due law and process. Unfortunately, the only way I could help her is a contract, and I guarantee you it will be less favorable than yours. My suggestion, if you are willing to hear it, is to sign the agreement, take the powers, and when you go strong in the hellish boons I give you, deal with the matter yourself.
And it's just one task.
One task.
Whenever you show up.
Whenever I show up. Come on, sweet deal, right? And I guarantee you my contract was way worse. I had to sell my soul. No option for withdrawal. This is what it was. I don't even remember
And
why
once
I
that task
chose
is
to sign
over,
it.
once the task is over,
You
I
can forego all of your boons. I will take them back, and it will be as if this never happened, though this world will be slightly less... Less what? What are you signing with that poor
Chaotic.
instrument with? I have a professional ink and quill
chaotic.
set.
That's what you were going to
Very
say.
good. You see, he does learn. Look at him. He does learn. They can't respond, but he does learn. You should be proud of him. And he walks up and slides over.
I need to imagine I'm frozen with the walk.
The ink, which is slightly open, and the quill.
That's that real.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like. Oh, she gave me. It's already pre-licked.
I had the
Claire.
contract up that whole time. Oops.
Opens.
Yeah. Oh. That's fine. They can
Oh, it's
hear
just
us.
getting everywhere. Oh boy.
Not actually.
I was like,
scared
oh
him.
god.
Not
come on,
actually.
man.
Not actually.
Yet.
Yeah.
Just mock something. Can you write?
I can write.
A
Forgive
second
me.
tier.
Just like devils and demons and fiends, not all goblins are built the same.
Obviously.
Second tear goes down Torin's cheek. It's frozen.
And as he like
I saw
goes to dip the quill,
I saw that.
he
again.
looks up at the sky and takes a slow look around.
Mm. And you see as you do that, the sort of kindly manner that Civil has had kind of slides down as his eyes sort of close and his head tilts forward and his smile sort of softens.
The Goblin.
And it's done!
Claire.
That's good, just give
Rick.
it back. That's good.
I didn't dot
And
the
he's-
I yet.
He snaps and the contract ripples, but in reality, you throw it over to me.
Nice.
Good throw.
Good shot.
Well, we are officially in business. Welcome to the Abyssal Reconstruction Program. I hope you're prepared. I will say your journey will be interesting.
Orderly.
Right. And he snaps his fingers and the table recedes and a portal opens. And in it you can hear, "Oh God, help me, please!"
Kyle?
Oh my god.
Jeez.
The meta.
We have your walk!
Oh my God.
You started this.
And he says, he just rolls his eyes and goes, "Portals." And he walks through and whoosh.
Wait, how do I use...
And you guys unfreeze, continuing whatever you were doing beforehand.
I'm really admiring his work, you know? He
Why
really
are
took
you-
care of this.
Why are you crying?
I don't know. Did something happen to you? What you got?
Oh, nothing. It's just a journal. I'm learning how to write.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I think you were crying at the seasoning on Kyle's walk. It's just so beautiful.
I mean, you could never replicate that.
I think it's shinier than the pot.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Pan.
I'm kind of getting hungry.
With the goblin before.
No. I might make some or anything.
Yeah.
I don't think
When
we
we camp tonight, I'm gonna get us some good grub.
Is this our camp area?
Guys, I'm getting tired.
Right. So you guys continue traveling.
We're also missing an Annabelle on the map.
You choose to.
She's not there.
Oh, you get this.
Yeah. Oh, you let her.
You can now speak in Infernal.
Oh. Oh, Grim, we are missing Annabelle. She is
Annabelle's
off on the
not
side of the
on
table
So
here.
you can't see her.
Yeah.
I'll set it up once.
It's-
Okay.
time goes.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah. So you guys continue your 12-hour walk. So, as it would have it, you, as far as you can tell, was correct. You kept the ocean on your right-hand side. You passed when you passed over the dried remains of the river. You're not on a road. You're off the beaten path, which in this case might be a good thing. Who's to say? And you continued forward until you find a dry creek bed, and you guys just simply cannot continue walking.
Guys, I simply cannot continue walking. I'm so hungry.
My knees are knocking.
Fredrick will take his shield and just wham into the ground, and then just sits and leans against it.
And before you know it,
That was cool.
night has fallen.
Beautiful.
You all set up camp. And in the dusk, gather around a tiny campfire.
Fredrick, do we think This is still dangerous space.
Everywhere it is.
Naturally, but I can protect us. Should I protect us?
You do have the thermometer.
Please.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but you guys need to touch this. And I pull out that divine sigil. Oh, you hear it. Oh, just take a touch. Just touch it. Yeah, you felt that? It's like a sigh of relief.
Well,
I
that's
don't know what
nice.
it does, but it feels great.
Would I be able to figure out what it does just by inspecting?
You guys know
Or-
it's
okay, I wasn't
a
sure
common
if-
instrument
Okay.
for mercenary bands. It's a
Okay.
divine talisman. It's capable
Protects.
of, when you use it, it has 2 charges, and after the second charge, it evaporates. But it prevents, when set up and activated, which one individual here knows how to do, it prevents from chaos steps increasing overnight from the 12-hour rule.
You know, they never let me hold these things. Never really understood it.
Well, I do.
Alright, no, if you want it, yeah.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
You see, as
we
immediately
want
as you
to
take it,
use
it's just like,
It's cold now.
It's like drinking a glass of warm milk.
Well, to be first,
Now, Fredrick would kind of understand this better than player does. Would he want to start a fire?
I would say right now the place you're at is in sort of like a recess. The ability for people to see smoke, things are always burning in the Ashlands. It's smoggy, it's ashen. Things could, you think in this particular case you're safe to do so.
All right, he would start grabbing some wood and scrounge it up and make a campfire.
before we set up the divine talisman, are you able to fix the thermometer?
oh, absolutely. I was kind of
Just-
tinkering around with it a little bit as we were walking.
I will say, it'll take you.
Don't know what
In
that's
this, so we're about to enter the rest period. So it's again an incremental thing based on how much you guys want to do during the rest. I think the lowest amount, if I'm not mistaken, is around 9 hours. Okay. And you guys are about to partake in this. You can also set up watches for ambushes, but you have to consolidate. The idea is, okay, by this, we're going to get a full 8-hour rest. You have to consolidate for watches and what have you. So keep that in mind.
I can take first watch as I try to repair this. I also
So
have
how long are you guys resting for, first off?
probably a long rest, I
If-
think.
Well,
That
there's
isn't how
no.
that's not how it works.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
just resting
sorry.
in
You just
Pathfinder.
choose, tell me the hour amount for
Yeah.
rest.
6 hours seems like a nice time to sleep.
That's not enough time to
So-
recover fully.
8, or well,
It has to be 8
10.
plus.
8 plus, yeah.
Depending
if we
on
each
who
take
you
a
are
watch,
and
10 hours.
Yeah,
Everyone
it'll take
takes
10
2
hours
hours
for
watch?
Take a
5.
watch.
Yeah,
Okay.
10 hours.
Yeah.
And I also have quick repair as a skill feat and specialty crafting.
Yeah, if you have, well, you're welcome to repair this thing. You
and-
have your utensils, you have your materials.
Yeah.
Yep.
For like my downtime action before we all start taking shifts and resting, I want to I start to circle out and make a subsist check, so foraging for food and all of that stuff, so we don't have to use rations.
Okay.
Because I have
Go ahead.
the forager feat.
Do I have to roll anything for crafting, or is it just like do that?
That
It's an action.
is
Yeah, it's just
Crafting.
an action, but I'm trying
a
to figure
23,
Okay.
and then when I'm using survival to subsist, if I were to roll anything worse than a success, I still get a success. So basically, I'm rolling for a critical
Basically,
success.
give me food.
Give me food, and I can feed
out.
myself.
Repair kit, 'cause that's really what it is.
On a regular success, I can feed myself and 4 additional creatures.
So you go and rummage around, and you discover, and this is where that rule isn't as powerful as it is in Pathfinder.
I was waiting for this.
You are familiar with the Ashlands. You know that each of these trees stems as simply a jutting of the roots of the ichor tree. They're all one organism. You would know this. And just because you're a natural guy. And as you go through, you know that the ichor tree was renowned for growing these fruits. You know this because you find fossilized versions of it, where the ash and the fire have basically, like Pompeii, created these sort of,
Like
frozen
animals.
in time, you know. They're not fossils, but you understand what I'm petrified. Thank you. These petrified remains of these fruits. You know that if you're lucky, if you tap on the right tree and you dig in the right spot in the ground, that you'll find these. The catch is, because they've been here for so long, they will almost always have a level of chaos corruption, and upon consumption will infect the individual, even if there's a divine set up. They have to get it purified for it to not to increase. So as you go through, you do find 5 little nodes of ichor fruit. Relatively fresh. They're preserved through something, and it's a nice find. But you can tell by holding them it's at its pit is chaos corruption. You don't know how much, but there's.
So it can be more of like we will eat rations tonight, but I'm like have these now to then purify and save for future.
Yeah,
use.
there's ways in the rules you can purify food. Food does have a time limit. These have a very long time limit, but they start to decay after being excised from the ground. So just keep that in mind. You probably know it's a week. Actually, you know that it's about a week long before they're rotten and they can't be eaten anymore.
So we found a thing about the repair. You have to have a repair tools or repair kit.
You should definitely have bought that.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. I was thinking the same thing. That
Yeah, you should have definitely. If you didn't, it's fine.
Which
I'm gonna
just
say because that's like
take
your
off.
character's identity.
Yeah.
It would make 0 sense for you not.
2
So
gold.
let's say you do have the ability to do so. So it is rather damaged, but you think you can repair it. Right now, any checks you make with it will just have a -4 penalty.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can go ahead and roll to see if you can repair it to upgrade that.
So
I'm gonna look at it. I think that this doohickey kind of needs a little bit of sealing. And that is a nut 1.
Do you have your hero point?
I do have a hero point.
Hero point. Use it.
Please.
I think it's also your intelligence modifier for crafting.
I have some crafting thing here.
Oh,
Skills.
okay, then yeah.
And that's way, way better.
Yeah. What a hero.
Yeah, 18 plus 5, so 23.
Okay.
Ew.
You're looking at
Compared
it
to
first.
that one.
Your hand kind of slips and you go through, and you kind of smile.
Don't worry, I caught it.
You
I
thought,
caught it.
but you recovered and you begin work. You know, this doohickey there, this doodad goes there. You've worked on this type of mechanic a lot. You're often repairing the sensitive technology that the burnt mercenary bands require to function and survive. This is probably one of the most important tools. And you start, and you look at it and you kind of, and you realize that, okay, this is the best I can do. I've repaired it some of the way, but until I find a proper forge to fix the very sensitive instruments inside, it's not going to get any better. So right now it's at a -2 penalty. So you've definitely got it better, but you're going to need really intricate, probably expert or master hands to correct the internals.
Okay.
But you did a good job.
Alright. I kind of explained that to the group, just saying, you know, it's a very intricate device. For now, it seems... kind of like shake it, put it up to my ear. Yep, seems like it's working fine for the moment.
So would you like to attempt to test before you guys rest for the night to see what the level of chaos is?
I think so.
I say because I want to do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Let's do
we'll
it.
Okay, so for those at home, the chaos corruption thermometer rules are as follows. Somebody has to supply a living tissue sample and inject it into the thermometer to check the rate of mutation for ambient chaos corruption. This also goes for items, it goes for food. You can test it for anything, but you have to give a sample. There's 5 levels of sample: tiny, small, moderate, large, very large. The more of a larger sample you give, the higher the modifier is. A very large sample gets +20 to the check, and a small, tiny one only gets +1. But it requires a sample to work regardless. So you have to import it in some regard. You have to. But every time you do it, you have to take big old check of damage. You gotta roll those dice, and it can hurt. And every subsequent one adds a dice in a day, in a 24-hour period. So make sure you're gonna, so it's always the kind of thing in camp, like, all right, who's donating tonight? That's kind of the vibe that the thermometer gives.
Does that
around
get
the
asked
band
out
camps.
loud?
I'd say, well, if it doesn't, Witton would be the first to pipe up and say, I'll give the first.
What size are you doing?
Because these are thermometers.
You sure you're up to it?
I am. And we'll give a small.
A small. So
Small.
what is that? 1d6?
It's a D6.
Yeah. Okay, so take 1d6 of slashing damage.
That's a full 6.
Wow.
Nice.
Witton
Oof,
cleric. When you use a
nice.
specialty knife that you keep on your person for medical purposes, and you slice into your flesh, and it does some stuff. You hand it over to her, and as you do, I want you to make a religion check, please.
Okay.
You really took a big sample.
It's important. We've already been through enough. We don't need more. Do you use it?
I'm gonna use my hero point. I want it to be better than that.
Well, no, this isn't checking.
Oh.
This is a perception check.
This is
based
just
on
perception in
religion.
general.
Oh, okay.
So he's handing you his flesh.
So religion.
Okay. Religion?
Religion.
Oh.
Do what I say.
It's fuck math
It was
help.
7.
It's a 13? 13.
So you take it and you put it in the thermometer.
Okay. And
Now you make the
Now
And you
I-
do the check.
Yeah.
now I make the check.
It's
Fucking what?
Is it?
Um,
That's +3.
A secret check or
Is the thermometer a secret check or no?
I would have written if it was.
You did.
Yeah.
Then it's a secret check.
There we go.
Get the tube!
The tube of silence.
Mystery.
And I'm making this. I'm the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're holding the
Okay.
thermometer.
Ready?
Yep.
Don't look at it.
Say +5.
So your religion.
+3.
So what?
No. Sorry, my religion is a. It's a
+5.
+6 to the roll,
A +6 to the roll.
including the sample
The
plus
sample plus-
and the damaged minus.
So it's 6.
5 + 3 - 2 6.
-2. Oh, that's right. I forgot about the -2. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, but actually this is
I
kind
made eye contact.
I did it this
Um,
time.
different.
Yeah. So
interpretations of
you
thieves, I believe.
take a look, and the thermometer kind of goes.
It's because it's the safest area we have.
And the
No.
sample has gone up in smoke.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to take it for somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could take some of mine.
I can do it.
Goblin.
Hi.
Dog slicer.
You're not doing it. You're already hurt.
I said I'd do it. I was stark naked when I met William. Alright? I think it's about time I pay my dues.
Spread it around.
Fine.
I can
I've got
heal.
my own dagger. And I take out my little clan dagger as a dwarf. It's very intricate. You see like a very like topaz looking like
No,
gem
I
at the
can
very
heal.
end.
Could you give this to Morgan, please?
What?
You hit the light.
No.
I got it.
Grim.
I just kind of grab my dagger.
And
It's
you-
my little clan dagger, and I just right. And I mean, it's like a tiny, tiny little dagger, like a pocket knife. Like I would never use it in combat. It's more decorative than anything. I guess I'll do a small sample. The same. So I'll take a
Small
a
D6.
Well,
D6.
Quick question.
don't
Grim.
roll high today, just for the.
Given what he just said and where
And I
he's
got a
from.
6.
Oh fucking hell.
So you took a full 6 too?
I also
Oh my
took a full
gosh.
6.
What's wrong with you people? Okay.
You
here's-
made this.
And now you give it another
Riggedy roll.
roll as I prepare. Oh my god. Okay.
It's the secret pipe.
Hi.
What are we calling?
Okay. This time,
Pipe of faith.
I see what you mean. That really hurts.
this
I didn't
time,
even do that.
Don't worry. I'll help later.
and it goes ding 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 on a 1. That means there is chaos corruption here.
Yes.
There is a tiny amount. There's a small amount of chaos corruption, which means if you were to sleep here without divine protection, it would increase his step.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, whole step.
So,
Whole
A step, not a level.
thank you.
I mean, it's the least I could do. You see, he's like,
Yeah.
oh, that really hurt.
Oh, I should also mention when you take a look,
This thing's
the
way
sample
sharper than I thought.
survived. Hardy skin. The sample survived, so you can use that another charge of it. You have another roll saved up for whenever you want to use it. So again, that's objects, food, and places, and people.
I'm sorry about that. These things can be finicky, and I wasn't sure if it would work, but...
And
Probably
throw
like
the dice.
divine blood.
I mean, I do have divine blood, but
Minus
you know,
31 attack.
I wasn't expecting this thing to be that sharp.
Okay.
It's just decoration. I put my flat dagger back.
What? It's a knife? You cut me?
You always take such good care
Okay.
of your stuff.
So, are you guys buckling down for the night then?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will set up.
First watch.
I will set up the divine
Divine Talisman.
Talisman. Set up. No, you guys, when resting, will not receive a step of chaos corrupted.
Beautiful.
What is the, what's your, are you setting up, who's watching first?
Does anyone mind if I take first watch?
First
Cannot
watch.
see well in dark.
Okay.
First
Perfectly
watch.
fine.
I'll take watch whenever it's darkest then. Us dwarves got great dark vision.
I can take less than much. Though I
I'll
have...
take second right after Fredrick.
And I'll go in the middle,
Okay.
wherever.
I think I
So
got that.
it's boom, boom,
We don't
boom,
actually need you.
boom,
Talk to
boom.
Witton
Yeah.
before.
We don't actually need you.
Bedtime.
Only 4 people have to watch.
Yeah.
may
2, 4,
talk
6,
to
8.
Okay.
Yeah, but you
Within
guys
that-
all, someone else.
Oh,
same 2
yeah,
hours
yeah,
long.
you're right, you're right.
That
You're
purple-
You're right.
Substance, you recognize that?
I did. It's a disease that usually takes place over a longer period of time. It's from consuming demonic materia, abyssal materia.
But she was fine days ago.
She was definitely not fine in that coffin.
I'm not sure how.
Sorry.
I'm not sure how it progressed as quickly as it did, or if she might have been hiding it. That's part of my suspicion. She might have hidden it.
She
to
wouldn't hide it if she knew what it would do, she wouldn't hide it.
It's either that, or they have some way of speeding up the process.
But it is reversible. You said it can be cured.
At certain stages, it's easier to cure than others, and we needed the sharp horns for it, and she might not
We
have been able
didn't
to
have
get.
time.
We did not.
Speaking of time, we have no idea how long they were down there.
It's also true.
Several days at least.
I mean, they took my clothes.
Is the moon up?
It's cloudy, constantly.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I don't think we have to worry about seeing Aethel again.
Good old Goblin.
Also,
She'll
right
find
before sleeping, Witton's gonna cast Heal, using 3 actions and targeting everyone around him.
Okay. Healing
So,
everybody up?
yeah, because it'll heal and then everyone gets the rest healing or whatever.
Okay.
So everyone gets 5 extra hit points before you rest.
Sweet.
Okay. Are we ready to bed down? Okay. First watch goes to Fredrick. While Fredrick is on watch, you feel a warm glow from your hip where your tankard resides.
Well, if you guys don't mind, we'll stay up for a little bit and have a drink.
Do you go off by yourself or do you stay near the camp?
I'll just stay right here.
Stay at the camp.
It
So
don't
you guys
bother
are
me.
going to sleep.
It's kind of
So
how we met.
Who is unconscious right now? For the okay, and you're off guarding. Okay, then in this case, you're the only one here. As you, what do you do? You feel the glow, the warm glow on your hip.
I imagine that I kind of just sit by the fire, and it's kind of reminiscent of how we first met, Caden and I. And I just take my horn, I look. Does it seem to be filled?
It fills by your will.
I definitely fill it,
Mm.
using my will. And then from there, remembering some of our compatriots that we had,
Mhm.
I just take my mug and I pour about half of it out.
And when you do it, Caden appears. and sticks his mug below and catches the drink as you pour to the ground. And he leans back, and there is a seat. He's there in the flesh. And he sips his mug, looking at you all the while, and puts it down, and there manifests the table. And he strokes his goatee, and he says, "How you doing, kiddo?"
As usual, just trying to stay positive.
Right.
As for the world, I guess, that needs it.
I tell you what, son. This world is, something.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
I just felt helpless down there, you know.
Right.
Like, seeing all those people and then the lady in the coffin with spikes.
Right.
I just, you know, in that moment I made a choice. And I made a choice to try to help her. To free her, not just to help her. Because that's what she asked, and I don't know, kid, I don't know if that was the right idea.
He leans back, and his sort of usual kind of sultry demeanor, very happy-go-lucky demeanor shifts. And he says, "Why didn't you do it?"
Take her out. So I thought in that moment that I could be that last bit of sea breeze off the ocean. That I could be the bright sun and the warm grass. I wanted to be that part of her end. Not the end that took her away.
And he does one of those, like, you know, and he it spits over to the side and puts down the goblet again and rubs his hands together and looks up at the sky. And he takes a moment. There's a pause. And in this pause, you can hear the most infinitesimal of sounds. And you almost swear you can hear cricket, which in this place, no, there's no bugs, no cicadas, nothing. It's all dead. But you could swear in that moment you could hear it.
I think
Flicker of life.
just that little bit. Just hearing that weird abnormal sound of a cricket. It's like touching that divine sigil, and I just kind of... That's what we fight for, Caden. That's what we're here for. I know you never answer this, but how are things on your end?
He leans forward and looks into your eyes, and he says, "Not well."
Kind of like picks up at that. You don't usually answer that question. I've been asking you that for, I don't know how long now.
I was there.
There.
In that chamber, I watched it all unfold. I watched you listen to what that girl needed. And you passed the buck to a stranger. You understand that, right? You passed the buck. And I want you to answer me, and I want you to answer me slowly. What happened?
To the lady. He kind of like understands what Caden's saying and puts his head down. I should have acted.
But you didn't. And now it doesn't matter. Because what is she? No, she's not dead. She's a slave. Forever. Who knows where she is? A slave to chaos.
But what if
She's
she
dead.
can change back? What
He
about
laughs.
Annabelle?
He laughs and wipes his face. And he says, "You really think she can?" I want you to think on it. I want you to think in your heart, your mind, your soul, your body. You think that a succubus can change back? Can a lion take off its nails and fangs? Can a zebra wipe away its stripes? You don't even know what those creatures are. What am I trying to say? And he wipes the
I really have no
residue
idea
off.
what you're saying.
What am I'm trying to say is this. There is no way she's coming back. What happened, happened. She asked, begged, and my soul wept for her when I heard it. For you, anybody to kill her. Instead, you just had to be nice. Instead of being good. You had to let somebody do it for you. And guess what? Not only is that girl suffering knowing that her friend can never be put to rest, but also, she is living in eternal damnation. And honestly...
You don't think she could change? I mean, look at my friend over there.
You're missing my point.
I get your point.
What ifs? What could have happened? It doesn't matter. You made a choice. The results mean nothing. What you chose to do means nothing. Why you chose to do it means everything. Don't you understand? You chose because it made you feel good, like you were a good person, to console her. Because that's the easy route. You ripped her freedom away, and you resided in your own little bubble of happiness. And this is what the results are.
I tried.
No, you didn't. If you'd have tried to jam that knife in her and that girl stopped you, I had nothing to say. But you didn't. You let some stranger do it. Her closest friend. Imagine the tension there.
I felt it. I know that loss. I've been there.
Then why didn't you do anything? Listen, I'm not honestly here to berate you. We're all human, all right? I was too. Dwarf. It's the same thing really in my eyes. I remember what it was like. But this world is different. And when you're walking through it, I want you to remember only one thing. That freedom, the definition of good, changes per person and doesn't reflect your idealistic vision of it. You understand me?
I understand.
And the
but
next time...
I need you to understand one thing.
What do you need me to understand?
I'm a dwarf.
Right.
I am who I am. I make choices based on things. I'm not a god like you, Caden. And I don't expect you to understand that for a moment I wanted someone to be able to feel the breeze, to see the grain of the earth again. To me, that means more than just doing good and taking someone's life. That's someone's life. If there's a chance that someone could be saved, Caden, then that's what I'm here to do. I messed up. I made a royal, fucked up decision tonight. And you're right. I didn't do it. I saw the pain there. I saw the pain on both of them. And I couldn't step up to the plate to do it. Now I know for next time. Now I know that I have something that I have to live for. Because now, who knows what the succubus is gonna do? And he lowers his voice as he's saying this part so she doesn't overhear.
Well, she's asleep. She's
I'm
unconscious.
asleep.
Who knows what she's gonna do, Caden? I get it. And I hear you. But don't ask me to change who I am. Because it's not easy to be part of the light in this dark, dark world.
And you see a tear come down his cheek. And he says, "Where was this passion earlier today?" And he stands up with the mug and he throws it into the fire. And he says, "Take it easy, kiddo." And he vanishes.
Till next time. And he just kind of sits there. He's gonna be up a little bit longer than he thought he was gonna be for sure. And just sits there just staring at the fire, thinking about what just happened, and drinks the rest of the ale.
Fredrick makes his round back. This weird fucking dwarf.
Alright, who's next watch?
Who am I waking up?
I was second watch.
You were second watch?
Yeah.
Okay, so Witton, it is now your watch, and
Now your reach is it.
It's my time.
You go into the outskirts of the woods and you lean back, and of course you're not tired. You from the events of the day and otherwise, and you're staring out into the woods, and there's always in the ashlands this effervescent glow, this kind of dome of light that warps and wraps around. It's either orange in the day or this intense blue at night. It's the most strongest to the north. And as you're leaning there staring at this sort of beacon of light to the north, you see something. There's something in the distance flying towards you. And as it gets closer and it gets towards your torchlight, you see it. It's a butterfly. And it lands as you're sitting on your toe, your boot.
He just stares at it.
The butterfly turns itself to face you. And even in the dark, you can see the tiny pinpricks of its eyes. It's watching you. And you're watching it. And as you stare at it, you feel this sense of sadness, this reminder. And it sits in the pit of your stomach like a bunch of rocks. And then suddenly it flies closer. And it goes onto your arm. And that's when you can see it clearly.
Kind of holds it up.
There's two wings. Obviously, it's a butterfly. One wing is black. The other is white. And in the shape, almost of like a Rorschach pattern, you see what looks to be, in the white side, a black moon shape. And on the right side, in the white side, a black sun shape, kind of intervening. And you see before your very eyes, these shapes are starting to bleed and infect the other wing. The black intermingles with the white, and the white intermingles with the black. And as you look more and more and more, you start to see layers. And you stare into it as it cascades perpetually down and down and down and down. You get this feeling that if you could just sustain it long enough, at the end of this fall, there'll be an answer. Right as it's about to appear, the butterfly flies away. Looking northbound, you see the beacon of light in this bluish hue. And you can see from the transition of light and shadow from the butterfly to the sky, it's flying in a direction. And you know it in your heart. It's flying home.
I'm just gonna stare in the distance where it flew.
Mm-hmm.
He's just gonna whisper to himself. I don't need the reminder all the time.
Is that where you're ending it?
Bro's got some baggage.
Whose watch is next?
I think this my watch.
It was, yeah.
Okay. So you go on watch. Fredrick, you're asleep.
Oh yeah.
You have a dream. Before you. Yes. Oh yes, a dream. Before you is a simple hallway. On each side are doors. The further you walk down the hallway, and you, by the way, have no control, you are along for this ride.
Okay.
You walk down the hallway, and each door is the same shape, color, look, feel. You keep walking, walking. None of these doors interest you. They are nothing. And as you keep going, you see someone from your past. Your family. Specifically, your father and brothers. You see them before a door, and I'll allow you to speak.
Well, do as I remember you when you left.
They do not respond. They are staring at the door. They talk amongst themselves for a moment, and then, with your father leading the charge, he raises his shield, the crest of your clan, and bashes down the door, followed by your brothers. Before you could even react, the door closes. You proceed to walk further down the hall. And on the right-hand side this time, you see your mother. She is grasping at the handle, pulling back. She is trying to keep it closed.
You look stronger than when you left.
Suddenly, the door wrenches open, slinging her inside. Before she goes, she turns to face you. A single tear can be seen. The door closes. You continue down the hallway. This time, you see your new friends, members of the Phoenix, people that you fought with, people that you're with now. Each of them are at their own doors. Some are measuring it. Some are licking them. Some are scratching. Some are trying to break them down. Some are trying to open them. Some are trying to keep them closed. But each one of them is a door, and each door belongs to them, and none of these doors belong to you. You continue walking for what feels like an eternity, step by step. People that you don't recognize, faces you've never seen, all are approaching and interacting with these doors. And as you make your way to the end of the hallway, the walls fall down. And before you is the endless, boundless night sky. You've never seen the stars as an adult. This has to be a memory from a childhood dream or something like that. But you know it in your heart that this is the sky. And as you stare, two eyes, frosted, fade in from the black. And you know in your heart what it is trying to say to you. It doesn't say a word. You don't speak, it doesn't speak. You know by looking at its eyes that your destiny lies beyond simple mortal choice. You wake up. Who has the next watch? You have the next watch. So as you're out at watch, nothing happens. You consider the events of the day. You've had your fill, and luckily for you, you're not having any life-altering moments. You're sitting there and reminiscing, like, I wonder what I'm eating for breakfast, or something. I don't know. But nothing of consequence happens. So who has the final watch? Yeah. When it's time for your watch.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Nope.
You awaken early. You notice, roll a d20, just a d20.
12.
You notice that the goblin is asleep. He's overslept, and so have you. It's in your watch now, but the goblin is out. You were awoken not by a sound, but a feeling. There is a tightness in your neck. It is unbearable. And that's when you look up instinctively and see it.
No.
In the darkness,
Oh, fucking hell.
upon a stump,
It's kind of cute.
is
Oh, I forget I'm so
Something.
close to the mic.
Is it cute?
roll initiative.
All of us?
All of you roll initiative.
Oh, shit.
Now, those who are asleep,
It's -5?
those who are asleep, you have to spend an action to, I think, wake up, right? That's the rule.
I think.
Or someone else
So
has to wake you
yeah,
up.
you're gonna have to wake them
Yeah.
up.
And
So,
someone mentioned a penalty to the. There's a penalty to the initiative roll too. I think.
I
God
think
damn
so.
it.
So
Like a-
I rolled a nat 20.
Wait,
for
no,
a
I
25.
still have a hero point. I'm not taking that. Fuck that.
So you guys are asleep. So I think it's a disadvantage. I honestly can't remember the rule.
I'm the only one awake. I have to have a
It's
better
not
initiative than that.
disadvantage. Just a not Pathfinder second edition.
Alright, much better.
How would that be?
I feel good.
Actually, gonna do this a little bit closer to the light.
And we're healed, right? Our HP's back?
Not after.
Not
Well,
yet.
you healed from me, but not from the rest.
Okay.
Also, we would technically, those of us who have armor would have to sleep off of it or sleep out of it
yeah.
or wake up fatigued.
We don't
Those
have armor.
watching, they see this thing. So when you look up and y'all are starting to wake up, you witness Annabelle doing something.
-4 for being unconscious.
Okay,
That's what it
-4 to your
Okay.
Initiative.
Great. So give me your initiative rolls, please.
23.
You're awake, so you get your 23.
is. So -4 for mine is an 18.
You don't get the -4.
Right.
So I rolled a nat 20, which would be a 25 -4, so 21. But I just have to say it.
You guys are unconscious. Okay, go ahead.
10 total.
10 total.
We were awoken by a scream. I'm sure.
Yes.
Didn't sleep real well.
Narratively perfect. I rolled a natural 1.
It was a negative.
My God.
I mean, if we add my perception -4, it's still a 6. But
You're starting in 2 rounds.
I missed the first round. 3 actions snore.
Well, so
Reaction
what is it
up a
total? Sorry, it was
6.
6. Okay.
That was with the -4?
Because my
Oh,
perception's
no,
+9.
this is not a good sign.
Apologies.
Bless
Nice.
Impressive.
Nice, dude.
God.
Okay.
Looks
Alright.
So,
Skull.
I love
fun.
Just like a little tiny
That's
man.
cool.
Skull.
Skull.
Skull. Okay.
It's fun that we're saying that with a skull.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
No, no, no!
It goes first.
it goes
Oh.
first.
Yeah.
And then after that, thematically,
Annabelle, Witton.
Yeah, because y'all had like, what, 25, 26s and shot?
I rolled
Yeah.
a 23, but that was
I rolled 22.
okay. So
I got a rock.
the creature, the entity goes first. I will allow you guys to have a brief roleplay moment before we begin.
Fredrick! Freddy, get the fuck up!
What's happening? What's happening?
Kyle.
Sword and shield, immediately.
You're still out.
Kill me, bro. I almost choked. Anyways, okay, so you guys are all awoken.
That's how you win. You kill
Is that the
the
roleplay moment?
Yeah, what is it? What's happening?
All right. You all see before you on a stump is this creature, wreathed in shadow, jet black, eyes yellow, mouth yellow, smiling, holding its hand out like this, and its other hand out like this, almost in a subtle bow, and it's frozen there until it charges. It is going to bolt it. Bypassing, it's going to use basically, if I use my hand, I think that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So it's going to use.
Does he run past me?
He walks beside you.
But not out of me.
Not out of
Well,
your...
but
Well, how does
that's
it-
the thing. You get attack of opportunity just if they use a move action, not out of range. Yes.
Yeah, check the wording on that because you might get an attack.
Yeah.
And now I have to unzoom.
I wholeheartedly believe that attack of opportunity is just if they use the move or anything
If
that
they
has
are
a move trait.
Moving or manipulating. Or...
Move, manipulate, things like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
You
I
get
can swing at him.
It's
Do what?
bonkers.
I can swing at him.
Swing at him. Because it is going beelining it. Now, when does that resolve? Before or after the turn, or just after the action occurs? Is it- I think
the
it's immediate.
triggering action
Yeah. Is the
is
move.
using the move.
Okay.
So, yes.
So you see this entity, this shadow, beeline it straight for Annabelle. It passes everybody up and charges. So you get an attack of opportunity. Go for it.
All right. I'm actually not gonna leave the shield. I'm not picking the shield up.
Oh, you're leaving the show? Okay.
I'm two-handed master sword.
Okay. So you swing.
Two-handed bastard.
Oh,
Oh.
You might have.
Oh, no.
Let me check. That's probably not going to do it. 12. I don't think so.
You swing, and the sword, unfortunately, in your roused state, your non-roused state, I guess, you miss, and you hit the sword against the dry floor. That's it. All right. Next up is to finish their turn. So they've used an action to charge towards Annabelle. Now they, from their hand, manifest a crescent cross.
Fucking hell.
And they are going to swing at you. That is going to hit. Okay. I believe.
Don't like that.
Are
at
you
all.
sure?
Actually, I'm not sure. Oh, no, it is. Okay.
Yeah.
So it does hit. So they're going to swing at you. That would be 8 slicing damage. So the shadow entity rushes past everyone, completely expertly dodges a strike from Fredrick, and after manifesting this crescent cross, slices across the chest of Annabelle, who is unprepared. Because, by the way, I don't know if you guys know this. You guys don't have your armor on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
correct.
Right.
So, which is why it hit. That's why I was like, wait a second.
No, it's a 17 right now. I think. Right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And it slices across your chest, dealing 8 points of slashing damage. It has another attack, which it will take. So it's going to try to strike again.
With a -5 penalty.
But after it strikes, it doesn't expect you to fall backwards, and it goes again and does miss.
Cool.
And that will be its turn.
I'm going to instantly go for my whip.
Okay.
And am I prone? Or am I up? I guess I'm standing up because we had a moment to.
Yeah, you're fine.
I go for the whip and just like grab it and go across back to it and hit it. Try to hit it. Try to fucking.
Okay, try to hit.
Hiya! That's gonna be a 9.
Okay, so as you recoil, you try to attack with the whip, and it grabs it out of midair, and it passes through its hand as if it were made of mist and collapses to the ground.
I guess I'm not that grapple it then.
I will try, the shit for that whenever I'm gonna try to hit it again. I'm gonna try to take that. I'll take it's finesse, so, or wait, that's
You can try to hit
different.
it, so it's -5 to...
Yes, because it's agile. That
Okay,
gives you
go for it.
Trying to hit it again with the whip. It just,
Still better though.
it's a 9 again with the -5.
Oh right.
And you desperately attempt to strike at it again, but it like throws it out of the way. You completely miss.
Cool. That's everything she can do.
Bring it to me. Okay. Just seeing as I'm farthest away from everyone else, I can't do magic weapon again, but I will. Nah. I'm going to grab the pendant around his neck again.
Okay.
He's going to pull energy from the pendant as it glows and shoot a star, casting Zenith Star on the creature. It needs to make a Fortitude save.
So is it a physical weapon?
It is not a physical weapon.
So
No.
what is it? What's
It's
the-
a spell.
So it is a spell. Okay.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. So it needs to make
Flavor
a
spell.
Fortitude save.
Fortitude save. Sorry, flavor text. Please, for the love of everything. Just give me one win. Give me a win.
Oh no.
Okay.
That could be good. That could be outcome. That could be good.
24.
Yeah, no.
It's not a critical success, so it's dazzled for a round. I don't know what the hell dazzling does.
Dazzling. Oh, where's my
It's like
where's my stats?
kinda like
Okay.
Dazzled. Come on. Condition. There it is. Vision. Oh wait. All creatures and objects are concealed from you. So concealed.
That was the flat 5 check.
Yes. So it has to make a creature that you are concealed from must make a DC 5 flat check when targeting you with an attack. So if it's trying to attack anyone, it has to make a flat DC 5 check to hit.
It just has to another roll.
Yep.
Okay.
And then that's 2 actions. He's gonna cast shield on himself.
Okay. Torin.
Well, if I'm gonna be true to character, I'd wake up. What the fuck is happening? And then see this thing. And I kind of like look over. No, you don't. I don't even grab anything. I'm just gonna go and try to stride first. And Torin would try to fucking grapple this thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Go
I
for it.
don't personally think it would work, but I'm gonna fucking try it.
Get it.
We do like roleplay here.
Grapple.
Yeah.
What do I need to roll? Athletics?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's taken no damage so far.
Yeah.
That is a dirty 20 to grapple it.
You're good. So
Sweet.
you dive forward, dwarven rage, and tumble into it, and it does connect. You are successful. You
So
can
it feels
feel,
tangible?
You can feel its pressure. You're like, yes, I've got it. You fall through it.
I don't know what to do from here. I kind of freaked out.
I want to stress that it was a successful roll.
And from there, I want to try. Can I move with it?
What do you mean? Move
If
with
it's
it?
grappled, can I move? If I move back, can I hold it?
No,
with
I'm
me?
saying it was a successful roll, and you're not grappling it.
Oh, okay. My bad.
You are on the ground right now.
Okay, so I'm on the ground in front of it. I think from there. Well, that didn't work. I look over at Annabelle, see that she just got hurt. Sorry about this, and I'm gonna shove her.
Oh.
So you shove Annabelle.
I want to shove her out of the way. Yeah, I want to get her
Okay.
away from there.
So about what, 5 feet or how far are you shoving her?
I mean, as far as I can shove her.
What is that? How far can you shove her?
You
Getting
get-
it.
he's
I'm
getting
getting it.
So.
How strong
You have to.
are you?
Oh wait.
Human rulebook.
Shove is a athletics.
boy.
Push
Yeah,
your
you have
opponent
to-
away from you. It's an attack.
Yeah. Athletics check against the target's fortitude DC, but if she's willing.
Can I let him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah.
It's the same thing as
Can I let him?
a grapple. Cool.
Yeah.
Good. It's easy to remember.
So you shove her. So how far?
Well, it depends on the success of his.
Okay, go for it.
So.
Well, that doesn't count.
Yeah.
Whew. With my athletics, what's just a 9? So not very far. Maybe like 5 feet.
So
She
based
says
on.
she's willing.
So critical success is pushing 10 feet away, and you can stride after it. Success is push it back 5 feet. You can stride after it. Blah blah blah. Yeah, depends.
Yeah, that
Failure.
9?
Yeah, 9.
Sweet.
Even if she's
9.
willing to go.
No, man.
Okay.
You push her and she moves probably about 1 or 2 feet. It's
Yeah.
kind of more like a jovial kind of
Like a
shove.
I'm sorry, I didn't really want to push you very hard, but I wanted you to get out of the way.
It has not assisted her in any regard whatsoever.
She's
still
just
in
like-
the jaws.
Petrified.
She didn't get the
But
memo.
am I
Yeah.
since I went,
Preoccupied
since
with
I went
this?
through it and I've shoved her, am I at least in front of her, away from this thing?
In front of her, away from this thing.
Yeah, so like I'm the barrier between
I'm
her
not playing
and.
There's no
I can
facing
tell you
in
what
that
I
far. So no, it is still
Well,
like a
I'm still
5 foot
asleep.
block.
Yeah.
It's still.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not like a
think
5,
that's all
like
you
a
got.
3x3 block radius.
Yeah, that was it.
Shit.
Okay, up to Fredrick.
Oh, I don't know how
So I
well my
saw
marks-
him go right through it.
Yeah.
Sure. How close is the divine relic?
Okay. It is within the so where the campfire is. It's like to the side of it. So it's right next to you.
I'm gonna grab it and hit this creature with it.
Oh yes.
So. Oh, wait. So here's how we're gonna do this.
Okay.
Oh boy.
It's going to let you do this. Doesn't matter what you roll. It's going to
Oh no.
meet you. So you go to bell ring it with this giant chalice.
Yeah.
And it almost like supernaturally turns around, and right in front of you is this face smiling like this. And it, like a magnet, sticks its hand to the divine relic, and it starts to vibrate. And before you can even react, it has absorbed all the divine energy from the relic. And now it is a useless chalice.
Didn't work.
I can't believe you did that. I wrote something like that happening down, but I didn't think it was going to happen. And it did.
Don't yell at me.
And you see it as it absorbs it. The yellow of the eyes and teeth start to effervescently glow like a lighthouse. And before you even have, again, another time to make an action, it is now facing Annabelle again. It's moving towards them.
Well then. This is a bad call.
I'm going to wake up and then go back to sleep.
And Goblin is dead.
Respect.
Respect.
I am going to... I know it's not how it works, but I got a natural 1 on my perception. I'm going to dismiss an action of this turn for waking up. So I'm only going to use 2 actions.
Okay.
1, I'm going to stand up. I'm like... I readjust my bandana so it's no longer like a little floofy sleeping hat.
We need to know.
Someone needs to attack it just normally.
And I don't really know what has been happening. So I'm just going to pick up my dog slicer as my final action. Okay. So that was my turn.
It's now
now it's its
the
turn
entity's
again.
turn.
Hit it hard.
It is in range. And it is going to try
Why you pick up somebody your own size?
To knock you down.
What's
Yeah,
I would
going
say it
on?
is my size.
that does it. So it tackles you to the ground.
Oh, fuck.
So that's the first option. It's on top of you.
Cool.
I imagine it just goes right through my body.
It then is going to use another action to place its hands around your neck as an unarmed attack. That's gonna... well, hold on. 17 again.
Oh,
Man.
God.
And it begins to throttle, which is 3 points of, I think it's bludgeoning, if I'm not mistaken, bludgeoning damage. And then you all see, with the third action, you all see its mouth opens. Its eyes open wider than anything you have naturally is being able to, should be able to. And you see Annabelle look like she's starting to suffocate, not just from the grabbing of the neck. You can easily see a stream of yellow sparkles going through the air and into the mouth of this entity, this thing. So it's going to... Guys!
Stop that. Stop that right now.
Oh, fuck.
Stop
Guys, I'm not...
You talked to the
Crazy.
dice. You told them how you were.
That's a 25.
Oh my God.
So
It's not critical.
it's not a critical.
Yeah.
So it's going
Yeah,
to do
no, that's fair.
6
Cool,
points.
Michael.
Oh, no, 2.
2 points.
2 points of divine damage. So that's positive.
I don't... What?
Positive damage.
For you, it's going to hurt you.
Oh, okay.
It will hurt you.
Okay.
It's going to hurt you.
What?
It's going to hurt you. It's going to hurt you.
Okay.
So that you're starting to... something.
Starting
All right.
with something.
And now it is
I
your
don't
turn.
like that. I don't like that at all.
So you are now on the ground.
Fuck. I forget that I have shit that helps with grappling. God,
I,
freaking shit.
Would it be a
But
shove
one
to
thing-
try and like flip it to get on top of it?
Would it? I think that's fine. Like, I think you can shove. Like, you can get your arms and push. So yes, I would say
Okay.
yes, you can shove.
Sure.
So that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, which is an
Against its
athletics check.
fortitude DC.
Against its fortitude. That's 10 plus for it, right?
Don't ask me.
I think so.
You're the
That's how it
GM.
works. Hey, whoa!
I should have used that.
It's a natural one.
Oh no! Oh.
TP.
Annabelle.
I
Oh, Annabelle.
She's already prone, so critical failure doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's fair. It is an attack,
Yeah.
so multi-attack penalty. But I think.
You're gonna try.
I'm like grappled by it. I can't move.
No, you have to get it off of you.
I have to get it off of me, so I'm gonna try again.
Better.
But a -5. It's an 8.
When times can you try to get it off?
As many times as you have actions. But the multiple attack penalty counts.
Just like escape.
Escape. Oh, there's an escape action.
Oh.
Oh, there is?
Yeah, you attempt to
get
escape
free.
from grabbed, immobilized, or restrained.
There's too many freaking
Yeah,
actions
yeah.
in this game.
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly,
I
yeah.
cannot memorize them all.
There's
it's
an
not possible.
action.
That
For
is.
your attack,
Wait.
it says.
Typically, athletics DC of a creature grabbing you, the thievery of a creature who touched
You
you.
can attempt
Yeah.
acrobatics or athletics,
That's
which
I'm willing to forego the past two since this is more accurate. We can make it as if it was not a multi-attack penalty. So you're welcome to
Do you-
try to escape
Do you
under
want me
normal
to
circumstances.
tell you what the rolls would have been, or
First one was still enough.
or attempt an escape?
No, I want you to
Reroll.
just roll to escape right now with no
Okay.
penalty.
Okay.
Much better. Good.
19.
Okay. Upon doing this action, you reach your hand and sort of and force the mouth of it closed, which again, like almost like a marionette doll, it's trying its best to like reach back and do what it was trying to do, and you take it and throw it. Upon doing so, it is going to take 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Cool. Good. Do I have anything left?
It's currently prone as well.
Do I have
Was that technically her first
Was that my
action?
first action or was that my third action?
We're gonna just call your third.
Cool.
There's a bounce on it.
Yep, got it.
Yeah. Okay, so that you got it off.
So it's off of me. Whew, that's
Okay. All right. With that, then, would it be safe for Witton to assume that this is an undead thing, or
No, it would not be safe.
no? It wouldn't be safe to assume. Okay, cool. So then I'm gonna play it even safer. Then, and I will.
Assuming anything's a bad idea.
I know.
Learn from my mistakes.
Yeah. Take the stride action, move over to
I
it,
thought it was good.
and use my next 2 actions to cast Chill Touch. It needs to make another Fortitude save. Please, for the love of everything. You are shitting me right now.
Jeez.
Shiitake mushrooms.
25.
Recall knowledge.
25.
Recall knowledge.
Yeah, you can learn about your enemies and shit.
Oh, well, that was all 3 of my actions, so.
That was all 3.
Yeah, no, move and 2 action to cast.
I didn't know you moved.
Yeah, because it's a
Oh,
touch.
no.
It's a touch spell, and
I'm sorry. I was rooting for you, man.
fine.
I really was.
Everything's fine.
Also, it's late.
The dice tell the story. The dice tell the story.
So Torin, after seeing that it didn't work, he saw that she was able to still push it off of her. He's not stupid enough to try the grapple again.
Just try and hit it.
So this time, I'm gonna use my stride to grab my rapier. So that's 2.
That's piercing damage.
So I've grabbed it. And then I'm using the rest of my movement to get back there to do just 1 attack, and that's all 3.
So
You
it's
can't
doing one
split. You
attack.
can't
Alright.
split movement though.
Can't split movement.
No.
Like in a going there,
Mm-mm.
grabbing it, coming back.
No.
Oh shite.
Try and
Because
punch
you get
it.
3 actions,
Kick
that's
it,
more
yeah.
than D&D,
Yeah.
and you can use technically stride, which is your total max movement 3 times in a row,
Yeah.
which is
Do
kind
arm
of a trade-off.
strike. Just one arm strike and see what happens. Nobody's hit it yet.
Well, I tried to grab it, it didn't work. I'm gonna at least go over and grab.
Alright.
Then I'll grab both my freaking shield and my rapier.
I would
If that's-
say that at the start of this, my assumption is that you're not armored, but you were able to pick up your weapon.
I didn't.
Y-
No, I
Oh, no, you
I just-
didn't. You
I just
specifically said you
automatically
didn't.
assumed everyone did.
No,
Okay.
I woke up. I didn't know what I was doing.
Okay.
I tried to
And
grab
you're
it.
going to grab your weapon, and that's it.
I'll grab both my weapon and my shield. Yeah.
and make your way back. Okay.
And that's all I can do because that's
Yeah.
3 things.
Fredrick.
And you're a broadsword slashing, correct?
Yeah.
It is slashing.
Great.
When she threw it off, she threw it near me or away from me?
She threw it, Where did you throw it?
Away.
Off.
Away.
Away.
So I would say back. So it would be back around here.
I don't
Do
have
I?
Yeah, back
so it's
kinda where-
on the floor
I
next
do,
to
it's
me.
okay.
It's
Or I
on the
have
floor.
one more heal.
Power attack.
Power.
Two-handed.
Okay. And
I
that's
have my
slash.
lay on hands
Yes.
thing, but my-
What's the prone circumstance bonus, right? Is that
I think
what it is?
Hang on.
Yeah, I
Oh.
believe so.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Prone is where is it? +4.
Plus 4?
Wait, hang on. -2, sorry. Oh, you're
Yeah,
flat-footed.
flat-footed.
Flat-footed, only move, you can just crawl and stand.
Flat-footed -2 to AZ.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Go for it.
And it.
Yeah, that's...
22.
You get it. It's hit. Yes. You get it. You swing your sword down right on its head.
Oh.
24 points of slashing damage.
How do you want to do this?
Oh! Oh! I wasn't expecting
I'm
that.
just gonna like, when she throws it, I'm gonna kick it over, like, really? And upside down the blade and like Excalibur it.
What?
He switched.
So you pierce it.
I mean, it's all slashing damage. I don't really.
Oh, it's not a thrust. You can
No.
do a thrust with that. Oh.
This only deals slashing
Okay.
damage.
It was a flavor
Oh.
thrust. Flavor thrust.
It's not about to
You
It
scared
doesn't
me
have
as
the
soon as...
versatile trait.
It's all
Because
slashing
I mean,
damage.
logically, I was
Oh.
like, you know,
Yeah.
stabbing
Yeah,
it is
yeah.
piercing, whereas if you slash it, it's slash. Okay, that's fine.
He likes to like cut his
versatile
neck.
weapon.
He likes to cut like that.
Okay, so with the massive broadsword you keep on your back at all times, that scene, you have successfully killed the entity. Congratulations. It before it goes though, before it dissipates,
Yeah.
you see it smile, wrench over to you as it grabs your sword and melts away.
Oh. Are you alright?
Annabelle, I'm so sorry. I think it was a long day and
How come that thing could grab you, but I couldn't grab it? What's happening? What happened?
Witton's casting heal on her.
I help her to her feet.
You alright?
15 points of healing.
I think it's okay now. It's gone. It's fine. God.
Oh, it's definitely not a rooster, but I'd say it's probably time to get going. Starts putting on his shit.
I would say you got about 3 more hours of rest.
We got more.
A little more.
So you guys can go to sleep now if you'd like to recompose
Yeah.
Nightmares.
or do whatever you'd like to do at this moment.
Well, the
So
nightmares
you're
aren't
full
over.
up.
what the fuck was that?
I don't know, but whatever it was, it drained the juice out of the thing.
Oh,
Yeah,
shite.
oh, that's true. That did happen.
It
Still
did.
can't believe that.
But
It's deader than a doornail. Ding, ding, ding. There's no divine energy left, and your ability is inconsequential. It's too late, and you're too tired.
Should we keep it to see if we can get it refilled? I don't really.
Right now, I'm gonna let you know it's a oversized
It's
bulk 1 cup.
Yeah.
There's nothing in it. It's just
nothing
metal.
left.
Would it
Nothing
cost more to replace it than it would to just, like, replenish it? If it can be replenished? Or...
Would you like to explain the rules of power infusion to people? You don't have to say it in the rule, but you can tell, like, how does it work mechanically in the world?
It works twice, and then.
Well, I mean, how is it created?
Oh, I created.
Ah.
So, sorry.
I don't know what you're asking for.
No, so I
I'm
was
freaking out.
going to give you the ability to explain, but so divine talismans are technically normal objects that have, in some point in the past, encountered an otherworldly force, and it, like nuclear radiation, still contains that force. It dilapidates over time, but once it's gone, it's gone. It's just a cup. There's no
Yeah.
point in recharging it. It's a cup. You could recharge a fork if you had
Yeah.
the divine ability
Right.
You don't
to,
need
or
to
the
keep
occult
cup.
ability to, or the
I
arcane.
can make it out of
This doesn't
anything.
matter. Yeah, so it's useless.
So does this mean that we're not going back to sleep?
No, go back to sleep.
You're
It's fine.
resting still.
But that thing's not working.
So you guys are going back to
We
sleep.
don't have much of an option, do we?
Yeah.
Get rest. We'll take care of it in the morning.
You see, like, as you continue saying that, Torin's already asleep. Just like,
Beautiful.
So you fall asleep, and there's no other consequences, and day breaks. And with it,
oh, that's dope.
travel. I've done it like 9 times. Have you not noticed?
So with that, we do get our
Annabelle-
like resting.
Yeah, everything.
benefits.
You are rested. Your bonuses
Yeah.
are back.
Yeah.
You've been healed. Whatever.
Oh,
your-
yeah.
your
Annabelle
bonuses.
finishes her watch clutching her lantern the
Yeah.
entire time.
I would too. With that, it's time to move on. And for the sake of time, which it's late, I will assume you guys are just gonna pack up and ship out. Start
Fredrick
moving.
will
Yep.
make a bit of a point while we're packing up.
Mhm.
I was thinking last night about this sacrifice taking place, and do you remember how the demons have had trouble breaking into the Ashlands? They have incursions here or there, but overall, something has kept them out. I think whatever they're planning, this Lord
The Lord of
Hathel.
Hathel,
Hoth.
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 whatever he's planning is going to give the demons whatever they need to be able to subjugate and crush the Ashlands.
Based on the note that they got. And
I think that's what it is. I don't know if it's
Yes.
going to be some kind of a direct portal into the Ashlands or give them the ability to finally overrun its borders. Regardless, we should have a plan going in.
Mm.
We are just mercenaries. We don't even know what this band of Phoenix is, and we need to find a way to have a good enough cover to quickly gain close proximity to this Lord. We need to be near him to stop whatever he's planning. If not that, close to the daughter and get her out. That would be worst case scenario. If we can't stop him, we just get her out. That's an option we could have.
That seems just as good as being
either
close
works,
to him.
but
Honestly, for me, I'd like to put his blade to my throat. But it is how it is. No, wait, that's not how you say it down here. Right?
I was like, wait.
I think you got
I
this
think you need to
backwards.
rest a
Yeah.
little
Scratch
bit
that.
more there, buddy.
No,
Either way, I
your
think we
tongue
need
is
to get
weird.
closer.
Give me a moment.
Yes, yes.
So you all unfortunately take another step of chaos corruption.
yep.
Yep.
Secondly, which is not good, by the way.
Yeah.
Secondly, you guys all consume one of your 3 rations for the day. So your first ration is gone. And I'm guessing you
see
guys
that
ready
Torin
to...
just scarfs it down, dog. I mean, like, scarfs it down. Like, looks at all of you guys'
Like Link.
food. He, like, looks at all you guys' food and just, like, if you didn't finish a crumb, like, goes and, like, licks your plate.
Yeah, that's my Torin.
Here you go. I know you like the scraps.
Oh, thank you
Also,
very much.
Caden's up there.
Last night
Just kidding.
I
He doesn't do
gathered
that.
all of these and I showed like the
The food.
acre from the acre tree
Yeah,
things.
the
like little
food.
stuff, food bits that I covered. And I'm like, if we get the chance, we can purify this, and I can continue to gather more, so we're not constantly using our rations. Trust me, it tastes better than it looks. Not much, but
I could probably
Enough.
purify it
Yeah.
at some point.
yeah, that'd be great.
I could do that as well. Just give
Wonderful.
me a day.
Wonderful.
Okay. We go.
Go.
We sprint.
You begin your trek northward. You're only about an hour or 2 outside. The map was correct. The note written on the back by what you assume to be Aethel was right in the guess whether or not it would take a day to reach 3rd or 4th. And yes, it did. It's right on the money. You have almost reached Fort Ruth. As you crest a hill, you see it. Fort Ruth has been destroyed.
I knew it.
It is entirely in rubble. Any hope of rest and relaxation, replenishment, is completely dashed in that moment. It is simply a pile of rock, of stone. And again, mental imagery, imagine it is a medieval fort, so quite square in nature and smaller than you would think in like a high fantasy setting. It's like someone had to take stone by stone to build this thing, and it is now destroyed. With a basic perception of your party, you can see corpses under the rubble. You can see on top of the rock, there's a particularly unnatural substance.
Oh, maybe they were able to escape. Oh. Well.
Well,
And this is Del Ruth?
This is Fort
Fort
Ruth.
Ruth.
That's just on the edge of the.
Okay, you guys
fief.
can pass around the map so
Yeah.
people can kind of
Oh,
get
yeah,
a
sure.
visualization.
This is on the edge of the
Yeah.
fief of Del Ruth.
And we were.
So you were on. You started in
That's
the
the fort.
split between the rivers down there, and
That's
you
it.
traveled
Maybe we
northbound.
get to the actual fief, not the fort.
Well, the fief is
Right.
big.
Kingdom.
Yeah.
area.
But you got to one of the forts that guards the
perimeter.
But it's-
border. So
it
you
was
are in the
destroyed,
fief
which
of
is
Del
not-
Ruth, but you're not in the kingdom seat.
Yeah.
So you're on the far right hand side. You
Yep.
started where that down
The
below where
hole
that
is.
village is, and you traveled north
That's where we just got to.
to Fort Ruth.
well, we could circumnavigate it if we're worried about lingering beings that may or may not have caused this, or we can see if there's any survivors.
Maybe someone might know something. It's probably worth looking. I mean, we didn't die.
It's worth a shot. We can try.
So you guys go.
Is
Go ahead.
Fredrick would not even worry about people. He's looking for means of travel. If there's any living beasts to
beast
ride
of
on.
burden.
Yeah.
Okay. I want you, every one of you, to make a religion check. Yeah, that's what I want.
23.
10.
14.
8.
13.
You notice amongst the rubble a particularly interesting looking human with a question mark at the end of that, intentional. And it has what looks to be scaled skin and a tail. This is not a tiefling. You can tell it's not a tiefling. This is something entirely different. You start to feel very cold. Not in that sense.
I do.
You start to feel like a pinprick of cold in your chest. And as if you continue to walk towards the fort, the closer you get, the stronger it gets. The rest of you, all you see are a variety of dead folk crushed under rubble, dusty. It's nothing of intrigue here outside of what you see before you.
Is this person that I see alive, or is this a corpse?
Do you go inspect it? Is that what you're implying?
Yeah, Claire, maybe
Yeah.
come with me.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go point at this person. Are they? Witton! Maybe if they're not dead, then you can help.
I make my way over as well.
So you take a look, and upon removing the rocks, dead.
Well, yeah.
Been dead for a while.
Worth a
In
shot.
fact, when you remove the rocks, a putrid stench emanates. Decomposition has occurred. How many days? Uncertain, unless you did a check for that. But does it really matter? He's been rotting, and he's dead. But you do see this unbelievably grotesque image. The human, lying face up, has this mutation on the left side of his face that runs down his body. This is a mortal man, a human, that seems to have been forcibly converted into a demon. And as you start to look around, which I'm assuming you would, they're all that way.
People?
Have we seen anything like this before?
No, none of you have ever seen anything like this
Does
before.
Fredrick notice this?
Hmm?
Would Fredrick notice
No,
this?
you would not. No amount of nat 20s will give you one on that. None of you have ever seen.
You do know.
this.
Do I
like,
know
you
No one
notice
you
it, yeah.
know has ever seen this.
Well, you
before.
notice it, but you don't
But I
respond
notice
to
the
it.
scenery around me.
Sorry?
He notices the scenery around him. Like
Sure.
he can see this has happened.
Sure, there's a bunch of dead people. Paige is the one to recognize that it is a mutated corpse.
Okay.
And it's just one mutilated corpse.
No,
that
all
of them are-
all of them
like
are
that.
He
demon.
starts to notice they're all like that.
Ooh, demon changing.
What happens here?
I don't think it's akin to what happened to. It's not the same disease that she was inflicted with.
Are we certain? Do we see any of that
The purple
liquid?
veins. The purple veins aren't there.
You said unnatural substance.
Unnatural. You
Where?
made a fantastic point. In your mind, you've realized that the connection between the succubus and this isn't 100%. There's differences here. Maybe the same relative output. Same goal, perhaps?
Different means.
Various thoughts rummage through your head, but this is obviously not the same thing. So that's a fantastic point. Good job.
Test subjects versus perfected.
Perhaps.
Possibly.
Claire, you've always
Yeah.
been known for your fires. How big you can make them? Do you think you'd make one big enough for these guys?
Fredrick will follow that.
Well, he looks around at the entire fort.
I don't think we have enough
No,
time. either.
unfortunately,
There
I
are-
don't.
I feared that was
You
true.
see 20, 30, 40, 50 bodies. It's hard to tell. It's a pile of corpses under stone.
Maybe.
It was fully populated perhaps when it collapsed.
Right.
And it couldn't have been more than
Could this mean we're freezing?
recently. Well, it's not old per se. It's been relatively recent.
We're not too late yet. At least it's not entirely possible until we see it for certain once we get closer to the capital.
I want to do a walk the perimeter of the fort
Okay.
to seek for any tracks or signs of like a force moving or a thing.
There's an action for that, right? Tracking.
Yes, it's
Or
more
like
like just a seek action, I guess.
Seek, yeah.
Okay.
So I think it's just perception at this
Go
point.
for
Scan an area for signs of creatures or objects, yeah.
Yeah. So I'll use perception unless you want me to use like survival or something. Alright. That is a 22.
You see a myriad of footprints, all different shapes and sizes. Some look like hooves. Some look like a feet of three, like a duck's, which is they're huge. Some are normal people's footsteps. The ground is starting to harden, but some fluid has made it moist, which is rare, and the footprints are very easily trackable, and they're going right in your direction, where you're going.
In the fief, like
Towards
deeper
the-
into
towards
the
the
fief.
Well, guys, I think honestly the most we can do here is say a prayer.
Why? They won't hear you.
It's not for them. It's for the souls, for the bodies. Give them a send-off.
We don't know what happens to the souls. They might
Nobody
still
does.
be around. Holy fuck!
In the center of the fort. In the center of the fort, you see a hand reach up from the rubble.
Rushing over.
Yeah.
See? You should always say a prayer before you leave.
Rushing over with sword and shield.
I stay back.
Not too bad.
I'll run up.
Is it? It's under the rubble.
It's under the rubble. You see a hand reaching for the sky.
I run.
Just try and move any of the rubble away that I can.
And you go up there as well. As you remove the rubble, which is easily movable, you see one of these creatures. His lower jaw, disturbingly enough, is gone. So is his tongue. Just his upper jaw. What keeps him alive? Who's to say? He wriggles around looking up at the sky, his eyes pierced with these lines of purple, and his pupils dead red. And you see, embedded in his chest, a dagger covered in frost. You, whoever else came with him, you see just an ordinary dagger. It's just a dagger. But you see one covered in frost. And he sits there gaping from the ground, shaking his fist. And then suddenly, he's dead.
Take the dagger.
You take the dagger out, no problems there. As soon as your hand comes into contact with it, the frost zips off of it. Seems to recede almost into your hand, though you don't feel anything. And you put it into your backpack.
I know it's probably useless, but just as
Boot dagger.
flavor, Witton's gonna cast Stabilize on the body. I mean, it's not gonna do
I
anything,
understand.
but
You don't have to explain. So you try to cast Stabilize. What kind of energy is that?
that is
Divine, positive?
positive.
It's positive. As you push the lay on, what was it called?
Stabilize.
Oh, that's the revivify. Yeah. That's like the
It's
if
the-
0 HP brings it back from
Spare the dying. It's spare the dying,
Yeah,
basically.
that's right. It was. I always thought that was crazy. You get that level 2. That's nuts. Anyway, you try your best. Despite your efforts, there's no response. His eyes do a little twitch whenever you try to, though, which is
Yeah, he's not gonna
but
try
he's-
after the first, after seeing that.
He's dead. It's gone. No soul returns to this body.
With the his arrow still knocked from where he was hung back, he just calls out, "Your map. How long does it say we've got until we get to Price?
Delric.
Delruth.
Sorry.
Price is where we're from.
Delruth proper.
I think we should be able to get there today,
Today.
easily, but
Play understands it's a moot question, but always ask.
Mhm.
Any horses alive?
It's one with
Oh,
3
there's
heads.
5 horses. Thank God. All the travel mechanics. Whew, forget it. No, there's no horses. Horses.
Yay.
Honestly, I think in the world building, I wrote they're all dead.
Oh, okay.
If they are alive, a lot of
bears.
halflings state that there's horses to be found in Nirvana, which is a whole other thing we'll deal with on another session. But there's no beast of burdens, no
Fredrick
cattle,
just
no
starts
horses,
walking.
no donkeys.
Yeah.
So you start walking. Okay.
Start
Yeah,
I'm
so we're
following.
all
I'm
going.
not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I once again resume the lead as the ranger of the group.
Right.
So
I
you
really
guys-
wish we could burn them.
I do too, Torin.
Especially after the whole hand thing. That kind of freaked me out.
But I think, and he just kind of feels his hands. He's like, I'm starting to feel not so great here.
Yeah, me too.
Without the relic, we can't stay here any longer, or we won't be able to help anyone.
We need to be able to get rid of this as well,
Yeah.
where we can.
You continue down your path.
Mhm.
Is that where you're going? Okay.
Yeah.
You travel for the remainder of the time, say in relative silence, perhaps due to the events, perhaps for own recollections on the previous night's events, but mostly it's silence, I would say. And as you approach, you know that Delruth, given the description that Aethel gave your band before leaving, is in a basin. It crests up and then dips down, and within it, clear of all wood, ashwood, whatever, is the heart of the kingdom, seat of Delruth, a 3-tiered, magnificent structure that has parapets and turrets and all these fancy terms that you would be familiar with, but ran like water off a duck's back to the rest of you. And you've made it to the rim of that basin. It's a short climb up. Piece by piece, you start to climb and climb. And each of you simultaneously reaches the crest of the hill. There it is. Delruth in all its glory and horror. Screams can be heard,
Oh no.
and you see the eastern wall of the first 2 tiers is gone. Hundreds of demons can be seen flying, swarming in and out. And that's where we'll end.
Ah!
It never ends.
Oh my god.
6, almost 7 hours later.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Hell yeah.
We won't be doing a Q&A because it is extremely late.
Are there people still on the stream?
I don't know.
We don't
Somebody followed 20 minutes ago, so I
Yeah.
guess.
Thank you for the follow,
I guess,
nameless
I
person.
guess I'll open the chat to see what's going on.
Also resting.
Thank you.
Hi everybody.
Woo!
That remains
Automatically
7
max.
hours. Let's go. That's
What
never
is that?
happening again.
If
If you need to stay here, you can.
Okay.
You're
Think
welcome.
about it.
Yeah. Well, don't think too long.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we did it. We've passed the guard. I know most of the folks that were here were friends and family. I want to say from the bottom of all of our hearts, thank you very much. We hope this show
Thank you.
was good. We hope you enjoyed it. Those who stayed till the end. I can't imagine there's anybody in the chat right now. There's got to be nobody.
Yeah, you never know that.
Watch the video later.
I watched the video
Watch
later.
the video later. Thanks.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, there's still people here. Crazy.
Thank you
Heyo.
so much.
We the people!
Nice.
Premiere.
Well, we hope that this was enjoyable. We stream every other Saturday. Just to let you guys know, we will not be streaming this other Saturday. I personally have to go to a convention, so I won't be present. But the week following, so in 3 weeks' time, we'll be starting the...
That'll be
yes?
September 3rd.
September 3rd?
Sorry. Yes, September 3rd.
September 3rd is going
Nope.
to be our...
Sorry, 10.
September 10th. No, I was
Sorry.
going to say 3rd doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
September 10th is going to be the one. So I want to say thank you very much for all of you tuning in, and we'll see you guys then.
It's not the 10th, it's the 9th.
Check us out on all our socials. Go down to our about page. So we have no data economy. We need to get this stuff out. We want people to watch us. We want to let the show grow. So friends and family, the best thing you can do is like all our tweets or subscribe on YouTube. Do whatever. There's going to be videos of this session to be released that our friend here, Morgan, will be producing. He's an editor. We met in college. So excited there.
We will.
But yeah, I think this went fantastic. No bitrate drops, no frame loss. Good audio. I forgot to take stuff off the screen, but you guys did fantastic.
We'll
Also,
probably have
Final correction, it's the 9th, not
It's
the
the
10th.
Oh my
Not the
god.
10th.
Okay, the 9th.
Okay, it's past
September 9th.
midnight, so
I know. I'm
We'll-
sorry. I'm sorry. And with that, I think we're going to conclude. So thank you very much for watching. Till next time, I'm Grim. These are the players.
Hi, bye-bye.
Keep it ghoulish. All right. Bye bye.